starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good morning. I'd like to call to order the Joint Planning Commission, City of Santa Barbara, Montecito Planning Commission, the special hearing, August 20th, 2020. We're going to begin with a roll call for the City of Santa Barbara. Ms. Rydell, will you please take a voice roll call?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I will begin the roll call. Chair Schwartz.
Here.
Vice Chair Wiscombe.
Here.
Commissioner Bonderson.
Here.
Commissioner Escobedo.
Here.
Commissioner Higgins, absent. Commissioner Lodge.
Here.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And for a roll call for the Montecito Planning Commission, please, Mr. Villalobos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Kupiec. Here. Commissioner Bleache. Here. Commissioner Newman. Here. Commissioner Keller.
Here.
And Chair Sanauer.
Here, I would also like to, which should have prefaced the roll call, call to order the Montecito Planning Commission, which is in joint session with the Santa Barbara Planning Commission. But this Montecito Planning Commission is called to order for the August 20th, 2020 special hearing, which is a joint commission hearing. Thank you. And now I would like to begin the Pledge of Allegiance. If all could stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag, to the United States of America, and for the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Chair Sanauer. Next, we're going to go to our preliminary matters. And this is the portion of our hearing where we're going to see if there are members of the public who would like to speak to the commissions on items not on our agenda. And our commission secretary is also going to provide notice of any written correspondence. But first we go to Ms. Kokinda, who's going to help the public navigate the technology options for participation today. Ms. Kokinda?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz and Chair Sanauer, Ellen Kokinda. If you are a member of the public and you're joining us by webinar and you wish to speak on items that are not on the agenda today, you would need to raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel, and that indicates to me that you wish to speak. You only have to click the hand one time. And if you notice in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, a raised hand is indicated by a red down arrow. So at the moment, I don't see anyone who has raised their hand to speak on general matters. And I would ask Ms. Rydell if we've received any written correspondence, and I will keep you posted.
Thank you, Ellen. And to the chairs, we have not received any written correspondence that does not pertain to the item on this agenda. Thank you.
And Chair Sanauer and Schwartz, I do not see anyone who's raised their hand at this time. So back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Kokinda. Reading into the record our one new item that constitutes our full hearing today. Ms. Kokinda, you've been assigned as staff to read the item into the record. If you would please do that at this time.
Yes, thank you, Chair Sanauer, Chair Schwartz. So this project is the intersection of Olive Mill Road, Coast Village Road, North Jameson Lane. The project consists of reconfiguring the six-legged intersection at Olive Mill Road, Coast Village Road, Jameson Lane, Highway 101 northbound off-ramp, and Highway 101 southbound on-ramp to a single-lane roundabout. The approaches to the intersection at each of the legs would be modified to include new road curvature to slow traffic, pedestrian refuge islands, sidewalks, street lighting, signage, crosswalks, landscaping, and drainage facilities. The project requires a coastal development permit from the city and requires a development plan and coastal development permit from the county. The project is appealable to the Coastal Commission for Public Resources Code 30603A5. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kokinda. So the next portion of our agenda under proposed procedures, I'm going to go first, and then Chair Senauer is going to make welcome and introductory remarks before we continue on. So the first item is I'd like to mention that our commission has received from staff, and I believe the same at the county, but I'll let Chair Senauer comment on this. We have a detailed description of our format and our process today. And this is very important because we have much to cover, and with all of the commissioners involved, we want to all be rowing in the same direction, as they say. So I do want to welcome the Montecito commissioners in joining with us in this collaborative effort. We also have a proposed timetable for our work today, and this is important because of both the staff presentations, the applicant presentations, our various scheduled breaks that we need also for health purposes. And then we have a suggested hard stop time of 6 p.m. And if we all work diligently and efficiently, I think that it's possible for us to entertain that. But you'll notice in the information that staff has provided that we have designated suggested timeframes for questions and deliberations. So if all of the commissioners would please pay attention to those, and if at all possible, stay within that time allocation, I think it's possible for us to conclude our work today, but we will see how it goes. So with that, I'd like to welcome and turn it over to Chair Senauer.
Thank you very much, Chair Schwartz. A greeting to you and your commissioners also. Thank you so much. Yes, much to be done today. We will be diligent and responsible through it all. I think the time element is of import. However, it will not dictate dictate how we proceed. It is simply a guide, which I think we probably all can abide by, but it is not a hard time of the suggested minutes per question, etc. So with that, there is concurrence with the chair of how to proceed. And we so shall do that. There also is Mr. Villalobos, if I'm not sure if you're there, if you could at this time, this is being recorded, perhaps I can just say that, recorded for a repeat video, an archive on the the CSB TV 20 on Sunday at 10 a.m. And that will be shown on the county site. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Senauer. We're next going to go to ex parte communication disclosures. And I'm going to ask our commission first to please turn on your webcams and audio if you have any ex parte communications to identify today. I'll take a moment and wait to see if that's the case. Very good. I will mention that I had a brief call with John Price, owner of 1298 Coast Village Road, about the agendized item and the general process for today in case he and his team wanted to communicate with us either in advance or during the hearing. So with that, I think we're ready to move on to city and county staff presentations. Yes.
Chair Schwartz will do the MPC ex parte
yes,
now.
sorry.
No worries. No, we'll get this. Yeah, we'll get this dynamic going here. So yes. So if the commissioners, the MPC commissioners have ex parte. If they could please turn on their camera, and we will take it one by one. I see Commissioner Newman, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I have three matters to mention as part of ex parte. First, I have personally retained and presently am working with the Arcadia Design Group, the landscape designers for the applicant. I frankly just learned of their role in the project yesterday, have not discussed the project with anyone there, and have no financial interest whatsoever in it. Second, I visited the site yesterday, and as I do almost daily when I drive or bicycle more often between the city, where my office and my home in Montecito. Third, on Thursday, I had a brief Tuesday rather, I had a brief conversation with the homeowners of 110 Olive Mill about the concerns expressed in their email. And then lastly, yesterday I had some discussions with city staff regarding aspects of the proposal about which I had questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Newman. Do we have any other commissioners that wish to express ex parte? Seeing none, I will go. Oh, Commissioner Keller, yes, please.
No,
go forward.
other than a site visit specifically to look at the surrounding area, I had no conversations with anyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Keller. And seeing no, it's my time up here. I have done multiple site visits as it's my walking path, probably daily, of the potential proposed roundabout. I was on the working group with the Olive Mill working group, as was, I believe, Commissioner Keller, which we met twice last year. I have spoken to the applicant on several occasions for clarifications. And that's the extent of my ex parte. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Senauer. Now we're going to go to city and county staff presentations, 20 minutes each. And Timmy Bolton from our city staff is our technical guru of sorts, and he's going to assist with the clock. You see that up on the screen. And so it looks like Nicole Liu of the county is first up. Is that correct, Ms. Liu?
Chair Schwartz, yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay, Chair Senauer, did you want to mention anything regarding staff? And now I see our city staff, a senior planner, Allison DeBusk, is online for the city presentation as well.
No, I think it is how we're going to proceed has been clearly outlined. Thank you.
Thanks. It's over to staff.
Good morning, Chairs Senauer and Schwartz and members of the City and Montecito Planning Commissions. Today, City and County Planning staff will provide a joint presentation of the Olive Mill Roundabout project. Presenting for the county will be myself, Nicole Liu, and presenting for the city will be Allison DeBusk with assistance from Megan Arciniega. The project is located within both city and county jurisdiction at the Olive Mill, Coast Village Road, Jameson, and Highway 101 intersection. The jurisdictional boundary is shown on this slide. The project requires the receipt of a coastal development permit from the city and a coastal development permit and development plan from the county. I'll now provide a brief background discussion. In 1992, the Montecito Community Plan identified that the level of service during peak hours at this intersection was unacceptable. In 2011, the City of Santa Barbara General Plan was adopted and included policy requirements to improve traffic flow at this intersection. Between 2013 and 2017, county and city public works studied different intersection improvement options and identified a roundabout as the preferred option for this intersection. In 2017, the EIR for the Highway 101 widening project identified a roundabout at Olive Mill Road as a mitigation option for intersection impacts from the highway widening project. And then in 2019, the County Board of Supervisors adopted local coastal plan policies requiring implementation of the Olive Mill roundabout and implementation of bicycle and pedestrian improvements. And then finally, in 2019 and 2020, the joint city and county Olive Mill working group advised on project design at multiple meetings, and joint MBAR and ABR meetings were held to refine design elements of the project. I'll now turn it over to Allison for the project description.
Thank you. The intersection has 6 legs connecting Coast Village Road, Olive Mill, North Jameson Lane, and Highway 101 on and off ramps. It is a stop-controlled intersection, which requires drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists to determine who has the right of way. The stop lines vary in distance away from each other because the intersection is 3 times longer than it is wide, the closest being 40 feet apart and the furthest 145 feet apart. The multiple intersection legs, varied stop lines, and different users results in traffic inefficiencies and safety hazards. The project proposes to reconfigure the intersection to a single lane roundabout. The approaches to the intersection would be modified with new curvature to slow traffic and would be narrowed to funnel traffic into a single lane. This also minimizes pedestrian crossing distances. A new crosswalk on the northern leg of Olive Mill Road would be added, as well as pedestrian refuge islands, sidewalks, street lighting, signage, landscaping, and drainage facilities. Construction would require 1,400 cubic yards of cut, 2,000 cubic yards of fill, and the removal of up to 50 trees. Trees removed would be replaced at a 3-to-1 ratio. Proposed lighting would include decorative dark sky compliant fixtures, including 5 10-foot tall pedestrian lights and 6 23-foot tall street lights. The number of fixtures, fixture heights, locations, and wattage were selected on the basis of employing the lowest level lighting that satisfies Caltrans safety standards. Landscaping would include a mix of native and Mediterranean plant species, and hardscape would include natural materials such as Santa Barbara sandstone.
I will now move on to a discussion of consistency with county policies. With regard to visual resources and compatibility, Montecito Community Plan and coastal policies require the protection of public views, use of lighting that maintains the semi-rural character of Montecito, that street signs be old Santa Barbara style, and that the design be compatible with the surrounding area. The project would be consistent with these requirements because it would not result in obstruction of views, lighting would be minimized to the amount required for safety, street signs would be old Santa Barbara style, and the project incorporates design and landscaping elements appropriate to the Montecito community. With regard to transportation and access, Montecito Community Plan and coastal policies require implementation of the roundabout prior to completion of the adjacent phase of the Highway 101 widening project in order to enhance multimodal circulation, enhance intersection capacity and efficiency, and to improve coastal access. Policies also encourage pedestrian and bicycle pathways and require that roadways and intersections operate at level of service B. The project would be consistent with these requirements because the project would construct a roundabout per policy. It includes pedestrian-friendly pathways and lighting design. It maintains existing bike paths, and the intersection level of service would improve following implementation of the project.
And now I will discuss city policy consistency, starting with visual and aesthetic policies. City policies require development be designed to be sensitive to historic structures, minimize lighting to the extent possible and still meet Caltrans safety standards, provide sufficient landscaping, use materials, colors, and textures that are appropriate for the Santa Barbara region, and design signage to be appropriate for the area. The city's Historic Landmarks Commission concurred with the Historic Resources Report that the project is sensitive to the Montecito Inn and found the lighting, landscaping, and materials to be appropriate. Directional signage was kept to the minimum, per Historic Landmarks Commission direction. With regard to transportation-related policies, city policies require existing public access, especially areas that provide access to the coast, be maintained and, where feasible, improved, including maximizing safe walking, bicycling, and transit use. Coastal Land Use Policy 6.2-25 states that highway-related modifications should provide safe and efficient connections to all modes, strive toward resolving existing substandard functional and aesthetic concerns, and shall provide robust pedestrian and bicyclist facilities to improve and increase the use of walking and cycling for coastal access. The proposed project would maintain access, improve functionality, maintain transit stops, and improve pedestrian and bicyclist circulation and safety through its design, which is found by staff to be consistent with those policies. Moving on to environmental review, the Highway 101 HOV project required preparation of an EIR in 2014. It identified Class 1 significant unavoidable impacts for aesthetics and visual resources, and various Class 2 significant but mitigable impacts. Prior to its certification, the 2014 EIR was revised to address legal challenges. It resulted in the 2017 revised EIR, which determined that the 101 HOV project would also result in Class 1 impacts to transportation because it would contribute to a substantial increase in traffic delay at 8 identified intersections, including the Olive Mill Road, Coast Village Road intersection. The specific mitigation approach for the Olive Mill Road, Coast Village Road intersection calls for a 1-lane roundabout constructed prior to the full opening of the 101 HOV project. In 2018, an addendum to the EIR was prepared to address minor changes to the HOV project that were added at a later date. In 2020, an EIR addendum was prepared for this proposed roundabout project. The addendum addresses each of the environmental issue areas, considers changes in environmental conditions, and identifies the EIR mitigation measures that apply to the roundabout project. The addendum concludes that the project will not result in new significant environmental effects or a substantial increase in the severity of previously identified impacts. Therefore, city staff recommends that the Santa Barbara Planning Commission consider the environmental review documents, determine that no subsequent EIR or negative declaration shall be prepared for this project, make the findings required for approval of the project, including CEQA findings, and approve the project subject to the conditions of approval in the staff report as amended August 19th, 2020.
And county staff recommends that the Montecito Planning Commission follow our recommendation as reflected in the staff report dated July 28th, 2020, and make the required findings for approval of the project, including CEQA findings, that after considering the environmental review documents, determine that no subsequent EIR or negative declaration shall be prepared for the project, and approve the project subject to the conditions of approval. That will conclude staff's presentation. We did also, in an effort to facilitate commissioner questions and discussion, we've prepared categories of discussion topics, which we'll put up on the screen now. Those categories include aesthetics and compatibility, under which things like landscaping, lighting, materials, signage, public views, and consistency with the Montecito Community Plan aesthetics policies would fall. Transportation and access is the second category that has to do with anything having to do with transportation, circulation, bicycle and pedestrian use, or coastal access. And then the final category is conditions, project description, and CEQA or environmental review, which it would include questions and comments related to condition requirements, project details, and environmental issues. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes the joint staff presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, there you are. Very good. Thank you so much, Ms. DeBusk and Ms. Liu. Now we're going to go to the applicant presentation. Again, we have a timer up on the screen for 20 minutes. And who do we have here? Ms. Grant from City Public Works. Who else will be with us today? Do we have both city and county? Would you like to comment, Chair Senauer, on behalf of the county staff, or should we just go right to county staff?
Please go forward. I would just like to mention that it's appropriate that commissioners hold their questions to the end of the presentation. Thank you. And I think Chair Schwartz, you are in agreement with that?
Yes.
Thank you very
yes,
much.
We conclude all in the city. Our protocol is we work through a presentation or multiple presentations, then we go to public comment, and you'll see that in our agenda, and then we come back to commissioners to begin the question period. So with that, let's see, we have Lori Yanez, City Public Works Supervising Engineer. I already mentioned Jessica Grant, Supervising Transportation Planner. Do we have a separate presentation from the county staff, or will you be doing a joint presentation?
Madam Chairs, it will be a joint presentation.
Okay, and I thought I saw webcam come on from the county. Did I miss somebody, or? There's
I don't
Mr.
think so.
Rubalcava. There we go.
There he is.
And is that it? Is it the three of you this morning?
And Mr. Ron Boyle, and I'll be introducing each of us in just a moment.
Thank you. So
thank
it's the
you very
four
much.
of you, right?
Yeah,
On
thank
behalf of the city and the county. Okay, it's over to you.
Okay, well, good morning, Madam Chairs and Commissioners. I'm Jessica Grant with the City of Santa Barbara, Supervising Transportation Planner. We're here to discuss the Olive Mill Roundabout project today. Next slide. We have four presenters today, and I will be discussing why we're here, as well as how the roundabout is connected with the 101 HOV widening project. Mr. Boyle from GHD is the roundabout designer. He will be discussing why the roundabout is placed in its specific location, as well as how drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians navigate the intersection. Ms. Yanez, acting principal engineer and project manager for the project with the City of Santa Barbara, will be discussing the aesthetics of the roundabout, as well as community participation to date. Following the community participation discussion will be Mr. Rubalcava with the County of Santa Barbara, Transportation Engineering Manager, and he will also describe the coordination that's been done between the City, County, SBCAG, and Caltrans to date. And then I will be back to summarize for our presentation. Next slide. So why are we here? We're here for the approval for the coastal development permits for both the city and the county, and for the county development plan. Next slide. To begin, this project is part of the HOV widening project, which extends from Santa Barbara all the way to Muswell Shoals in Ventura County. Next slide. Specifically zooming in on the segment 4D of the 101 HOV widening project. This certain section would not function without a future traffic control change to Olive Mill Coast Village Road and the Jameson Lane intersections. Next slide. So back in 2016, there was an intersection control evaluation that was done to analyze this intersection from a stop controlled traffic signal and roundabout. A roundabout was determined to be the only long-term solution for this particular intersection. This was detailed in the 101 HOV EIR in 2017 for the certified EIR document. Next slide. And as far as for the city and county going before the Montecito Planning Commission's Planning Commission and the City Planning Commission, we have actually been back or been before these various groups since 2016. And again, since that time, the intersection control evaluation was approved for a roundabout at this intersection back in 2016, documented in the 2017 EIR. And following that, there was a memorandum of understanding between SBCAG and the county and the city as we move forward for the design, the preliminary design of this project. Ms. Yanez and Mr. Robacaba will be discussing more of the community outreach part of the project. At this point, I will hand it over to Mr. Ron Boyle to discuss the design considerations for the roundabout.
Thanks, Jessica. The intersection of Olive Mill and Coast Village Road is a very complicated intersection. And as already been discussed, the traffic studies showed that the level of service would fall below acceptable levels if improvements aren't made. And the ICE report, or the intersection control evaluation that was completed as part of Caltrans process, determined that a roundabout is the only feasible intersection that can provide that improved level of service. It accomplishes this by separating the movements of the vehicles that are entering and exiting the roundabout and allowing them to circulate. That reduces delay with that continual movement. But roundabouts have other advantages as well, primarily safety. Safety is provided primarily through speed reduction, which is accomplished by deflecting the vehicle path through the intersection. Two elements provide most of that deflection: the entry curve and the central island. That's vehicle safety. For pedestrians, safety is further enhanced by separating the crossing from the yield line, thus separating the decisions that the driver needs to make one at a time. First the pedestrian, then the vehicles in the circulating roadway. Pedestrians are also afforded a single lane crossing with traffic coming from one direction only. A refuge is provided in the median before they accomplish the next crossing where they're once again a single lane. The safest crossing is one where eye contact is between the pedestrian and the driver. However, we also need to accommodate sight impaired pedestrians. This is accomplished with curbing, landscaping, and detectable warning strips that guide not just sight impaired, but all peds to the crossings. Where possible, the crossing of the exit leg is placed 2 car lengths downstream of the circle, making it easier for sight impaired pedestrians to distinguish between circulating and exiting traffic. This is not always possible, so it's helpful that the pedestrian is also located in a conspicuous location prior to the crossing, and like I said, separate from the actual yield line. For cyclists, the roundabout slows traffic speed similar to that of cyclists. On this roundabout, cyclists will most likely circulate through the roundabout as a vehicle, but they can dismount and circulate as a pedestrian if they're not comfortable with that. There were many constraints considered in the placement of the roundabout, and we looked at numerous locations and alternatives for placement prior to the one that you see before you today. Chief among the constraints was the existing available right-of-way and the proximity of existing improvements to Montecito Inn, 1298 Coast Village Road, and 101 Olive Mill. And even I think that's 110 Olive Mill, and even 101 overcrossing necessitated that the intersection be shifted to the east. But there's 2 other constraints that relate to Caltrans off-ramp standards and design vehicle standards that limited how far we could push the roundabout to the east. Design standards for the off-ramp, such as deceleration distance, super elevation, and curve locations and sizes, pretty much set the location as far, that limited the eastern shift of the roundabout. The diameter of the roundabout is set by the design vehicle, and because this is a freeway off-ramp, that's a STA vehicle, or the largest semi-trailer truck, and also a bus motor coach, so very large, similar to a tour bus or large motorhome, 45-foot motor coach. So those really set the diameter of the roundabout and the size of the circle. So while roundabouts are adaptable, and this roundabout is very constrained, even some of the green areas in this graphic contain bioretention basins. So like I said, very constrained location. With this brief explanation of how we came up with the geometry, I'll turn it back over to Lori Yanez, who will describe how the roundabout will enhance the aesthetics of the area.
Thank you, Mr. Boyle. Upon completion of the preliminary geometric design, Arcadia Studio, the landscape architecture firm on the project, was tasked with creating a landscape plan that is consistent with the Coastal Parkway design guidelines and species characteristic of the area. The project has been reviewed by the city's Architectural Board of Review and the Montecito Board of Architectural Review. And prior to the joint hearings, was reviewed by the project's working group, which was made up of 2 MBAR members, 2 ABR members, a Planning Commission member, a Montecito Planning Commission member, as well as a Historic Landmarks Commission member. Next slide, please. Here we see our first rendering along Coast Village Road looking east. To the right is the Montecito Inn, and to the left is 1298 Coast Village Road. Our landscape design includes low water use, drought-tolerant plant species that also don't obstruct vehicle sightlines. The city's Park and Recreation Commission has approved the removal of the 4 existing Mexican fan palms in the center of the median on Coast Village Road, which were a hazard to vehicles and cyclists when they dropped palm fronds. And on the left, you will see an existing lemon-scented gum tree, which is to be protected in place. Next slide, please. Here we are on the south side of Olive Mill Road, looking to the north towards the mountains. On the left-hand side, you will see an example of the proposed lighting fixtures, a decorative city standard fluted Victorian concrete pole with dark sky-friendly decorative domus light fixtures in Malaga green. The height of the proposed fixtures have been reduced since this rendering was created after coordination with the adjacent property owners. We are proposing 14-foot pedestrian level lights at the crosswalks and bus stops and 20-foot street lights throughout the rest of the roundabout. Next slide, please. Here we are on the north side of Olive Mill Road, looking south towards the beach. On the right is 1298 Coast Village Road, and on the left is 110 Olive Mill. We are proposing grouted cobble in the truck apron around the center of the roundabout, as well as in the median islands, which are too small to be landscaped. This is consistent with the existing Hot Springs roundabout. We are also proposing fitted Santa Barbara sandstone in the 30-inch wall around the center of the roundabout, which is also consistent with the Hot Springs roundabout and with the newly constructed walls along 1298 Coast Village Road. Next slide, please. Here we are on North Jameson Lane, looking west. To the right is 110 Olive Mill, and to the left is the freeway off-ramp. Here we can see the proposed trees in the center of the roundabout, which are non-fruiting olive trees paying homage to Olive Mill Road. And we also see an example of a planted median that was large enough to accommodate plantings. Next slide, please. And now I'd like to speak about the public outreach efforts by the city, county, Caltrans, and SBCAG. Throughout the preliminary design phase of the project, there have been numerous outreach efforts in different venues and forums in order to allow for public participation. The images in the slide are from a public meeting held on the sidewalk in front of 1298 Coast Village Road last fall. This event was attended by all 4 agencies involved in the project, as well as adjacent property owners, businesses, and members of the public walking by. The city and the county have also attended various Coast Village Road Association meetings, Montecito Association meetings, and had one-on-one meetings with the adjacent property owners. Next slide, please. As you can see in the slide, there have been numerous public outreach meetings, including presentations to both planning commissions and SBCAG hearings with updates on the work in progress as part of the 101 HOV briefings. Next slide, please. And now I'd like to go into more detail about the coordination efforts with the adjacent property owners. The city and the county understand that construction projects come with temporary disruptions and impacts. Therefore, meeting with the property owners was important in order to go over their questions and concerns. Through the various meetings, some of the concerns that were resolved include the prevention of parking loss along 1298 Coast Village Road, the adjustment of street lighting heights, and the protection of existing structures such as sidewalks, driveways, stormwater basins, and trash ramps along 1298 Coast Village Road and Olive Mill Road. We also worked with the Montecito Inn to address bus stop and drainage concerns. The project plans and conditions of approval address the stakeholder concerns previously identified. And now I'd like to introduce Walter Rubalcaba with the County of Santa Barbara. He will be speaking to the interagency coordination and additional outreach efforts.
Thank you, Laura. So before discussing the coordination, just want to mention that the county's primary role in this project has been to work closely with the city, SBCAG, and Caltrans to make sure that the decisions are consistent with their requirements and the county's. And really the entire team understands that we need to look at this project as a whole, not just jurisdictional lines, if we're going to meet the needs of the community. Now, as far as the adjacent property coordination, next slide. I don't know what happened to the slide, but it's actually, anyway, so yeah, a couple slides.
Timmy, if you could go to the prior slide with the aerial photo, please.
So there you go, thank you. So yeah, as far as the adjacent property coordination, the city supported the county taking the lead with the residents since the residents reside in the county. And there are two, as you can see up on the screen, there are two directly impacted residents. The first being 110 Olive Mill, which is on the northeast corner of the intersection. We have met and talked several times with the owner to make sure that both the city and the county have a clear understanding of what their concerns are, and also that the owner understands what the potential impacts are of the project. We've also worked with 112 Olive Mill, which is just to the north, as you see on the screen there. We shared our preliminary plans on the driveways so they could build their improvements accordingly. They were actually in the middle of construction while we were developing the plans, and we coordinated pretty closely on that. I should mention that although the county has taken the lead with the resident coordination, we have worked closely with the city to make sure that that we're all in agreement before finalizing any decisions. And just should mention that the county appreciates how supportive the city staff has been in trying to soften some of the impacts, not only for the residents, but the other adjacent properties that Laura mentioned. And as far as other coordination efforts, the county has assisted or been present at many of the outreach efforts that Laura described, including with the Montecito Association. Again, with the goal of looking at this project as a whole and not these segmented boundary lines. As far as moving forward after the completion of the environmental process, the city and the county will continue to work with SBCAG and Caltrans to make sure that the commitments that we have made to the community will continue to be understood by the team all the way through construction. And with that, I will pass it back to Jessica Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Rubalcaba. I just want to, next slide. Just to remind everybody again that the traffic control device was approved back in 2016 and has been communicated to the community at that time, as well as the boards and commissions. As also from a geometric standpoint, Caltrans has approved the geometrics of the roundabout for the design. As Laura, Ms. Yanez mentioned, as far as for the aesthetics of the roundabout, it really blends in with the fabric of Santa Barbara, and it really will serve as a community gateway. As Ms. DeBusk and Ms. Liu mentioned in their presentations, the project is consistent with all the policies and findings outlined in both the city and county staff reports. Next slide. And we're requesting today that for approval of the coastal development permits and the county development plan. We'd be happy to answer any questions. Besides the applicant team that you've seen present today will be available, as well as we have additional technical experts related for landscaping, for example. We also have Fred Luna from SBCAG on the call as well, if there's any questions as it relates to funding for the projects. And then Joe Arnold from Caltrans is also on the call if there's any questions. With that, we thank you and look forward to the wonderful discussion today.
Thank you, applicant representatives. I would now like to ask Ms. Kokinda to come back online and we can have the applicant representatives turn off their webcams and their audio, please, at this time. And we're going to go to public comment on this item. Are there any members of the public, Ms. Kokinda, who would like to speak to the commissions today?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz and Chair Senauer. I just want to remind the public that if you wish to speak on this particular item, you will need to raise your hand using the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. You only have to click it one time, and a raised hand is indicated by a red down arrow as seen in the bottom corner of your screen. I do want to just mention that per the chair's instruction that you will have 3 minutes to speak. This slide mentions 2 minutes, but that was for general public comment. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, and we'll have a timer on screen to help everyone out to keep track. So right now I see Roger Rittner, and I am unmuting you. Roger Rittner, if you could please unmute yourself using your microphone icon. And it looks like you just did. Mr. Rittner, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Ms. Kokinda, I'm sorry, excuse me one moment, sir. It looks like Chair Senauer may be wanting to, I see you poised to say something, Chair Senauer.
Yes, Kalinda, how many speakers do we have, please? I'm sorry, did I miss that? I apologize.
No, thank you for asking, Chair Senauer. Right now, I only see one person who's raised their hand. So generally, I like to kind of give people a chance to see how, just to figure out how to raise their hand in GoToWebinar, and then I go back to that slide if people need more instruction. But right now I'm only seeing one person, and then I will ask about written correspondence as well. So in the meantime, again, I would like to ask members of the public, if you wish to speak on this item, to please raise your hand, and then I will be calling on you. So right now it's only Mr. Rittner.
Yes, good morning. I own the property at 110 Olive Mill Road at the corner of Olive Mill and North Jameson Lane. Hopefully the commissioners are aware of our previous statements about the serious impact the roundabout will have on our property. To briefly summarize, under the current design, the area of the roundabout exit to northbound Olive Mill would confiscate up to 12 feet of the frontage of our property. The current design destroys a number of old growth oak and pittosporum trees that shield us from traffic noise on Olive Mill, Jameson, and the 101. Our driveway rises 3 feet from road level. The current design would flatten that section, making entrance by vehicles, including emergency vehicles, impossible. And in essence, the current design moves our front bedroom windows 12 feet closer to the traffic noise and pollution. We believe the current design is unacceptably damaging to the market value and livability of our property. We continue to believe that the design and/or location of the roundabout should be changed to mitigate these effects. We'd like to commend the county transportation staff, particularly Chris Snedden and Walter Rubalcava, for their continued interest in addressing our concerns. They've devised a number of ideas to address some of these impacts. However, these modify our property to adapt it to the current design. They do nothing to alter the design to minimize or eliminate the problems. We'll continue to work with the city and county on these issues. To date, we have only been presented with a proposed solution to one, the driveway issue. We've been asked to state what actions we desire. Today, we ask the commissioners to respond to the following. 1, will the commissions direct a reconsideration of the location, size, and/or design of the roundabout sufficient to minimize or eliminate the damage to our property? 2, will the commissions direct city and county staff to continue to work with us in good faith to determine if mitigation requests can be accommodated? And if we can agree on mitigation actions related to our issues, will the conditions of approval document be amended with language similar to the current section E1B to include the agreed upon actions? I'm happy to respond to any questions the commissioners may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rittner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rittner. Really appreciate your comments and concerns, and also that the county as well as the city have been meeting with you regularly and have been as collaborative as possible to this point. Appreciate you coming, and yes, we have your letter. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chairs, next we have Sharon Byrne, and I just want to let you know we have about 19 attendees that are watching via the webinar. Certainly we might have more watching on screen, but I only see one more hand raised. But again, I want to give everyone the opportunity, if you wish to speak, to please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon. You'll see the arrow pointed there where you click it one time. And a raised hand is indicated by a red arrow going down. So I'm going to call on Sharon Byrne. Sharon Byrne, I've just unmuted you, and if you could please unmute yourself. It looks like your audio is live. I just want to make one more announcement. I see that Mr. Thomas Becker has also raised his hand. Mr. Becker, I have sent you an audio PIN number. In order to unmute yourself, you have to enter that audio PIN into your phone to be able to have audio. So I've sent you the instructions and we'll come back to you. But Sharon Byrne, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. Good morning, commissioners from both commissions. I just want to say from the Montecito Association, we have reviewed this project multiple times. We began attending hearings on it beginning in June of 2018. We went to the joint hearing between the Montecito Board of Architectural Review and the Santa Barbara Architectural Board of Review. We've been to land use hearings at our community hall, and we've also had board presentations on this project. I want to thank both county and city staff for multiple revisions to the project for community input. And we've also attended a couple of the recent standalone Montecito Board of Architectural hearings on this project. I have a couple of comments from the association of things that we haven't seen addressed yet, and we hope to. One is the lighting. It is really important in Montecito to preserve night skies as much as possible. There's quite a bit of lighting on the roundabout, and I recognize that Coast Village is more of a commercial area, but as Mr. Rittner has pointed out, it does border onto a fairly rural area. So we'd like as much as possible to preserve the night skies for the neighbors around the roundabout. There is questions we've had about signage, and with particular note to the historic Biltmore sign. I will tell you right now, there are multiple people in the neighborhood that would be happy to take that sign if it is not going to be part of the final roundabout design. But there is a sense that it is somewhat historic, and we would like to know what is the plan for that. We've had questions about the retaining wall and the height. Just want to make sure that that is not going to be too tall. And then during construction, which looks like it's going to be about a year, it appears to us that the closure is going to happen on both sides of Coast Village at the same time, which is a real concern for the adjoining neighborhoods, both south of Coast Village on Olive Mill and north, in that we have already seen major backups. This construction project is going on at the same time that Edison is doing multiple pole replacements in our community and has a lot of street closures. So if we force traffic onto the side streets, while we're also competing with other projects on the side streets that are enacting their own road closures, it could get very snarly in terms of traffic in Montecito. Finally, I just want to say we fully support our great neighbor, Roger Rittner, and his concerns, and whatever we can do to mitigate what's going to happen to their property, we fully support that. We've met with Mr. Rittner several times, appreciate the county's willingness to bend over backwards to try to help him, but really want to do what we can to try to help this neighbor because he's literally going to be living on the roundabout. So we would like to support whatever we can do to ease Mr. Rittner's pain with the roundabout construction. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Ms. Byrne. Ms. Kokinda?
Yes, Madam Chairs. So I see one other hand raised. Timmy, would you please go back to the slide for public comment? Again, if you're interested in commenting, please raise your hand. I see Mr. Thomas Becker. Thank you for, Mr. Becker, you correctly entered the PIN number and it looks like your microphone is live. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good, thank you, Tom Becker. You have all read, obviously, the letters and comments that I've submitted on this issue. Certainly, the MPC has understood everything I've said about the San Ysidro roundabout project. You all understand that I have filed an appeal on the San Ysidro roundabout project. I'll more likely, for the CDP, more than likely I will file an appeal on this one too. You understand that I sent a letter to the California Transportation Commission asking that funding be delayed for the 101 project until all CDPs are issued or been heard, and they complied with my request. Funding is now on hold for the 101 HOV project. They put $89 million in funding on hold because I requested it, because they know that these issues are important. 3 issues here. First off, I'd like to have your staff, both city and county, discuss all remaining CDPs that are going to have to be approved for both the HOV project and the mitigations, especially the CDPs for segment 4D and 4E. I want you to understand that there are additional CDPs for this project. Number 2, I want a discussion from your staff, and I also understand Caltrans is listening, so they can pipe in on this one too. I want you to discuss that the HOV project induces vehicle miles traveled, especially in light of the fact that Caltrans admits that VMT will increase on the HOV project 40% from now to 2040, a 40% increase in vehicle miles traveled on the HOV project. If that isn't VMT inducing, I don't know what is. And third, perhaps county staff certainly, but city too, county staff should discuss or at least inform you if any member of your staff told any member of the public that the San Ysidro roundabout and Olive Mill roundabouts are not appealable to the California Coastal Commission. I think Nicole Liu would be the one to ask that question about. You know, your staff needs to tell you what's going on here. They can't just withhold information from you people, because I think you're really working in the dark here. I don't think your staff is being truthful to you, and that's going to be a big problem if your staff is withholding information. Okay, thank you very much for your time. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. Ms. Kokinda, any other public commenters?
Yes, Madam Chair. So that was the last person that had their hand raised. Again, I would like to offer members of the public, if you're attending, if you wish to speak on this item, to please raise your hand using the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. Click it one time and that indicates to me that you wish to speak. And I'm going to continue to wait just to see if any other people raise their hand, but I would ask Mrs. Rydell if we received any written correspondence.
Thank you, Ellen. This is Heidi Rydell, and I just wanted to say that we did receive written correspondence prior to this hearing that was forwarded to both the Montecito Planning Commission and the City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission. Thank you.
Ms. Rydell?
Yes.
Yes. This is Chair Sanauer. Is it possible to enumerate the letters? please? I think I have around 7 or 6.
It looks like there were 8 letters in total. 2 were from the same person. But yes, it looks like the total number of letters was 8.
Okay, all right. The authors, could you briefly, I just want to verify that I have received all of them.
Sure.
Thank you.
It looks like we got one from Douglas Fell, Nancy Mulholland, Pamela Bohr, Roger Rittner, Scott Wentz, 2 from Thomas Becker, and 1 from Todd Berlinger.
Thank you. That confirms my receipt also. I just wanted to verify that. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell.
And then Madam Chairs, Ellen Kokinda. So I don't see anyone else who's raised their hand at this time. I would like to hand it back over to the 2 of you to continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kokinda.
I think Chair Schwartz, if it's appropriate and there is agreement, I think perhaps a 10-minute break would be appropriate now before we proceed.
I agree.
Right.
So we're going to be in recess and we're going to return by my clock, which would be 10:15. That works for everyone.
Staff, is 10 minutes agreeable or would you prefer 15?
Madam Chairs, that would be fine. I do want to just mention, I do see someone who just raised their hand again, or for the first time. And given that this is a new format for a lot of the county participants, I would like to ask your consideration to reopen public comment.
Of course, please.
Okay.
Sure.
So I saw Douglas Fell, that you've raised your hand. I'm going to unmute you. Douglas Fell, if you could please unmute yourself using the microphone icon and confirm if you wish to speak. And I've just sent you an unmute request, Douglas Fell. And it may have been an accident. There you go. It looks like your audio is on. Mr. Fell, did you wish to participate in public comment for this item? And I'm not hearing anything. Mr. Fell, I'm going to suggest, here's my suggestion. If we want to continue with the 10-minute break, I'm going to try to work with Mr. Fell in the meantime and maybe we can get him to participate when we come back and then move on. Is that amenable to the chairs?
That is. Should we have a temporary close public comment, or do we leave it open until we return from our break?
I would prefer if council comes on to clarify.
Thank you. Mr. Pettit or City Council, please.
Do we have Ms. Ostringer with us this morning?
Yes, we do.
There she is.
Good.
All right, take it away.
Let Mr. Pettit answer since the question is coming from the county side.
Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would recommend you just leave the public comment open. And then when you get back, you can see if you have that additional speaker.
Thank you so much for clarification. All right, we're leaving public comment open prior to our recess break.
And thank you, Chair.
May I ask a question, please?
May I ask who's speaking? And could you turn on your webcam if you are a commissioner?
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but ordinarily we have an opportunity to ask questions of people making public comment. Is that not going to be allowed at this time?
Correct, Commissioner Keller. We have such a momentous hearing before us today that we need the structure that's been mutually agreed to between the city and county. So at this time, we're going to go to a 10-minute break. When we come back, we'll continue with public comment. The other thing I would ask in response to your question is we are somewhat conservative in the city of Santa Barbara in terms of engagement with public speakers. There's a legal sensitivity about the engagement with public speakers during a hearing. I'll ask Ms. Ostranger if you would please come on and perhaps provide city legal guidance around this, and I'll let the county speak for themselves.
Chair Schwartz, Chair Senauer, commissioners. In the city, we generally do not engage in public extended conversations with public comment for items not on the agenda, so that we don't unwarily intricate ourselves in the Brown Act. You can ask questions. This is an item on the agenda. However, as Chair Schwartz mentioned, it's a procedural item, so I'll leave it to the chairs as to whether or not questions are allowed.
Thank you for the clarification on the city. Yes, the county, the MPC does often ask questions of the public commenter. However, at this time, I and Commissioner Schwartz felt it was most appropriate to basically hold that and not ask the questions of. We do have their letters, which supports all their verbals so far. So we have that record. Thanks.
Thank
and
you,
on to
Chair
recess.
Senauer.
Thank you.
Yes, so we're going into recess now and we'll return at 10:20 by my clock. And at that time, if there are any other members of the public who wish to speak to the commissions, we'll go ahead and have Ms. Kokinda back on and facilitate that. Sounds good, Chair Senauer?
It does. Thank you.
Okay.
Let's do our break. It's now 10:10. So we will come back at 10:20.
Thank you. We're in recess.
Thank you.
20th, 2020 joint hearing between the City Planning Commission and the Montecito Planning Commission. Commissioner Stenauer?
I think I have to do it separately. I think it may be joint because we're sitting together, but I think each clarification or each segment has to for the separately. So
go
yes,
ahead, Chair
I
Stenauer.
will. Yes, I think we can't continue to call it joint. One person speaking for one chair speaking for the other. So
go ahead, Chair Stenauer.
for the,
Yes.
For the MPC, yes, I would like to call to order after our recess, if that's necessary. I thought a recess you didn't need to call to order. In any case,
yes.
we are
Okay.
here.
We're back.
Okay.
We have reconvened. We are officially back. So back to you, Mr. Pettit. Yes, we are live, televised, recorded, and in session again.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chairs. And I apologize for any confusion. I'm also getting used to the platform. So the question had to do with commissioners asking questions of individuals that have previously provided testimony. And as Secretary Wilson indicated, the Montecito Planning Commission procedures allow that once public comment has been closed during questions or deliberations, individual commissioners have the opportunity to ask questions of staff, the applicant, or any interested party, including any member of the public. That does not function to reopen public comment to anyone. It just allows commissioners the opportunity to elicit additional testimony from a particular commenter.
Thank you for the clarification.
I would recommend that the Montecito Planning Commission follow that process.
Thank you very much. We will.
Okay, back to Ms. Kokinda. We have a slide up. Ms. Kokinda, additional public speakers, please.
Yes, Madam Chairs, I want to call on Douglas Fell. We managed to get his audio working thanks to his patience. And then I'm next going to call after Douglas Fell, it will be Bob Hazard. So Mr. Fell, I've just unmuted you. If you could please unmute yourself on your phone. And Mr. Fell, if you're there, you have to unmute yourself in order for your light to go green. And right now you're self-muted, Mr. Fell. So if you can look at your phone, there you go. Okay. It looks like, okay, we can hear you. So you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready. Please go ahead.
Thank you for your effort. Chair Schwartz, Chair Lennar, and members of the respective planning commissions, I'm Doug Fell. I represent Mr. John Price, the owner of the 3-story mixed-use facility located at 1298 Coast Village Road. This facility is located at the northwest corner of Olive Mill and Coast Village Road. The property has 4 residents on the 2nd and 3rd stories and 3 commercial facilities on the ground floor. We've had substantial conversations concerning the project with Ms. Laura Yanez concerning our concerns and the impact of the project on the facility. These conversations have been very productive, and we want to thank Ms. Yanez and her positive efforts to answer all of our questions. There are 3 final issues we'd like to address to the Planning Commission. The first is access to the underground garage. The subject property has an underground garage which provides all required parking for the property. The underground garage has its access off Olive Mill Road. The roundabout project proposes a bus stop on Olive Mill Road, which, when in use, would block ingress and egress to the underground garage. When we ask if the bus stop would block ingress and egress to the underground garage, Ms. Yanez responded by saying, unfortunately, the bus blocks the ingress and egress driveway when it stops in front of the subject property's driveway, but it only stops for a short period of time. This answer is not acceptable. No project should have a bus stop that blocks ingress and egress to the property for any period of time. We request that this bus parking be eliminated. It is an unacceptable burden on the subject property. A second issue is what will be the ingress and egress to the property to the underground garage during the construction period? Will there be 24 hours a day ingress and egress to the underground garage? We can't have an underground garage which provides all parking for the project to be blocked for any period of time. Our third comment concerns the construction zone and staging zones. Our question is what goes on in the staging area and what goes on in the construction area when the project is not under construction? Will our commercial tenants be able to remain open for business during construction? Will construction equipment and trucks be parked in the construction area when construction is not taking place? Will the construction zone be a storage zone? If the answer, in fact, is yes, this would be an unreasonable impact on our commercial tenants. Finally, what is the function of the staging area? It is shown on page 29 of the plans, and we do not know what its actual function is. If its function is clarified, then appropriate questions could be addressed with respect to the staging area. Thank you very much, commissioners, for listening to our questions, and we appreciate your efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fell.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fell.
Yes, and next we have Bob Hazard, and that's the last person that I see who has their hand raised. Mr. Hazard, if you please unmute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon, and I'm going to send you an unmute request. That's another way that you can share your audio. Let's see. So I've sent you an unmute request, Mr. Hazard. You could also turn on your microphone by clicking on the microphone icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. And you'll be able to have your 3 minutes. There you go. It looks like you just turned on your microphone. Could you please test your audio?
Yeah, test my audio.
That's great. So we can hear you. So please, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, my comment is to Deborah Schwartz and to Donna Senauer on functionality. Imagine yourself, you're in your car coming up Coast Village Road towards the roundabout, and you're in front of the Montecito Inn, and it's now a 2-lane entry. During July and August, we had an opportunity when there was work being done that shrunk to 1 lane, and predictably the traffic on Coast Village Road backed up double the amount of what it was before. It looks to me like what you have again is a 1-lane entry into that roundabout coming up to Coast Village Road. If you want to turn right, you're going to have to wait in that line for all the traffic to move before you can turn right going down towards the beach. And it's all because of nice landscaping. And so I'm concerned, is that another type of mistake that would mirror the Anacapa garage across from the courthouse? And secondly, I can't hear anybody tell me whether the roundabout itself is described as 1 lane, but what we have is pictures of the thing, and it looks like 1.5 lanes. And in functionality, are the lanes as wide as they are down at the Milpas roundabout off the freeway, or even as wide as the ones to the south, or is they narrower than that? And I've never heard anybody address that subject lot of pretty pictures, a lot of functionality, and a lot of neighbor complaints, but I'm worried about a one-lane roundabout and what's going to do to traffic in Montecito. And that's my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Hazard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hazard. Ms. Colinda, do we have any other speakers?
So I would thank you, Chair Senauer. If anybody, that was the last person who had their hand raised. Again, I'm gonna, one last time, if you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon. You click it one time. And if you look at the bottom right-hand corner, a raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down. And Chair Senauer, Chair Schwartz, I do not see anyone else who's raised their hand at this time. So please, back to you.
Thank you very much.
Very good. So in accordance with our agenda, this is page 3 of 4 of our agenda, we're going to now begin our question period. And as scheduled, we're going to start with city commissioner questions. And the sequence will be Commissioner Bonderson first, Commissioner Escobedo, and Commissioner Lodge. The guideline is 10 minutes each. And if you would please turn on your webcams and microphones. All together, the 3 of you, that's how we've structured the question period, is 3 commissioners at a time or in a group.
And I would like to add for the MPC that after the city commissioners go forward with their questions, we will be up, and it is in alphabetical order. And it will be the first 3 will be Commissioner Keller, Commissioner Kupiec, and Commissioner Newman. Thank you.
And so if we could, Commissioner Newman, did you have a question about the sequence, or did you accidentally turn on the?
No, I do have a question, Chair. Thank you. Are the questions going to go in 3 rounds? First aesthetics, then transportation, and then conditions, or do you want each commissioner to try to address all 3 areas in this initial go round?
Thank you, Commissioner Newman. This is Commissioner Chair. I think if we can keep it basically the elements as they appear in that order, and as we did for San Ysidro, and each commissioner stay on that area is the recommendation for MPC.
So
we're going to clarify, we're going to talk aesthetics now first.
Correct. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, this is Secretary Wilson. If I could provide a little clarification on the order of questions. Madam Chair Schwartz, Chair Senauer, if I could provide clarification on that.
Please go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, the draft agenda or procedures that we sent out to answer Commissioner Newman's question, it would be each commissioner has, we're asking or suggesting approximately 10 minutes, and that's to cover all the items that's shown on the screen. And it won't be 3 rounds, it'll be just 1 question period. And so all of this first period will be the city commissioners. And so all of the MPC will have their cameras off. And then when it's the county's turn, then the county will come on. And we're asking that you cover all of those topics during your question period to get through the items today. And that way we can keep to the timeline.
Thanks, Mr. Wilson. But so back to the city commissioners, you see the discussion categories. Commissioner Keller, could you just wait for a moment? I want to speak to the city commissioners. Thank you. To Commissioners Lodge, Bonderson, and Escobedo, and it's going to go in order again of Bonderson, Escobedo, Lodge. This is a suggested list of categories, but certainly you're not confined to these categories or the subtopics within these. Whatever you think is important in your line of questioning and ultimately deliberations, please feel free to do that. So we're at a time where we're going to turn it over to commissioner questions from the city. Commissioner Keller, did you have a process question? Otherwise, we want to turn it over to the city commissioners to begin.
Let me ask Commissioner Keller, please. Commissioner Chair Schwartz. Okay. I can't hear you.
Chair Schwartz, I think.
I'm sorry, I had difficulty unmuting myself. I wanted to see if we could ask procedural questions prior to asking our questions that are part of the discussion category. If there would be a separate time period for procedural questions.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure to clarify your question, if you could. A separate time for procedural questions.
I have some procedural questions that I would like to ask that do not fall into one of these categories, and I think need to be raised prior to the discussion of these categories. But I don't want to use up all my time getting certain procedural things clarified. Will we have an opportunity to do that? And does anybody else have a procedural question of that sort that maybe should come before the discussion categories?
Yes, coming from the chair of the MPC, yes, Commissioner Keller, please go ahead with your procedural questions. How many do you have?
Well, I'm happy to wait until our MPC discussion period, but since I am first, I would like to raise the procedural questions first and then ask my discussion category questions, if that would be acceptable.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It would be acceptable to wait until MPC starts their questioning. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn it back over to the city commissioners. Ms. Kokinda, were you going to say anything else before we have Commissioner Bonderson?
Yes, Chair Schwartz
Chair
Schwartz and Chair Senauer. I know that we're doing city first, and then Chair Senauer will open up the county questions. I just want to remind all of the commissioners, if you are speaking, to make sure you have your webcams on when it's your turn. And when you're not speaking, to please mute yourselves so we don't pick up background audio. And then just so you understand that we have Timmy Bolton, who is controlling the PowerPoint slides and has access to all the files and what was shared in the documents. So if you wish to reference something, we are able to pull that up on screen, and you can just give some direction to Timmy. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Kokinda. Commissioner Bonderson, you're up first from the question period, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I wanted to start this morning by simply expressing my appreciation for the thoroughness of the staff report and the cooperation between the county and the city of Santa Barbara's planning staff. I think we all can agree that this level of collaboration is noteworthy and deserves to be acknowledged. And I really wanted to take a moment to do so. It's always very difficult to work across departments, and in this case, across jurisdictions, and to make it as smooth and flow as well as it's going. I just really want to commend everyone. So thank you, everyone who's involved in preparing for today and executing today. My first question is actually a quite simple one. And if it was in the staff report, I have to apologize ahead of time. I did not see the answer. Can staff just simply tell me how many parking spots are being removed to accommodate the roundabout, if any?
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson and Madam Chair. There are two 15-minute spots that apply from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. that will be removed. And then outside of those hours, they are available for longer use. And they are, very good.
Ms. Yanez, do we have, excuse me, do we have a slide? I apologize, Commissioner Bonderson. I wanted to recommend that we coordinate between the commissioners' questions and Timmy Bolton from our city staff to please put up, whether it's from a PowerPoint presentation or a page or otherwise a document in our package. and for our commissioners to reference a particular page in our packet as we customarily do, so that everybody is looking at the data or the aerial or the text as the question and answer period proceeds. So if we have something along those lines, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that recommendation. Timmy, if you can pull up page 2 of the plan set, and that would be file number 2 in our folder. So this is the existing conditions plan, and as you can see at the bottom left-hand corner, in front of the Montecito Inn, it calls for 2 15-minute parking spots that are currently existing. With the proposed configuration that requires, narrowing of the roadway, those 2 spots will no longer be able to be accommodated, as that area will become the bus stop as well.
Thank you very much. And Chair Schwartz, thank you for the recommendation. I was actually going to ask that next because I was very interested to see exactly where those were located. So this was an excellent idea. Thank you. My next question may also require the map, so let's leave that up. I think, Ms. Yanez, you may be the right person to ask the following question to as well. I wanted to go a little bit more in depth about 110 Olive Mill Road. Can you please speak to us about what actions have been taken to assist any changes that affect that site directly? In particular, I'm interested to understand how exactly the county has been assisting with the homeowners to accommodate any changes that affect that area.
Yeah, I'd like to call Walter Rubalcaba from the County of Santa Barbara. He is intimate with the details. We've also participated, and I can describe those as well. But Walter, if you want to describe in detail all of the coordination and agreements that have been made to date.
Yeah, sure. And I think as far as to get an exhibit up that would help, I think if you go to sheet 7 of the plans, I think that could help facilitate the conversation. So Commissioner, through the chair, what you're looking at here, and it's kind of hard, I can't point at it, but what you see kind of in the blue area there with those radius looking driveways, the one at the bottom there, what you're looking at there, that is 110 Olive Mill. I think the biggest involvement that we've had with the owner to date is to try to design this driveway and entrance into his property to a point that it meets their desires and it works from the standpoint of the proposed improvements to tie into their existing driveway. This was shared with Mr. Rittner. We had some back and forth. He had some additional requests to make sure that the spacing from the structure was correct, to make sure that the width was what he desired. And like he said, I think part of the comments that he's making is he has tentatively agreed to this driveway improvement. He just wants to make sure that the city and the county both follow through on the commitment to complete this project. Because right now, he has our word. It is part of the plan set, and I pointed that out to Mr. Rittner yesterday. It is part of the plan set. It's in the conditions of the project that we provide this driveway. He just wants some assurances that the project is going to continue. As far as some other requests that we had, even though all these improvements are within the city right away, there are some improvements that fall within the city's jurisdictional line, such as this fence. We're looking to not, just tear down the fence and walk away. We're going to take that fence and replace it in kind on the city right away. Some other outreach efforts that we're doing is we understand that he had mentioned, the loss of some mature trees. I think there's 2 mature oaks and 6 pittosporums that aren't on his property, but that shield his property from the roadway. We are looking to work with the owner starting this spring with the hopes of trying to get a jump start on some of this vegetation, so he won't have mature trees by the time the project starts, but hopefully we'll have a little bit of a jump start on some of the growth. So those are just some of the efforts that we've gone through with this owner.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate hearing a little bit of the backstory and the efforts that have been made. I think that's very important to all of us to know about. And I heard that you said that these items have also been addressed in the conditions of approval.
That is correct.
Can you take us to that page so that we're all aware of where it is?
Sure. It is, it's attachment A of the staff report, page 14. And it's section E1B. That is correct. So it's in under that right-of-way improvements area. You could see as you move down, maybe let's see. Okay, so maybe down to 4, let's see. The owner shall submit C1, the owner being the city in this case, because they're the applicant, shall submit the C1 public improvement plans for construction of improvements within the city right-of-way along the frontage of 1295, 1298, and 110 Olive Mill. And if you move down a few lines, it'll say, and including the driveways at 1295 and 110 and 112 Olive Mill. So it already is part of the conditions, and the improvements that we're proposing are part of the plan set submittal as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much for drawing our attention to that.
Sure.
Another question I have that probably falls into a similar discussion item is to follow up with Mr. Fell's comment. I was also quite curious to understand what studies have been done leading up to this moment to relocate the bus stop, and what is the reason that this location that has been now proposed has been decided to be ultimately the best choice?
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson and Madam Chair. Yes, so leading up to this point, we've met with the property owner, as we mentioned, and after hearing some of their concerns, given that initially we mentioned that the proposed conditions would require shifting of the bus stop, we reached out to MTD, which manages the buses as well as the routes, and really met on site, walked it, and our initial request was, can this go away? And they were not against it. They said, we will look into it. We documented that in email. We discussed relocations in the event that they couldn't remove it, and really found no safe place to relocate this bus stop to, given pedestrian access. If it was moved anywhere along Coast Village Road, pedestrians would be crossing the street without a designated crosswalk. And then similarly along Olive Mill, there's really no ADA access to the north. And the primary use of the bus stop is for employees of the businesses and hotels along Coast Village Road. So MTD looked into it, they looked at their counts and came back with the ridership was very much warranted, the maintaining of the bus stop. And it was actually identified as a connection point for a transfer to Carpinteria and down south as well, which is critical for the area, given that a lot of employees of this area commute from the down south. So those are the efforts that we've gone through. Again, this week we checked in with MTD and they again confirmed the need for this bus stop.
Thank you, Ms. Inez. Mr. Bolton, if you can hear me, would you be kind enough to put up the landscape plan? I'm curious to have Ms. Inez, while he's doing that, I'm going to ask you to please just demonstrate to us on the plan where the bus is proposed exactly. Maybe it should be the best image, but if you prefer another one, please don't hesitate to ask.
Yeah, actually we have an exhibit with the bus in it. Let me get that sheet number so I can give that to Timmy.
Yes, Timmy's zipping through the slides, so he'll get it up quickly.
I know. So it's a sheet 6. So you can see here, the left corner is 1298 Coast Village Road. The area in red is the proposed bus stop location. We've actually modeled the bus to demonstrate, the extent of overlap, as well as the ability for another vehicle to continue forward as the bus is stopped. And like I mentioned, MTD also clarified that the bus doesn't stop if no one requests to stop there. And if no one is at the bus stop, it just continues in its normal route.
Thank you. The reason I had Mr. Bolton, if you don't mind pulling up that other slide for a moment, now that we're all understanding where the bus is going to be located, I would like to just address the pedestrian crossing that you mentioned, that you said just now, how important it is to have the pedestrians be able to access where the bus is stopping and the ADA requirements. With the image on the screen, are you able to sort of just walk us through why that bus location is so important?
Yeah, so if you start from the south where the Montecito Inn is currently located, assuming employees come off that side of the street, they would use a crosswalk across Coast Village Road, work their way around 1298 Coast Village Road to the bus stop area towards the north. Assuming they were going into Santa Barbara, because the route comes down Olive Mill and turns right onto Coast Village Road. Say an employee was coming from 1298 Coast Village Road and had to access this bus stop, they'd come right onto it, as well as if they came on the other side of the street, they'd be able to walk down the sidewalk on the north side. I'd also like to point out that there's another proposed or existing bus stop that will be maintained right in front of the Montecito Inn. And so that would show that we're maintaining both stops for whether the bus is going south or north, south on Olive Mill or east on Coast Village Road.
Thank you. Madam Chair, do I have time for one more question? Oh, she's not.
Go ahead. I was just looking at the design myself. If you could go ahead and proceed if you have one more. Go ahead.
I did want to add one more thing. We did check with MTD as to similar conditions where buses currently block existing private driveways or commercial driveways. And they did describe that this is a condition throughout the city where, again, the stop is so momentarily that it's only temporarily blocked. And in the event of an emergency, the bus would just be able to get out of the way and allow for emergency vehicles to access.
Actually, that was a part of my next question, so I'll just use my opportunity for another one. And it was with regard to planting, and maybe this plan here is a good one to stop with. I don't know who the right person will be to ask about landscaping, but I was particularly interested to know if it is common to plant larger brush and taller trees in the center planter of the roundabout. And curious to know if it would be more effective to have lower plants that allow more visibility across so you kind of know what's coming. What is historically the appropriate expectation of that design in the center?
Yeah, I can speak a little to it, and then if I need to, I can call on Mr. Bishop with Arcadia Studios. But we provided, or our geometric designer for the roundabout provided the necessary sight lines for all legs of the intersection. But some of the gray lines you see along the roadway, those are actually all of the sight lines that the landscape architect had to consider. And in their plant selection, I believe it was nothing that grows over 36 inches is allowed within those triangles of line of sight. So including the medians and landscaped areas on the curb extensions.
I think that's very important for everyone to think about 36 inches. It's 3 feet. And I feel like the renderings may have given us the impression that they're much bigger and, more looming. And I wanted to really address that because I think that would be kind of conflicting with what we're trying to accomplish here. But I appreciate the clarity. At least in theory, it's supposed to be 36 inches and we can keep it to that, I'm sure. That, for the moment, is the end of my questions. I'm sure my fellow commissioners will be able to hit some that I missed because I do have a few more. Madam Chair, I'm just curious if by the end of the question period, if one of our questions is not answered, do you have the ability to come back on?
We're going to have to do a time check, Commissioner Bonderson. Again, we don't want a marathon hearing today, and certainly on the city side, if possible, we'd like to move through all questions and deliberations. If you have one more question now, I think it would be more efficient for you to ask it now. Do you have one more question now or not?
Yeah, I literally have one more, and it's on such a different.
Let's do that. Let's do that now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to have you speak to us regarding bicycle traffic in particular. I had the opportunity to go visit the site, walk the site, and then all of a sudden the 2 crosswalks made sense and why you don't have more crosswalks and so on. But the bicycle issue remains for me. Can you talk to us about how bicycles will use this roundabout and whether or not what study you've done or know what information you have to offer us to explain why there's not a bike lane in preference for using regular traffic?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Bonderson, I'll take that question. For the cyclists approaching for the roundabout, let me start off with the background. We, of course, try to look at, for all of our projects, to have separate facilities for cyclists, pedestrians, and motorists. For this particular intersection, as Mr. Boyle said, we have a lot of site constraints here within the right-of-way. So we were not able to have a separate bike facility. Given that the safest is for the cyclists to, they just ride their bicycle as a driver would through the intersection. And so they would be taking the lane. And we will also have stenciling that are called sharrows in the roundabout to position the cyclists correctly. If the cyclist does not feel that they want to ride through the roundabout, then they can dismount their bike and cross as a pedestrian.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. Nice to see you today. Thank you. Your answer was very useful, and I appreciate the extra time, Ms. Schwartz. I conclude my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to next go to Commissioner Escobedo, and I want to ask staff if something is feasible. I don't know if we have room on our screen. Is it possible to do a split screen with both that list of categories that we're asking the commissioners to try to touch on in their questions and ultimately deliberations? Maybe Mr. Bolton can help us to see if that's feasible. And I don't know if there's a way to shrink the discussion category slide. I don't want it to interfere in any way with what we see on the left side. This is the site plan, but we also may have other documents. I'm going to let the commissioners respond to me. If you think this is helpful, or is it too distracting? Can you just imagine in your mind aesthetics, compatibility, transportation access, conditions, project description, CEQA? What would be beneficial, Commissioner Escobedo and Commissioner Lodge?
Madam Chair, thank you. I think just the one, I have a list of the discussion categories in front of me, so I'll try my best to stay on topic.
Okay, very good. I wanted to offer that up. Commissioner Lodge, how do you feel about that?
Madam Chair, thank you. I agree with Commissioner Escobedo. I think we can keep in mind the three categories.
Thank you. Commissioner Escobedo, it's over to you now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask Ms. Grant to come back. I have an additional question following up on Commissioner Bonderson. Ms. Grant, so this does have quite a few site constraints, and one of the things that worries me, and I think this is one of the worries that Commissioner Bonderson had, was the leg that worries me the most is the off-ramp to the northbound 101. And I do see that it has an entry curve, and that'll help reduce some of the speed. But have we looked into possibly drawing more attention to that yield sign, either with lighting, solar powered lighting, because I don't think that there's electrical over there, especially in dusk or dawn where it might not be as visible.
Commissioner Escobedo, I would like to call Mr. Boyle to describe the northbound off-ramp from the design considerations, so he could cite the specifications.
Sure. I mean, a lot of those elements will be addressed during the final plans and estimate. But yeah, I mean, the intersection will need to be lit at that location, so the yield sign will be lit. There will be advanced warning on the off-ramp as well. So there's a whole sign package that goes on the off-ramp to alert drivers to the yield line and the approaching roundabout. Also, that curve, it does provide slowing to almost 20 miles an hour. I think it was like 20 and a half miles an hour. So it's a pretty aggressive curve coming into the roundabout. And then we always talk about driver expectation and drivers expect to do something when they come off an off-ramp, not just, especially in an urbanized area, not just be able to go as fast as they want. So with all those elements, the central island, the signing, the striping, the lighting, I think drivers will be well aware of the roundabout and the need to yield.
Thank you, Mr. Boyle. That works for me. On to my next question, and this is going to be for the applicant team. I think Ms. Yanez can perhaps answer this. But those islands that are on that are in the middle of the pedestrian crosswalk, I imagine that pedestrians might get caught on those islands as traffic is going through. And on one of the renderings, it seemed quite small. And I did see that there were tactile pavers for those who are visually impaired. Would it accommodate something like a wheelchair, a stroller, if multiple pedestrians get stuck in that little median?
Thank you, Commissioner Escobedo and Madam Chair. Yes, the pedestrian refuge area has actually been modified in the recent comments from Caltrans as we solicited approval of our geometric design. So the width I know has been modified to be a minimum of at least 6 feet, and truncated domes will be also accommodated on both ends or throughout the pedestrian refuge area in order to cue any visually impaired pedestrians as to that they're in the median refuge island, and if they continue, they will once again enter the vehicle path of travel.
Okay.
So they will accommodate a wheelchair.
Okay. And then 1 second, please. Can you speak to, so we spoke a little bit about the 110 property and how one of the concerns was that this moves traffic and possible noise pollution closer to their property. What sort of mitigation measures have we incorporated into the project to this point to maybe mitigate some of that noise pollution and also just pollution from the nearby traffic?
Laura, do you want me to cover that one? Thank you, Commissioner, through the chair. Yeah, so I just want to bring up figure 7 of the plan set again. There you go. So I think something that's important to understand on this project, first of all, I understand Mr. Rittner's concerns, and I've spoken to him a lot prior to him submitting the letter and after, just to make sure that I'm clear on his concerns and that I'm properly addressing them. I want to make it clear that the actual travel lane of the existing roadway of Olive Mill and the future, the roadway itself, the travel lanes, aren't getting closer to the property. What's getting closer to the property are, if you add in the gutter, you add in the blue driveway, and then you add in the wraparound sidewalk that's required for ADA requirements. That is a 12 feet that, or, you know, the 10 to 12 feet that he's describing. That absolutely is getting closer to his house. It's not the actual travel lane of the roadway.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I was just gonna say thank you for that clarification.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. And then this is a shared jurisdiction. And so I'm just curious about who will be responsible for maintenance. If that's going to be split between the county and the city, or if one jurisdiction is going to be in charge, take the lead on that.
Commissioner Escobedo, Madam Chair, as far as for a maintenance agreement, that is something that we will deal with the SBCAG, Caltrans, the county and city as we move into the final design of the roundabout. And basically when it's construction level drawings is when all of the details of the maintenance agreement are worked out. But it is a common practice, any interchange adjacent to the freeway, that there's freeway maintenance agreements in place.
Okay, thank you. And then last question that I have, Madam Chair, is Mr. Bolton, can you go to page 21 of the amended conditions of approval? And we received this earlier this week, and many of the changes were minor changes, just text edits. But in the air quality at the bottom of that page, Mr. Bolton, if you could, yeah. There's large sections that are struck through, and I'm wondering why that was, or why we decided to change that in this conditions of approval. Was it, yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Escobedo. These were duplicative of environmental mitigation measures. And so just for clarity, we deleted them so that there weren't duplicate conditions.
Okay, so these same concerns, or the spirit of these will still exist in the conditions of approval?
Yes, the exact same language.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That's all I have for now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Escobedo. Commissioner Lodge, questions, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are follow-up on the bicycle issue and on the issue of 110 Olive Mill. Is there a roundabout in Santa Barbara that has one lane where the bicycles join in the vehicular traffic around the roundabout? Is 5 Points at Salinas APS one?
Yeah, Chair Lodge, Madam Chair, your question, if I understand it correctly, is are cyclists, can they go through other roundabouts that are in the city? The specific for that is yes, they can. Vehicle or bicyclists follow the same rules as vehicles, so they are allowed to go through Hot Springs and Milpas, and as well as Cliff and Las Positas.
Okay, but this is without a separate bike lane.
Correct. The Milpas does not have a bike lane, nor when it's a single roundabout. You and Mr. Boyle could chime in here as well. You cannot have a striped bike lane within the single lane roundabout.
Okay, I guess what I'm getting at, are there any statistics on the rate of accidents versus where there is a separate bike lane and a roundabout? Do you have any information on that?
Commissioner Lodge, I'll try to address your question a little more succinctly. Unfortunately or fortunately, there's not a lot of statistics on bicycle accidents at roundabouts because there has not been statistically a lot of bicycle accidents at roundabouts. That's not to say that there aren't any, but it's just that you know, there's not that many to be statistically significant to come up with a you know, to give you an answer to your question of that. What we rely on is that with a roundabout, we're reducing the vehicle speeds to that's very close to the cyclist speeds. So in that regard, the cyclist should take the lane, and we don't want bike lanes within the roundabout that they would feel that they're in their separate lane, because clearly you can imagine if a cyclist was circulating and was not exiting at the next exit, but the vehicle was, you would have a conflict. So we want the cyclist to take the lane. We want the vehicle to follow behind, or the cyclist to follow behind the vehicle, circulate through and exit as a vehicle. If in this case, with this roundabout, if a cyclist isn't comfortable with that, their best action is to dismount and walk through the roundabout or walk around the roundabout as a pedestrian. My experience is that cyclists like single lane roundabouts because they can just enter. They don't need to stop. They can circulate through the roundabout. They're traveling the same speed as vehicles. Now, if you're a family with a 4-year-old with, you know, training wheels, it would be, you know, a good idea to get off and walk as a pedestrian. So it's somewhat incumbent on the user to make that decision. Granted, in this case, we weren't able to provide the shared use path that totally circumnavigates the roundabout. But it is a single lane roundabout, and by the guide, which the FHWA guide, which we use as our guidance for roundabout design, bike ramps are not required at a single lane roundabout. So the design falls within national standards and will be safe.
Okay, I think the fact that there isn't enough data to be able to tell is significant. And that they work well for bicyclists as well, is what it seems to me you are saying. And that there isn't any data to show that that's not so. Okay, on my question about 110 Olive Mill, the owner in his comments referred to his property being taken. My understanding is that that's city property, that's city right of way where the sidewalk is being put. Is that correct?
Good morning, Commissioner, through the chair. Yes, this is Walter Rubalcaba. Yes, so from a legal standpoint, our improvements are within the city right away. You know, we all understand that we walk outside our front yard and we look at the property between our house and the street as our front yard. So from a technical standpoint, the improvements that we're proposing, the gutter, the driveway, and the wraparound sidewalk all fall within the city right away. Understanding it is an impact, as many of you have mentioned, we're trying to work with them as much as possible on some of the things that I've already mentioned to try to soften those impacts as much as possible.
Okay, thank you. Well, and with the statement before that the actual travel lane isn't getting any closer, and that is what is the primary issue here. And it seems to me that you've done what you can. And correct in looking at the plans that the travel lane for Jameson northbound is moved significantly away from the property, from the house itself on at 110. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I've spoken to Mr. Rittner about that as well, and he acknowledges that. He's primarily talking about the impacts on the west side.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. I'm going to turn it over to Chair Senauer to moderate the 3 MPC commissioner questions. Question period. Excuse me.
Thank you very much, Chair Schwartz. Yes, so we have the first commissioners on MPC to ask questions are Commissioner Keller, Commissioner Kupiec, and Commissioner Newman. And do we have everybody on? We have Commissioner Keller. Commissioner Keller, you and Commissioner Kupiec and Commissioner Newman. Thank you. Commissioner Keller, you requested some questions about procedure before you go to questions on the project. So please go ahead.
Thank you. These are issues I raised at our meeting regarding the San Ysidro roundabout, but I think they have not been satisfactorily.
Pardon my interruption, Madam Chair and Commissioner Keller. I think you're having some internet connectivity because we're not hearing you right now, and your video is a little bit fuzzy. Let's do another test.
Okay, I'll continue.
Okay, hang on just one moment. Yeah, I think it seems like there's a little bit of a bandwidth issue, but I can hear you now. But if we have issues, I might ask you to turn your webcam off momentarily just to save some of the bandwidth, and we would still be able to get audio momentarily. But please go ahead and we'll see if it's working again.
So I could turn the webcam off and just use the microphone?
Yes, but right now you're coming in clear. I'll let you know if I have another recommendation.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just saying that, first of all, the staff and the planning department continues to refer to both roundabouts as balancing projects that were part of the 101 HOV project. And in fact, they were not balancing projects. There were two categories of mitigations. One was the policy 7.31, and that was a list of approximately 6 balancing projects. And then there were other projects that were part of the CDP process. And they were recommended by the Board of Supervisors as indeed projects to be included as part of the CDP process.
Excuse me, Commissioner Keller. These appear to be questions for...
No, it's not a question. It's a question for the planner, for the staff person.
For the project, yes, it is a question. So
yes.
It's considered in the group of questions you will proceed to ask. Okay, if there's not.
Well,
there's
no,
not
this is a
separate
procedural one, which is what I had asked if I could ask.
Well,
and the procedural question is.
But it has to do with the project. And I think that can be enclosed in all your questions. It doesn't not have to be segmented out.
Well, rather than quibble about it, let me just ask the question, please. I am wondering why now we are only now doing a CDP review when this project has already been included in both the coastal land use plan and as recommended by the Board of Supervisors. It would seem to me to be a completely cart before the horse situation. And does that invalidate our ability to have any input on the issuance of the CDP? And I'd like to know who can answer that, please.
Chair Stenauer and Commissioner Keller, I will take a stab at answering
Thank you,
that.
Ms. Liu. Thank you.
So, and hopefully my response will answer your questions. There's a number of items that in the background of what led to the genesis of this project. And the answer to the question having to do with the Board of Supervisors action, I think relates to policy 7-32 and 7-31. As you mentioned, those policies were adopted by the County Board of Supervisors. And the adoption of policies doesn't require the processing of a coastal development permit. So that policy was put in place, and that policy asks that these certain balancing projects, it's similar to, for example, Montecito community plan policies that direct things such as the signage should be brown and white, for example. It directs that policies direct that certain actions should occur, and this policy directs that a roundabout should be constructed at Olive Mill. So it's a separate action that didn't require a coastal development permit. And then the other component of that is that in addition to it being identified in that policy, it was also identified in the EIR as a potential mitigation for impacts associated with the Highway 101 widening. So those are two separate actions. The Highway 101 EIR also doesn't require a coastal development permit action. The coastal development permit comes in when the applicant is ready to go and do the physical development that is directed by the coastal policies, and that is also requested in the EIR.
So thank you very much, Ms. Liu, but given that explanation, it would appear that we really have no choice but to approve the coastal development permit since it's already incorporated in the Board of Supervisors recommendations and in the newly republished coastal land use plan. Both of those incorporate this, which does require a CDP, which means that we really have no choice but to approve the project. And that's what frustrates me because it seems like a contradiction to our purpose here today.
If I may, Commissioner Keller, I believe you brought this up also with San Ysidro, roundabout when the policies you referenced 31, 32, and 33 were brought up. And of course, we have in our decision making, we have the ability certainly to deny a CDP and development plan. There is nothing to preclude that. Okay, we are a decision body and we so can go forward with approval or denial.
Thank you, but I hope you appreciate the contradiction here. And I'm wondering why this process of approval was not entered upon prior to it being included in the coastal land use plan and the Board of Supervisors recommendation. Was it just a matter of not the correct timing, or was it an oversight? I have never received a satisfactory answer to that question. Could you help me with that, Ms. Liu?
Chair Senauer and Commissioner Keller, I think the best example would be, again, the Montecito Community Plan. In the Montecito Community Plan, which was also at one point adopted by the Board of Supervisors without a coastal development permit. In the community plan, it sets forth that certain things should occur in the Montecito community, such as particular signage, such as addressing the level of service at certain intersections. Community plan policies also include directives related to specific improvements that would be goals or policies of the plan. And those don't have development permits, coastal development permits that go with them. But what happens is when an application for physical development comes in to planning and to go before your commission, we review that physical development proposal for consistency with the policies that have been adopted by the Board of Supervisors. And in this case, the Olive Mill Roundabout was a part of one of those policies.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your clarifying that because it really hasn't been directly addressed. And now if I may ask my questions about in the three areas, and I'm not sure to whom this should be addressed. One has to do with regard to the trees. So whomever can answer my questions about trees and tree removal. At this point, there are supposed to be 50 trees removed. And there is no specification as to how many of those are native or how many of those might be coast live oak. Do you have that information?
Thank you, Commissioner Keller and Madam Chair. I'd like to call Eric Baumberg. He's our with Rincon Consultants and prepare the environmental documents.
Morning, members of the chair. Rincon, we prepared a tree removal study for this. And what it comes down to is that there'll be, see if I can get that exact data here. So with the trees to be removed, there's seven oak trees that will be removed. Let me get the other report. So out of 49 trees to be removed, there's 29 oak trees, 5 sycamore, and then 15 other trees.
Can I, Mr. Von Berg, could you reference, please, sheet 14 of 28, please, with the tree removal plan and the identification, if it's not too, I think that would be helpful to Commissioner Keller's question. It's not what I have. Yeah, I have the plan. I have 14 of 28 is not that.
The plan set, please, Timmy.
Plan set is what I'm referencing. I'm sorry.
Well, I was hoping he had the sum, because it was very difficult to go through that list and figure out what was native and what was oak and et cetera. So just the totals of the 45 removed, there are 29 oaks, 5 sycamore, and 14 other.
15 other, yes.
15 other, that's my math is incorrect. Given that there are going to be 38 trees removed at San Ysidro, which includes, I'm sorry, I don't have the exact total in front of me, it includes a significant number of oaks. And given the amount of planting that will be lost in the median when the Highway 101 project is completed, has there been any consideration of the cumulative effect of the loss of trees and the fact that being replaced even at a 3-to-1 ratio with 15-gallon trees, which are pretty scrawny, will take years and years to replace that kind of growth and to create the kind of foliage and environmental benefit that these trees provide. This is a considerable loss of growth. And I'm wondering if anyone is looking at the big picture in terms of what this means with both roundabouts plus the freeway.
We did look at that in the tree replacement plan, that, you know, providing an additional number of trees that, you know, like we said, the 3-to-1 ratio, that there will be, you know, a gap, probably, you know, close to 5 to 10 year gap where there might be some differences there. But as well, overall, looking at, I don't know if we can pull up the map showing the tree replacement area. So looking at expanding the area because of the number of trees to be replanted, looking all the way along Jameson from the Olive Mill interchange through the San Ysidro, and then even up San Ysidro, looking at enough area to plant all of those trees there. And then there will also be, as part of that planting, then maintenance of those trees to make sure that they survive. And then any trees that are not surviving will be replaced at that time as well, so that we would end up with a higher coverage of trees existing.
Oh. 2 more quick questions about trees. Have you designated any areas in which you will be installing 24-inch or larger trees? I was part of the design review group, and we talked very much about trying to maintain the tree-lined off-ramp, the northbound off-ramp, which currently is filled with greenery that really masks Coast Village Road and creates a wooded entrance to Montecito. And I was told that that could be retained, but it certainly depends on what size trees you're prepared or able to put in. Can you tell me if there are any specific recommendations for something larger than 15-gallon?
I can answer one part of this. So Commissioner Keller and Madam Chair, I'd like to point Timmy to sheet 3 of the plan set that designates and better displays the area that Mr. Von Berg was describing earlier. So all of the area between Coast Village, along North Jameson Lane from Olive Mill Road to San Isidro has been identified as potential area for planting, as well as along Eucalyptus Lane going north. So it just shows that a substantial area that allows us to use this area for consideration and allow us to mitigate. And again, I'd like to point out that we're mitigating all trees 3 to 1 versus sometimes non-natives or replace that 1 to 1. And then referring to your question regarding the tree sizes, in our working group, I think we were specifically looking at, like you said, some of the trees along the freeway exit as well as the center of the roundabout. I know we identified the size of the proposed olive trees in the center of the roundabout, which would be a larger species. And then if Timmy can go to sheet 15 of the plan set. And if you zoom in there in between the 2 on and off ramps, you can see that a lot of the wooded area that was described is still significantly maintained, specifically between Jameson and the off ramp, as well as much as we can between the on ramp and off ramp.
Thank you, Ms. Yunez. We also discussed maintenance in the design group, and I'm concerned that you say it is in process, but I'm concerned that a 3-year maintenance period is not sufficient. We requested a longer period for the San Ysidro roundabout. Is that something that's an option here?
So in coordination with Caltrans and SBCAG, they've indicated, and per standard Caltrans guidelines, it's typically 3 years. Again, we're in negotiation in terms of beyond those 3 years, and regardless of where it ends up, prior to final design, we'll have an agreement, and whoever is the responsible agency for landscape maintenance, it'll go beyond those 3 years.
Thank you. 2 more questions about aesthetics. One is the signage. It's said that we will have the typical old Santa Barbara style signs, but for the Caltrans signs, how many of those regulation Caltrans signs will we have to deal with?
Timmy, if you can go to sheet 20 of the plan set, please. So as you can see here, Commissioner Keller, Madam Chair, I would consider the sign on the north right-hand side of the sheet. That's the Caltrans standard signage. You see, it's one of the, we had 2 and we've reduced it down to 1 of the Caltrans standard signage. And then the other signage is all standard signage as part of a roundabout design.
Right, so it appears that there really aren't that many old Santa Barbara style signs that are going to be present.
Typically it's, Madam Chair, or Commissioner, Madam Chair, typically it's the street sign. So as you can see where we say North Olive Mill Road, Jameson Lane. So it's typically the signs that describe either coastal access or directional signage that the old Santa Barbara style applies to.
Right. So it appears that there are 1, 2, 3 old Santa Barbara style, plus possibly the Biltmore Hotel sign. Would you consider that to be accurate?
Correct. And then we're also proposing that we maintain the existing wood Coast Village Road sign within the median.
Thank you. May I just ask, there was reference in the staff report to the level of service being brought up to B. This is moving on to transportation. And I'm wondering it appears that in the Montecito Community Plan, this intersection was defined as a level of service C, which was shown to be acceptable. And the basis of its current rating of F was because that was taken in November of 2019, which, as we all know, is an anomalous situation based on the closure of freeway on-ramps that has put all of this traffic onto Coast Village Road. So it would appear that it's not accurate to say that the current level of service, that this LOSF is truly accurate, since it's based on the actions of Caltrans in closing an on-ramp and focusing all the traffic on Coast Village Road. So my question is, when the level of service for various intersections was identified in the Montecito Community Plan, granted the San Ysidro South Jameson was a level of service F, is it correct that this was a level of service C? And isn't that identified as being an acceptable level of service for this intersection? I don't know who can answer that, so thank you.
Chair Senauer and Commissioner Keller, the information in the Montecito Community Plan would have been from back in 1992. And as far as I'm aware, I think there have been multiple studies of the current and projected level of service at this intersection, and Laura could probably jump in on this more, and that all of those studies show that this would be a failing intersection and is a failing intersection. I don't know if Laura has more to add.
It looks like Mr. Ron Boyle has joined us. I'll defer to him.
Yeah, I briefly went over the report again last night, and my recollection was that traffic counts were from 2016. So that's what the basis of the traffic modeling was on, not on the 2019.
Oh, actually, it does say November 2019 in our information. When measured November 2019, that was in the project analysis.
I don't know what that is. I'm looking at our traffic operations report that references the Kittleson traffic counts that were done
Okay, well,
in
yeah, well,
2016.
sorry, Kittleson predated that. So I'm just going by what was in the material that was given to us,
Sure.
which says that it was measured in November 2019 and at that time determined to be level of service F.
Chair Senauer and Commissioner Keller, there have been multiple studies at different times that showed it at level of service F.
And in the various materials we've been given, at some point it refers to improving it to level of service C, and then there was one reference, I believe, you made to improving it to level of service B. So which is the conclusion?
Chair Senauer and Commissioner Keller, overall, the level of service would be level of service C. The Montecito Community Plan policies ask for a level of service B, but the best, and if Laura or Jessica want to go into this further, but the best case here that can be gotten with any design that was studied is level of service C. So it's still an improvement over level of service F, but it is not all the way up to level of service B. And that is also consistent with what's acceptable per the county circulation element policies.
Good,
is level
thank
of
you.
Service C.
Just a quick question. On page 31 of the EIR attachment C1, it says it talks about turning radiuses in the roundabouts, and it said that a fire engine turning movement would be accommodated. And then it says a Surface Transportation Assistance Act, an STAA vehicle would have to go around the roundabout to make a northbound right turn from Olive Mill to the northbound on-ramp. And I'm confused by that because I don't see a northbound on-ramp. That's the bottom of paragraph, second to last paragraph. Yeah, right here. Sorry, just right below that.
Chair, yeah, go ahead, Jessica.
I would like to have Mr. Ron Boyle discuss the geometrics and
Yeah,
truck
I'm sorry.
turning.
I'm looking for the exhibit to reference.
Timmy, if you can pull up file 20
I
in
think
our
figure
file,
31.
and then page 31.
So it sounds like the text was inaccurate. It should be to the southbound on-ramp.
Okay, thank you, because I spent a long time trying to figure out where the hidden northbound on-ramp was. Thank you.
Okay.
And just one last question. Commissioner Lodge was asking about statistics on bicycle accidents. I'm wondering if there are any statistics on vehicle accidents at this intersection as it stands, because I've always found this to be a particularly safe intersection, since everybody does stop, does slow, and does look out for oncoming traffic. Do you have any record of this being a particularly problematic intersection in terms of accidents? I'm sorry, I don't know whom I should be asking this question either.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have that at the tip of my tongue or fingers or brain.
I can.
However, a lot of times a very complicated intersection can become safe because people are very careful because it's so unique.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, what that does is it also creates a lot of delay, which is the reason that the intersection is, has a poor level of service now and in the future. So with a roundabout, you not only gain the reduction in delay, you gain the safety along with it. So, that's why this intersection improvement was chosen over a stop-controlled intersection.
I understand. It also assumes that people know how to use a roundabout properly and are comfortable doing so. And I was recently almost run into by somebody on the Hot Springs roundabout because they didn't know that you yield to the person on the left. And I am hesitant to give up something that's working, albeit with restrictions, for something that may be more problematic, but that's my concern. Thank you very much, Chair Seno. I'm willing to pass the torch to the baton to Commissioner Kupiak.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Keller. Commissioner Kupiak, please proceed.
And part of my interruption, you're still muted, Commissioner Kupiak. If you could please unmute yourself.
There we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
A landscape question about Mr. Rittner's property, because there's always an issue of, mitigation of what's going on. I know that this drawing really doesn't move past the area where, between his driveway and where the sidewalk is being put in and within the county property. I mean, what is being proposed? I mean, in terms of a landscaping scheme that helps mitigate the loss of the trees that were there. I know that they were not on his property, they were in the right of way, but I mean, is this a 15-gallon plant scheme, or is something more robust being proposed to, help that homeowner regain some form of normalcy?
So I'm going to answer this, in, Commissioner, through the chair. I'm going to answer this in two ways. So there's a requirement through the tree planting plan that I could let Laura or Nicole answer that. So there's a mitigation of 3 to 1 for the mature trees.
Right.
But beyond that, what we're trying to do to work with the owner, Mr. Rittner, is to try and work with him, as I said, starting maybe even this spring, to see if there's something we could do beyond the project to try and help mitigate some of the loss to his his property, or not his property, the actually city property, but what he sees as his front yard. So there's the technical aspect of what does the project require, and that's the 3 to 1 mitigation that everyone's bringing up. We're going to try to work with them starting this spring to see if we could propose or try to accommodate some additional planting, again, to try and give that vegetation a 3 to 4 year head start before construction's complete. I hope that answered your question.
Well, I mean, part of my question isn't so much about the 3 to 1. I mean, it's very hard to pack 3 to 1 into that area when you're cutting down some very large trees. The question that I have is, would we consider, providing that owner with more mature trees? Maybe that's a location where, a 4-foot box tree has to be the type of planting that will not just, give them back some sense of normalcy, but accelerate this idea of, I would say that this is the one property that is being severely impacted the most. And I would think that, whatever measures could be taken to kind of make them whole again really should be part of the project. And I know if it were my property and someone was proposing a 15-gallon plant that might, be good in another 10 years, I'd be very upset. So I want to make sure that that homeowner is dealt with as robustly as possible in terms of shielding them from the effects of the roundabout project.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that comment. So we do meet with the owner every 2 weeks. We have a check-in and a follow-up. That particular request has not come in. What we do as requests like that come in is we run it by the city. We discuss the feasibility of it. The challenging balance of this is if the improvements are within private property, we are public agencies with tax dollars, public tax dollars. So we have to balance the softening of the impacts with the requirements of the funding. So to specifically address your question, we absolutely listen to requests that come in like that from the owner. We run it by the city. We try to see if there's some balance that we could come up again to soften those impacts. But your specific request of larger trees, at least as far as I can remember right now, we haven't specifically talked about those details yet with the Rittners, but absolutely willing to do so.
I almost think that I would prefer to see a focused study done on this particular corner in this area between the pedestrian walkway and their driveway entrance to be done by Arcadia Studios, your landscape architects. I think that they would be the most appropriate people to make a proposal for the best possible solution for that homeowner.
Chair Senauer and Commissioner Kubiak, I did want to note that we do have a representative from Arcadia Studios with us today who could maybe come on and explain the landscape scheme for what's adjacent to 110 Olive Mill, if
That would be
possible. Perhaps Ellen could help.
This is Ellen Kokinda. I would ask Mr. Bishop if you could turn on your webcam. I've sent you a webcam request.
Yes, I can do that. I apologize for the backlighting. Yes, so the question was about the landscape that we are installing in that little bump out, or can you clarify what the question was exactly?
Well, it's really not it's not the bump out on South Jameson. It's the area that exists where we're moving towards his property, has driveway access issues. I know the walkway is there, a fence is being either put in or moved, but I think that area between the walkway and where their existing driveway is, I mean, they're kind of being denuded at that point because that's where most of those trees are being taken out. So what goes back?
As of now, we haven't been asked to come up with landscape design for that area. We would probably be happy to, but I'm not in a position to say that.
I would be happy if you would.
I know that I think Walter mentioned that they are replacing the fence in kind. That is in the right of way. I think it might be staying in the right of way. But yeah, over there we have not done any sort of design proposals. We haven't.
Yes, the white on the sheet of paper is concerning me.
I can understand your concern, but I think you would have to ask Laura or someone in the project team to answer that question.
Yeah, I'd like Timmy to bring up the sheet with the proposed improvements. at 110 Olive Mill, which is sheet 7 of the plans. And also adding to what Walter said, you know, the city is very supportive of working with the property owner and coming to an understanding as to, you know, how we balance the public dollars as well as giving him the level of comfort needed in order to feel like he's being shielded from the proposed project. So as you can see here, we're proposing to relocate remove the existing fence, install a new fence that matches existing along the city right-of-way line. And we're also proposing, although it hasn't been thoroughly fleshed out yet, trees in that gap between his proposed driveway and the fence in order to add some screening.
Yeah, I guess at some point I'd want clarity about what that is.
Yeah, and so we're definitely open to working with him and getting an understanding of what he would be comfortable with, as well as balancing our project budget.
Mm-hmm. Well, I wait with bated breath. Second question, similar to a concern that we had at the San Ysidro roundabout, we got into a very robust discussion about lighting. There is a lot of lighting, and from what I understand, that the Caltrans calculations that are done for this roundabout are created, the foot candle counts are created based upon maintained use, which means when this project is installed, the light levels from all of those LED light fixtures will be anywhere from 20 to 30% brighter than the maintained foot candle count that's shown on the drawings. And it will take years for those LEDs to burn down to that level, to reduce their efficacy by 20 to 30%. It takes about 5 or 6 years. So one of the measures that was put in place to satisfy us at the San Ysidro roundabout was to put a voltage controller in the base of the pole. Didn't affect the light fixture. As the service was coming into the pole, there's a voltage controller so that those light fixtures can be turned down to meet the whatever foot candle, the minimum foot candle count required by law, which is what we'd like to see happen. And I'd like to condition that type of hardware be installed in those poles so that we're sure that we will meet the minimum safety requirements that are necessary, and not more, and certainly not more for 5 or 6 years.
Commissioner Kupiec, we'll leave that part of your question off for the
Later.
deliberation and comments.
It's just
Yeah, of course, no, continue. Thank you.
From an aesthetic vantage point, I'm very concerned about the amount of light we're going to throw there. The comments that are made about night sky and the appropriateness of how bright that roundabout will be in relationship to the rest of Coast Village Road. I want to make sure that you understand we're very sensitive to that issue. My last question, which is kind of aesthetic, but not aesthetic. Somebody mentioned that bus stops frequently occur within driveways of other buildings. Is that a common occurrence in Santa? I'm trying to think through my head about where is a bus stop where half the bus stop or at least half the bus stop is sitting in a commercial driveway. This seems very problematic to me in terms of, safety for the bus passengers, as well as liability for the building owners who reside on that corner property, who have their driveway access coming right out into the bus stop. I mean, I'd kind of like to know how common an occurrence this is, and is there anything that shields that building owner from excessive liability issues because there's a public bus stop, in a driveway that they planned years ago?
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Kupiec, and through Madam Chair. I don't know the number of instances where driveways are temporarily blocked by buses. I do know that, like I said, MTD confirmed it happens often. I would imagine maybe along Milpas Corridor, San Andres, where you have multiple driveways back to back. But they did clarify, like I said, it's very temporary where it stops and then it continues along its route. There was multiple parts to your question. Can you kind of clarify that one more time?
It really is, you know, an issue of safety for both the bus passengers and an issue of, you know, increased liability for that building owner on the corner. And I don't know how you ameliorate either one of those problems.
I did want to add that although the back end of the bus would partially block the driveway, where the passengers load and get off of the bus would be in an ADA area, so onto a flat sidewalk portion of the bus stop.
So the bus stop would enter and exit only from the front of the bus at that stop?
Potentially the front and the back. And so both the front and back door would line up with an area appropriate for pedestrians to get on and off of the bus.
I can't quite tell from the drawings that we have, but it sure looks to me like the back door of the bus is entering right into their driveway.
Timmy, if you can go to the previous sheet, and that's something we can work through final design and identifying exactly how many feet from, you know, one door to the next and where we need to line up the bus for them to stop and allow the pedestrian or the bus users to safely get off and onto the bus.
Okay. That's the extent of my questions for now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kupiec. I had turned my mic back on. Commissioner Newman, you're up. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Sanauer. Can I be heard? I just put on a headset with microphone.
We can hear you. I can hear you.
Very good, thank you. First, in the category of aesthetics, could I ask that renderings 1 through 4 that were submitted to us yesterday be put on the screen? Okay. And if we could zoom in a bit on this rendering 1 to the balloon. If you see there's a balloon like floating to the left side of the island from this perspective. Could we move in even closer, please, and enlarge that? And even a bit more if you can. Thank you. So if you go vertically above the balloon, there's a power pole I see just above that, correct? I'd like to know, is that Edison pole within the project area?
Commissioner Newman, through Madam Chair, I am navigating my way there. There could be existing utility lines that are within the project limits. I'd have to confirm that, like I said, via navigating there and seeing if it's existing and where exactly it lines up. But if there are any potential utility conflicts, we work with the utility companies in order to accommodate our proposed improvements.
Okay, thank you. I'm still just trying to understand if you could show me a site map that would show the location of the actual pole that is vertically above the balloon, albeit a little bit further east. Is that shown on any site plan in the plan set?
There is a utility plan sheet in the plan set. I'd have to navigate my way there as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if that pole exactly was identified, and so that's sheet 19. Timmy?
Yes.
And so it doesn't look like it specifically calls that pole, and I've kind of navigated there now via Google Street View, and it doesn't look like there's existing poles there along Jameson.
So
it could be incorrectly shown. It could be, it's probably beyond the project area.
Okay. Could we go back to the renderings, please? 1 through 4. And if we could go to, I believe it's rendering Number two, yes, I'm sorry, that's it. This is a view from the south looking to the north. 204.
Correct.
The trees in the island, what is the approximate age of those trees being depicted there, and how long completion of the project will be before the tree in that height?
Microwave.
Thank you, Commissioner Newman, through Madam Chair. Timmy, if you can flip to sheet 16 of the plan set. And I might call on Mr. Bishop to specify, but we did go through our working group meetings into specifics as to the size and what type of olive trees. And so I know our landscape architects recommended field-grown olives that were definitely larger in size in order to ensure that they were more mature and had more foliage. Mr. Bishop, if you can clarify if we identified at a size of the trees?
Sure. This is a good question, and this was discussed at length during these design meetings. It was very important to the members of the various design review boards that were a part of that group that these be specimen olive trees, and that there was enough budget for them to be specimen olive trees. So, you know, we're looking at something, you know, maybe not quite as ancient as those shown, but if there's budget for them, we'd love those. But that is what we had intended with the design. So it's up to the city and the county to, you know, follow through with putting them in. But yeah, that was the intent.
And if I may ask, in terms of the design intent, on day one, when these specimen olives are planted, what do you estimate the range of their height to be?
I would say 20, 25 feet. We're looking at 72-inch box or field-grown olives. So they'd be mature trees, not like a 24-inch box. It's expected to be mature in 10 years.
Okay, thank you. My next question with respect to aesthetics, could we go to sheet T as in Tom, S as in Sam 1 in the plan set?
Timmy, that would be sheet 20 in the plan set.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's 20 of 28. And if you could enlarge it a bit so that the North Jameson Lane area where the name, yeah, could you indicate with the cursor otherwise where the hardscape material would start and where the existing, what I'll call North Jameson Trail of DG would end?
Commissioner Newman, through Madam Chair. Actually, to me, it's with the cursor, if you go further back, that actually is a curb. So if you go towards the left there, you can see that's where we currently depict the beginning and ending of that transition area between concrete and DG. That exact extent hasn't been finalized and is very much subject to change. I would just add that we do have to provide ADA access as we get closer to the pedestrian crossing around Olive Mill. And so that area is typically constructed in concrete, but the area beyond that can change as to the limits of the concrete and DG.
Okay, so just for the record, you're indicating roughly that the DG would meet the concrete just below the striped sign depicted on this sheet. Obviously, understanding the need to be ADA compliant, what is the minimal amount of concrete that could be utilized so that the DG is maximized and there's still with the ADA? Could it, for instance, the way to the corner?
I I believe so, yeah. I would
Okay.
have to confirm the guidelines, but I am not currently aware of anything that would prohibit shifting the limits of that.
Okay, thank you. There's a reference in several places in both Exhibit C-1 and in the VIA to fencing. Could you describe a little bit better or show us anything that would give us a better sense of the fencing that is planned for the site and its material and composition?
Commissioner Newman, Madam Chair. Timmy, if you can navigate to sheet 4 of the plan set. So note 8 on this plan sheet indicates that the existing wood fence would be replaced with a 6-foot fence at 110 Olive Mill, or along the frontage of 110 Olive Mill. And then another mention of fencing is in between South Olive Mill Road and the southbound on ramp to the freeway. There is existing Caltrans chain link fence that would be relocated based on the proposed conditions.
Okay. And then you mentioned the Caltrans fence, which is a good segue to my next question. There will be sound barriers that will be installed in connection with the US 101 HOV completion. And I'm wondering if utilizing the same exhibit, you might indicate approximately where they'll be located. I know their exact location is yet to be determined, but I'd like to know, one, where you best believe today they will be located, and two, will they be roughly similar in design and material to what is being utilized at the Carpinteria extension of the HOV?
Commissioner Newman, Madam Chair, although the extent I'm not very familiar with of the sound barriers proposed, I do know based off the 35% design that we've been provided to date, it's somewhere along where the current dimension line along North Jameson Lane says varies. So Timmy, yeah, if you go a little bit north where it says varies, just left of 15 foot, somewhere in that vicinity between the end of our conform and the start of our median island is where we've currently seen proposed sound barriers. And in terms of aesthetics, I'm not privy to the details as to what those would look like.
Okay, do we perhaps have anybody from Caltrans participating today who might aid us with some additional information?
Chair Stenauer and Commissioner Newman, I'm not with Caltrans, but officially the material has not been determined and would be determined at the time that the application for this segment of the Highway 101 widening project comes in. But that project will go through the Montecito Board of Architectural Review, design review process. So what has been approved for other segments of the highway widening project is similar to what you see down along the freeway in Carpinteria. But that's not to say, from my understanding, that there wouldn't be flexibility in either maintaining that or modifying it. That is something that we have yet to see as far as the application to the county. But again, that would go through the Montecito BAR process. So there would be the opportunity, for example, for public comment on how it would tie into this particular intersection.
Okay. And then sixth, on the point of aesthetics, deja vu to our meetings regarding San Ysidro. Could we go to the plant palette, please, of photographs? Thank you. It shows palm trees there. And also in Exhibit C1, it's referenced that the existing palm trees would be relocated. Is it correct that there is indeed a plan to install palm trees in the landscape, number one? And number two, that the 3 I think, or 4 palm trees that are now on the median of Coast Village Road are going to be relocated?
Commissioner Newman, Madam Chair, the 4 existing Mexican fan palms in the median along Coast Village Road are not going to be relocated. The Parks and Rec Commission with the City of Santa Barbara has indeed approved their removal versus a relocation. And your first question was? Can you repeat that?
Are there going to be new palm trees as shown here on the plant palette installed in the landscape per plan?
There are no proposed Mexican fan palms. We had initially considered the potential of installing new ones, but given the proposed median size and some of the nuisance from the palm fronds falling onto vehicles into the roadway, that has since been removed.
Okay. Are there going to be palms of any kind in the landscape?
Not currently that I'm aware.
Okay, thank you. And then on the issue of transportation, could we go to the traffic plan of May 28th, please? I have 2 questions about that. And the first question is, in the document we have, it references a exhibit with a map, but unfortunately we were not favored with that exhibit. But I'm wondering if we could pull that up, please.
Commissioner Newman, through Madam Chair, can you indicate again where that exhibit is referenced?
Yeah, I think it's on page 3, where it talks about construction, rerouting the traffic and so on.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, for instance, it says, you know, indicated in green on the exhibit and so on. Apparently there's a colored exhibit with the map here that we don't have.
Yes, Commissioner Newman, Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Newman and Madam Chair, the related graphics are also in the plan set, starting on page 22.
Is this the same document that's referred to in the traffic plan?
That's correct.
Okay, so 2 questions. The traffic plan indicates that when the intersection is totally closed for construction, the traffic is going to be rerouted to the San Ysidro on-ramp to the 101. Is that correct?
Commissioner Newman, through Madam Chair, that is one of the potential routes that was analyzed by our consultant.
Okay. Is there an alternative route that could avoid burdening that intersection, which already has failing marks for LOS and otherwise, and itself is slated for rebuilding, and that would put less of a burden on the Montecito neighborhood adjacent to San Ysidro and the impact on schools, residents, and otherwise?
Thank you, Commissioner Newman, through Madam Chair. This is just, like I said, one of the scenarios that was considered as the project plans go through further design to final design. And as we determine the agency implementing the project, there will be further studies done in order to analyze what the appropriate routes would be, and those would be solidified at a later date. And also taking into consideration, again, which project goes first, order of work, and who the contractor is. So all of that has not been determined yet, and will be looked at as part of one of the considerations when creating the actual detour plans.
But let's just assume, for the sake of discussion, that the Coast Village Olive Mill roundabout is to be constructed first. What would be your recommendation or your advice as to how traffic could be rerouted without burdening San Ysidro? Is there a traffic specialist on the call today that might aid us?
Commissioner Newman, Madam Chair, I'm not as familiar with the area, and like I said, we haven't looked at it into it closely as to what alternate routes. This was just an example given, and we do like to stick. We avoid residential streets and try to reroute via streets that are similar type, whether it's arterials or collectors, in order to not further burden residents.
Similarly, the traffic plan refers to pedestrians from the intersection and bicyclists being directed to an alternative route that would involve Olive Mill Lane. Could you show us that route, please? The pedestrian bicycle route.
So in terms of pedestrian, typical construction standards or procedures are that the city does not allow the closure of two sidewalks. Say we wouldn't block off the sidewalk on the north side of Olive Mill as well as on the south side. So we only do one sidewalk at a time in order to be able to detour pedestrians to the other side of the street. We would indicate them to cross at the nearest crosswalk in order to get them to appropriate side and ensure that they don't get to the end and then run into the, construction barricades. In terms of cyclists, there are various routes, again, that will be looked at and determined as order of work, and the contractor, we have more details as to their methods of construction.
Okay. I understand that may be the city's policy. Is there anybody who can speak to the county side of this?
And before I did, sorry to interrupt, I did want to show that the proposed bike and pedestrian routes are also an example of what might happen, not, like I said, not set in stone, is on sheet 23 of 28 of the plan set.
Just very quickly, Commissioner Newman, through the chair. This is Walter at the county. Traffic control, as you said, you keep bringing up San Ysidro, and we mentioned it there as well. Traffic control has so many variables associated with it, and when you're going through the application process, it is a checkbox that you're supposed to submit information based on the best available knowledge that you have right now. But without knowing, like Laura just said, without knowing the timing of the project, is San Ysidro done first? Is it done later? We have to look at the specific situation at the time that we're nearing construction to determine what is the best routes to use. But to Laura's point, so what we first do is to try to avoid any residential streets as much as possible. I mean, if it had to be done, that's like the last, the priority list. The first is try to do arterial roadways first, try to do a collector road second, and then third would be, the last possible alternative would be to look at the possibility of a residential street. We don't generally use residential street. Now, as far as accommodating both the pedestrians and bicyclists, it's much more difficult for them to be rerouted, at around 3 miles. So similar to what the city is saying, the county tries to accommodate passing of the pedestrians and the bicycle lanes within the limits of the project, unless it's determined to be an unsafe operation, at which point, at times those are, local roads are considered for those purposes within the county.
Well, specifically, if I may, my concern is that at least the traffic plan we're asked to review and to consider in our deliberations today indicates that pedestrians, for instance, a mom or a dad pushing a child in a stroller, or a cyclist, has to go up a very steep hill toward Olive Mill Lane, go left Olive Mill Lane, which isn't on the map, and then rerouted, very circuitous, difficult way. And I'm very concerned about that burden on pedestrian traffic. And secondly, I'm concerned about the San Ysidro Road being burdened by this project. And I understand the variables. We can't predict which will happen first, but hoping is not a strategy. I'm hoping we can have an to consider. Thank you for that. Okay. Those are all my questions at this time. Thank you.
Pardon me, Chair Senator, you're still muted.
Okay, I think I'm okay now. Can you hear me?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So there is, I believe, a difference of understanding with how we are asking questions. And the city is, with their commissioners, is proceeding with their questions all gathered together before, and then they complete that. Our commission, which I believe has been done with the first three, and there was no suggestions that they would be returning for more questions. On the other hand, our MPC commissioners are reviewing their questions in a different lens, which is obvious from the way the questions are being asked. So as MPC commissioners, Chair, I believe we will continue with MPC questions the way it is continuing. They appear to be asking area questions and also referencing quote unquote, that's all the questions I have for now. So just so the city is aware of this, that our commissioners are approaching this differently, are taking a different track, and I will continue with that a line of questioning. So Commissioner Police, Commissioner Police, you can turn your video off, please. You're going to come back after lunch. Thank you.
Chair Senauer, we had a communication, and let me just check back in with you. For a half an hour, that is a 30-minute lunch break, and it's almost 12:30. If you're still in concurrence, I'd like us to recess until 1 o'clock, give us all a nice health break, a nutrition break, and then we can be refreshed and start up again at 1 o'clock. And just so our commissioners are poised, at that time when we return, we're going to come back for our remaining three commissioners. It'll be Commissioner Reed first, then Wiscombe, and then myself.
Excellent. Off to lunch we go.
Very
okay,
good. So let's put the slide up, and we're going to be in recess until 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commission Chair Senauer to rejoin as well, so we can individually reconvene our respective commissions before we continue.
Chair Schwartz, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Commissioner Reed.
I was getting very strange feedback, so I just wanted to do a sound check.
I appreciate you saying that. I saw some very interesting artwork on my screen that I hadn't seen before, and I thought staff was being very creative. And so it looks like as
Thank
soon
you,
as we
thank
have,
you, Timmy.
Exactly.
as soon as we have Chair Senauer back, we're going to go ahead and reconvene the respective commissions.
Chair Schwartz, can you hear me? It's Leslie.
The City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission meeting, and I'll turn it over to Chair Senauer to do the same on her end.
And I'm reconvening the MPC commission meeting of August 20th, 2020. It's now 1:04 p.m. Thank you.
Great. And so at this point in our agenda, we're going to come back to City of Santa Barbara Commissioner questions. And in the order that I mentioned prior to our lunch break, it's going to be Commissioner Reed, then Commissioner Wiscombe, and then I will go. So we have Commissioner Reed online and Commissioner Wiscombe, and I'll stay online. And again, staff, just be poised to bring up plans or documents as needed. Thank you. Over to you, Commissioner Reed.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. So I'm going to, well, first, thank you to everybody present for a pretty incredible work effort. I'm going to start with some questions on stormwater. So clarifying question, I just wanted to confirm that because we're multiple jurisdictions, that the entirety of the project is intended to comply with the City of Santa Barbara stormwater, Tier 3 stormwater requirements?
Commissioner Reed, through Madam Chair, that is correct. At the beginning of the project, both agencies met and both stormwater reviewing bodies from the city and the county met and agreed that both the city and the county guidelines comply with the state and Clean Water Act. Therefore, the county deferred the review and approval to the city. But they also, the county also gets to review all of our plans. It's just that the approving body is through the city.
Okay, understood. And all decisions, final decisions, plans, etc., for stormwater will be done post Planning Commission approval?
That is correct, Commissioner Reed, through Madam Chair. As we go into detailed design, as you know, we're currently at concept level. They did some preliminary studies and just looked at what are potential BMPs. But as we go into detailed design, those will be finalized.
Okay. And in reading through the packet, it sounded like in terms of the BMPs that new permeable surfaces, permeable pavers, that isn't a consideration at this point?
Not at the moment, Commissioner Reed, through Madam Chair. We are currently proposing bioretention basins, similarly to what's already there at 1298 Coast Village Road. But like I said, as we go into detailed design, we'll look at the appropriate BMPs given the scenario at each corner.
Okay, and at 1295 Coast Village, did they use permeable systems, or was that retention basins as well?
Commissioner Reed, through Madam Chair, just to clarify, is it 1298, the new development that you're referring to?
Yeah, I may have the address wrong. Is that 1298, not 1295?
Correct. 1295 is the Montecito, and they use bioretention basins. That's correct. And so we would maintain those in the current location and configuration, and then the project would have its own areas adjacent to their areas.
I understood. So I'm gonna. This is referencing some text in the conditions of approval, but I'm just gonna stay on stormwater. It relates to that. On in the conditions of approval, 15 of 26, page 15 of 26. Just to paraphrase, it states that elements added after design review and additional work in the right-of-way may trigger additional treatment requirements. My question would be, could this trigger a higher requirement if the timing aligned with the certification of stormwater amendments, tier 4 amendments? Might this project have to comply with a tier 4 requirement, considering it's over 15,000 feet?
Commissioner Reed, through Madam Chair, I see Allison has came in, and she might know more of the details of what the timing of the project is in relation to that.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Because this project site is in the coastal zone, the proposed amendments to the city's stormwater program won't be effective for quite some time. It needs to go through Coastal Commission certification. And so it will also depend on the timing that's identified in that ordinance. However, I anticipate that this project will still get through the process faster than that amendment through the Coastal Commission.
Okay. And Mr. Busk, let's just say hypothetically it didn't, is there any reason why this project would be negatively impacted or like altogether infeasible if it had to comply with the proposed tier 4 standards?
Commissioner Reed, I don't think so. I also don't have the details on the amount of square footage that's proposed, but yes, theoretically, it could trigger tier 4, but I think that there are solutions that the applicant would be able to use in order to satisfy the requirements.
Okay. And this is kind of an unusual question, but has the city considered actually voluntarily complying with the tier 4 requirement, considering we are the gold standard after all?
Commissioner Reed, I'm not aware that they have looked at those new requirements in any way as it relates to this project.
Okay. And then lastly, I believe on stormwater, page 2 of 26 of the conditions of approval state that the project could be, compliance could be certified by Public Works Department or a civil engineer. It sounded like the way that was worded is that that's up to us to make a determination. I'm wondering if we could simply decide on both of those options, civil engineer and Public Works Department certifying compliance.
Commissioner Reed, yes, we will, the city, regardless of who delivers a project, will be involved and have an inspector to review the installation of the BMPs and ensure they meet our standards. And then also the engineer of record signs off at the completion of the project, certifying that it was constructed per their plans and specifications.
Great. I think that's it for stormwater. Trying to stay in order here. Let's see. I'd like to go back to the bus stop as it relates to, I believe, 1298 Coast Village. I noticed back in the November 2019 ABR hearing that ABR also addressed the location of a bus stop. I'm not sure if it was this one in particular, but I'm assuming it is, considering they had safety and congestion concerns. And then from public comment, both what was submitted and what was spoken earlier, it seemed to be stated very clearly by both the ownership, the management, and the legal counsel for the property in this northwest corner, that the driveway blockage was simply unacceptable. I think that was the language used in the written correspondence and the verbal. So my concern is that this could quickly escalate to a legal challenge. And I understand their assertions. A bus blocking the only ingress and egress for tenants, owners, customers is a problem. So in the questions that have already been asked, I don't know, I would like to know, in addition to the responses already given, what can be done to satisfy that concern? In other words, where the bus does not encroach at all into that driveway. I would imagine a relocation of the bus stop. What is possible?
Commissioner Reed, yes, we've, part of the reason why it's also shifted is we've accommodated the existing private trash ramp that is used by the northwest corner for their trash. And so that's been accommodated within the right of way. And so it was important to the resident that also be maintained. So that further shifts the bus stop further north. But as you stated, either the bus stop would have to be relocated, or we could potentially look at the extent of the curb extension there. But we're also trying to protect the existing tree that was also, that the property owner also went to great extents to protect during construction of their project, which is just to the south of the bus stop. But I do think we can look at this further and see what options we do have. But just those are some of the constraints that we're trying to navigate.
Okay, but do you believe, Ms. Yanez, that you do have options to resolve this?
I would have to look at it further again in terms of the geometrics, and if we changed dimensions, how that would potentially affect other components of the project.
Okay. hypothetically, if we made the approval of the findings today conditional upon a bus not encroaching into that driveway, is there a path to satisfy that? Or are you not sure at this point in time?
I wouldn't be able to confidently say there would be, and definitely a relocation is to the discretion of MTD versus the city.
Okay. And then I believe Commissioner Bonderson asked a question and you cited the bus stop in front of the Montecito Inn. Am I correct in understanding that that location could serve multiple routes and directions? In other words, could this bus stop be eliminated entirely and the Montecito Inn bus stop be used as a substitute?
We did look at that with MTD staff, and there are different routes. So the route that stops at 1298 Coast Village Road comes south from North Olive Mill and makes the turns right at the corner. And then the bus route that uses the bus stop in front of the Montecito Inn goes east towards Ventura, and then gets onto the freeway on-ramp.
Okay.
But MTD staff did clarify, like I said, that their route is Monday through Friday. I believe it's 7 a.m. through 5 p.m., somewhere in that, usually business hours, and their stops are very momentarily.
Even at that, this is my own conjecture, but I don't believe that will satisfy the issue. So I think it's a heightened concern. But let me move on. Just have a few more questions. Let me see. So I think this is primarily in the conditions of approval now. I have a question on appealable versus non-appealable jurisdiction. Am I correct in understanding that the city's jurisdiction is in a non-appealable jurisdiction versus the county being appealable?
I would defer that question, Commissioner Reed, to Ms. Allison or Nicole.
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed, at least in the county, I think this is correct with the city. It's not within the mapped appeals jurisdiction, but it is appealable to the Coastal Commission because it's considered a major public works project, which is a specific category that is considered to be appealable.
Okay, thank you.
And just to confirm that that is the same within the city.
Great. Okay, so now I'm going to reference on page 11 of 26 in the conditions of approval. It speaks to permanent noise barriers. And my question is, are those permanent beyond the construction period? I would just think that it would be a temporary noise barrier. Could you clarify that comment?
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Yes, so some of the conditions in our conditions of approval are mitigation measures that were carried over from the EIR. And so some of them are applicable to our project, others are not. But as it relates to our project, you're correct, they would be temporary, that would be installed, if any are proposed at the beginning of the project and removed upon completion.
Okay. And on 15 of 26, it speaks to temporary construction easements. And there's not a lot of language, at least I didn't find it other than this page, about procedure or just how this would be handled after we presumably approve this CDP. My concern is that I've seen a lot of these temporary construction easements result in pretty severe litigation due to disruptions to business, and those concerns have been expressed in public comment. Is there a document that I'm missing or just not aware of that gives a little bit more detail as to how this process would unfold?
Commissioner Reed, so any agency responsible for delivering this project would have to comply with Caltrans Local Assistance Procedures Manual guidelines, which address temporary construction easements in the right-of-way phase, which is typically entered upon completion of the environmental phase. And so the LAPM, what we call the acronym for Local Assistance Procedures Manual, clearly outlines the owner's rights, the fair process that we'd have to abide by, and it outlines it step by step, and the city or county, as well as Caltrans, would have to comply with that. And so that involves fair appraisals and negotiation, and so like I said, that's clearly outlined in those documents, not included here within the conditions or anywhere else.
Okay, understood. And then on the same page, under construction traffic management plan and the closure plan, it says that the closure plan to be provided prior to permit issuance. What about the construction plan? When does that come on the scene?
I believe it's also prior to construction, as construction staging is finalized, as well as order of work. And once we have a contractor on board who outlines their means and methods, but Allison can specify as to when specifically they require it.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Reed. That would be required prior to issuance of permits, of building permits.
And Mr. Busk, who oversees that process? Where's the accountability in that? It sounds like this is a ticking time bomb on closures, and there's not a lot of uncertainty at the moment. I assume the Planning Commission is out of it at that point. If you could just provide a little bit more clarity there.
Yes, Commissioner Reed, I'd actually like to ask Ms. Grant if she could respond on that, because my understanding is that it requires coordination between city and county staff.
Thank you, Mr. Busk. Yes, that is correct. The construction and traffic management plan is all required to be signed off. I know Allison mentioned a building permit, but it would be, we'd issue city and county public works permits as well. And that's a requirement of the permitting process.
Okay.
And again, the reason why it's required at that time is because everything can't be finalized until they have all the 100% construction level drawings to really understand. And then it also, as Mr. Rubalcaba was mentioning earlier, it just depends. For this particular project, there's a lot of moving pieces with the 101 HOV project and the other parallel or mitigation projects as far as timing. So that would all be spelled out again in the final plan.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Chair Schwartz, that's all my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Commissioner Wiscombe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if Commissioner Newman's I don't know if he has a question.
I do indicate on the record that I've returned to the meeting. I apologize. I had no idea it would take 37 minutes to go 7/10 of a mile from my home to the office, but there's construction delays today on North Jameson that are amazing. Sorry,
Okay.
everybody.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Newman. You can turn your video. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again. Where was I here? Okay, so we're tasked with making findings and potentially issuing a CDP today, a coastal development permit. So my questions are going to be to the conditions of approval. I'm just wondering if Mr. Bolton has the original unmarked up version of the conditions of approval, because that's what I use to reference my questions. Mr. Bolton, do you have that available? Not the red line version, but that we got yesterday? Because I had already completed my questions when we received that. Okay, that answers my question. Great, thank you so much. Okay, I'm just going to start with one question on the staff report, which is on page 7 of 130. And it talks about the second, is this right? Page, oh, I'm still in conditions of approval. Sorry about that. Okay, page 7 of 130. In the second paragraph, it talks about discusses signage, and the land use policy 3.1-5 on page 77 of 130 in our packet also discusses signage, including signage that provides respect to adjacent property owners. So we've talked about signage today, and I'm wondering, is there any proposed signage that does have language that respects private property owners, like 110 Olive Mill? Have we developed any signage for that particular property, or 112? Yes, Ms. Yanez, hi.
Commissioner Wiscombe, thank you, Madam Chair. At the moment, we have not developed any signage that addresses the private residences, but we'd be willing to work with them and see what would be appropriate.
Okay, okay. I'm just thinking, I think in this kind of area, it might be appropriate. Okay, and then now I'm on to the old conditions of approval, the unredlined ones. And I'm on page 3 of 26. It's number 4, which talks about irrigation. It says the irrigation system shall be designed and maintained with the most current technology to prevent a system failure. I didn't see here who maintains the existing irrigation system and what's the water source. I thought I read somewhere it's Montecito Water District, but I wanted to, who's required for maintaining it?
Commissioner Wiscombe, it is Montecito Water District that provides water to this area and will do so in the future as well. They've provided a can and will serve letter. I actually don't know who maintains the entire intersection. I do know the city is responsible for irrigation and landscaping along Coast Village Road.
Okay, I mean, I think it's pretty essential that we have a condition of approval that says it should be maintained, that it will be maintained.
Yeah.
That we know what jurisdiction is actually maintaining it. So you could just make a note of that. Okay, and then I'm on page, let's see, Commissioner Reed got to the permanent noise barriers. So I'm on to page 13 of 26. And this is page 25 of 130 in our original packet. And it's number 4, temporary access. So it says here, access would be provided to residences and businesses as necessary. What does as necessary mean? I think that's, you know, there could be a lot of interpretations, and I think Commissioner Reed focused on this a little bit. There could be a lot of interpretations of as necessary. But I think it's essential that the businesses and residences have their access protected during construction. So, and not as deemed necessary by someone that's not operating the business. So,
yes.
you could address that, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. So the city and Walter can speak to the county, but typically we require that contractors maintain access to residences and businesses at all times, pedestrian access, and then also vehicular access to the best extent possible. Obviously, as we reconstruct the driveway at 110 Olive Mill, that construction process, which takes approximately 7 days, you know, they won't be able to drive over their driveway as we give them a new driveway. But then as soon as he can access it once again, that will be granted and no longer, he will continue to have access. There might be momentarily if, you know, there's something being delivered to the site and it's temporarily blocked, but the contractor will be required to maintain that access. And the same with the businesses along State Coast Village Road and that frontage of 1298. The contractor will be required to maintain access to the businesses through construction. If there for any reason is an unsafe condition that is momentarily there, they'll have to block that off and then restore it as soon as possible.
Okay, so so what you're saying is that the businesses and the residences particularly the businesses will always have access unless there's an emergency situation. Is that correct? So
That's
we're not
correct.
gonna impede their ability to operate. Okay.
That's correct. I will add that we have standard noticing procedures as well, where if there's we ask that the contractor looks 3 weeks ahead at least, and if there's anticipated disruptions, they must notify the residents and give them enough notice. And we usually work with them and try to accommodate if they have an appointment at a certain time and just really work with their needs.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that answer. Okay. Then I'm actually gonna move on to the neighborhood notification. So we're on page 17 of 26 now, and it's 29 of 130 in our packet. And it's letter J at the bottom. It says letter of commitment for neighborhood notification prior to construction. First of all, I think here there's just an error in here. It says in condition E1, I think you mean F1 there. So you might want to just correct that typo. I think that's right. And I wanted to ask, so it gets submitted to the notification program, gets submitted to the planning division 45 days prior to commencement of construction, and then submitted to the public 30 days. So I'm just asking, is that 15 days really enough time to review and amend this if necessary before it goes out to the public? Do you feel that's sufficient? And is that standard operating procedure?
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. I'll defer the question to planning as they are the reviewing body.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. This is a standard condition, and so this is the timeline that city planners typically or always work within.
Okay. And then, Ms. Tabusky, you understood my reference to F1 instead of E1, right?
Yes, you are correct. Thank you.
Okay, great. Yeah, okay. So then I wanted to know, what is the process, and this would be for you again, Ms. Tabusky. What is the process for neighborhood notification with changes and amendments to the construction schedule? Because we all know we don't issue a construction schedule and it's written in stone. So what sort of note, is this what Ms. Yanez touched on before about the 3 weeks ahead of time, or how do the neighbors get notified? Well, we were going to work on, your driveway's ramp at some point, and then, it turns out it's going to be 3 weeks later. So how does that get handled so that the residents and business owners can be satisfied that, they're notified properly?
Ms. Grant?
Yes, Chair Wiscombe, I'm sorry, Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Wiscombe. We really try to use a multimedia approach when we're headed to construction. And so it just, it depends, like sometimes there's face-to-face meetings with the immediate adjacent property owners. And then there's usually also mailed notices. We also have an interested party list that we send notices out via email. We also work with the neighborhood associations. We post typically on Nextdoor. We have a project website where we post information. We have the city's news and brief. And we also work with the media for media releases as well. So that's just some of them that we typically do on capital infrastructure projects.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, you can, this is Donna, Chair of NPC. Ms. Wiscombe, you can continue, but I do have a question at this point regarding the document you're referencing. So you can continue. But I would like to.
I'm referencing the conditions of approval, the original unredlined version where some changes in language were made that it's in our packet.
I understand that. I think we need Chair Schwartz perhaps to take a 5-minute break because we are unable to follow these questions. We do not have that document. It was not sent to us. And it's very, very difficult to follow the city conditions with the city red lines blindly. We don't have that before us, okay? That's not part of the county conditions, etc. So we're trying to follow, but it's very difficult.
Well,
So,
I'll try to go more slowly then.
no, that's fine. I think a 5-minute break to get this all sorted would be most appropriate. Chair Schwartz, could we do that, please?
Let me ask a question. Hold on a second. To Mr. Busk, perhaps, did this document, was there a cross-reference of the documents provided to both commissions such that as Mr. Bolton is putting plans and documents up on the screen, we can all follow from our respective packets, or not, Mr. Busk?
Chair Schwartz, hard copies were not provided to each commission, although links to the other commission's websites were provided. So all documents could be referenced that way. The red line version was not specifically sent out to Montecito Planning Commissioners because it relates only to City of Santa Barbara conditions of approval. So that was only sent to the City Planning Commission.
And Commissioner Wiscombe, as she's already said, is referencing the non-redlined original version. That link has been provided to both city commissioners and county, that is, excuse me, Montecito Planning Commissioners. Is that what I'm hearing you say? The link has been provided. So if anyone either wants to follow it online or have previously downloaded it for themselves, that's available. You or to Ms. Liu to confirm, please, before we decide how to proceed. And I apologize, Commissioner Wiscombe. Hold on, please.
What all right?
Chair Schwartz, that is correct. That's my understanding. And we can provide that direct link if that facilitates commissioners following along.
Well, you say you can provide it. I'm trying to ascertain confirmation about whether or not these links had already been provided to the Montecito Planning Commissioners.
Chair Schwartz and members of the commission, there was a memo that went to the Montecito Planning Commission that included a link to the city's documents. But I do want to make it really clear for all the Montecito commissioners that the conditions that Commissioner Wiscombe is reviewing are not county conditions, and they are not conditions that the Montecito commissioners have authority or jurisdiction over. These are only to be voted on by the city. So, but again, there was a link provided in that memorandum to this, which would include this set of conditions.
Thank you. I think that clarification is very helpful, that this is city only conditions with red lines, and we do not have jurisdiction over this. And I think a preface of that would have been helpful because we are trying to find out where it is in our packet, trying to find trying to find a link, et cetera, like that. So if it's just a set aside, it's only city, that is not within our purview or jurisdiction, that's one thing, but I think it is helpful to follow along in general. And so if someone could send us the link, and if we have another device, we could, I understand this is your, not the red line, but the original, but that's the city, not the county. So if we could just have 5-minute break so we can get the link up, so we can follow, we would greatly appreciate it.
Mr. Wilson, I see can we ask if Mr. Wilson wants to say anything before it comes back to me?
Thank you, Madam Chair Schwartz and Madam Chair Sinauer. Just for reference, I know there's some discussion regarding where to locate these documents on the county side. If you go to the county's webpage, under the Montecito Planning Commission's webpage, where you go to today's date, on that folder, there's a memo there under the August 2020 hearing date. The Olive Mill project, there's in reference to the memo. If you click on the memo, that provides the links to the city's documents. So in the event that the county commissioners wanted to follow along, that is where the link can be found, and it's shown on the screen as well. So that's the memo that's found on the county's website.
That's what we're looking at right now, Mr. Wilson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is correct. That is the memo with the links to the documents.
So this was what was already provided. Yeah. So for those commissioners who have access to the internet, I don't know how all of the commissioners are handling their participation today. All they need to do is copy and paste or do a right-click hyperlink to the information that's by these links. And I think, they can follow if they want to look at it online. Otherwise, that's why we have Mr. Bolton putting it right up on the screen in front of us. How does that sound, Chair Sinauer?
I think that's fine. I just think either I missed the clarification that this was city only. I know you're discussing it as the city only. However, I think probably that through that lens, just sort of this is, before it proceeded to go through the conditions and the red line, just a heads up, this in fact is city only, and you can reference it online. I appreciate taking the time for this. I am very sorry for the interruption, Commissioner Wiscombe, but now I think we're all on the same page, and I appreciate it. Please go forward and take my apologies. I am so sorry. Thank you.
No problem. No problem, Chair Sinauer.
No need to apologize, Chair Sinauer. And actually, I will just say that I was very grateful for some of the comments from the Montecito Planning Commissioners, which I think helped me formulate some thoughts. And I really just have a few more questions, Madam Chair, but okay. So if we go to, let me see, where am I here? I'm sorry, just let me get my bearings here a little bit. I'm on,
Take your time, Commissioner Wiscombe. While you're looking for your reference, I want to ask staff, because Chair Sinauer's question prompts a thought on my part. When we go back to Montecito Planning Commission question period, separate from deliberations, if there are county exclusive documents that only pertain to their decision-making, would appreciate if staff would articulate that so that it's clear for both camps, so to speak, if the document has any cross-relevance or exclusive relevance to one commission or another, and the specific findings and decision-making that we'll respectively have to make. Thank you. Back to you, Commissioner Wiscombe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, I think it's sheet number 7 that we're all that shows. If we could get up, I think some of the Montecito Planning Commissioners reference sheet number 7. Could we get that sheet up? Yeah, and can we go to the area right at 110 Olive Mill, please? Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Mr. Bolton. Yeah, okay. So the trees that are there, the green ones, I see a removed tree, but then there's all sorts of green ones that are behind the fence. Are those slated to be new trees? Can someone answer that?
I'm going to defer to Laura. I think that is the case, but let me see if Laura could answer that question more appropriately.
Commissioner Wiscombe, thank you, Walter. This is a representation of potential trees that can go in this area. As previously mentioned, the specifics of what size and what type haven't been discussed with the property owner, but that discussion will happen and will determine what is appropriate for that area.
Okay, and then thank you for that answer, Ms. Yunus. Then could we blow that up a little bit more, Mr. Bolton, to just show that area with the trees and that little blank space behind the trees between the driveway and then, yeah, that's perfect. Oh, there it is. Okay. So we have one of the commissioners referred to, and I don't know which one, I think it was Commissioner Kupiak, referred to that little blank space in there behind those potentially proposed new trees that could potentially be more planting area. Is that correct, Ms. Yanez?
Commissioner Wiscombe, so to clarify, it's the area beyond the blue where relocate fences?
It's between the new green trees and the driveway. There's a little blank space there, and I wanted to know right by the turning radius of the driveway there. So what would you, Ms. Yunus, what would you call that area? What, in technical engineering terms, if we were going to refer to it in conditions of approval?
Yeah, so this area is behind our right-of-way line and proposed fence line. So it would be, I would say, potential landscaping area for the private property owner.
Okay. And you're intending, because you're taking out so many mature trees, you're intending to actually do some work on that private property for that owner. Is that correct?
We can put it, yes, depending on, like I said, what he desires and what we would be required to mitigate for and how. We can use the area between the proposed driveway and the fence line for the property owner's landscaping.
Okay, and can we condition that? And I've done public work. I understand costs, 15-gallon versus 24-inch box. But can we condition that if the property owner desires with 24-inch box?
I would say it can be, yeah, if the property owner desires, it can be considered.
No, I'm not asking considered, I'm asking conditioned.
It could be conditioned.
Okay.
I guess that would, again, play into the project budget and depending on how big the area and whether it's appropriate to, making sure that the proposed tree is not gonna damage the proposed driveway or things like that.
Right, no, I understand that. I totally get that, but okay. And are there other areas on the plan that involve private residences where mature trees are getting impacted by being removed?
Commissioner
I'm
Wiscombe?
not talking about palms on Coast Village. I'm talking like a 1298 is Coast Village Road. Is there anything there that gets removed?
Yes, there's actually a proposed lemon gum tree that is going to be removed, but that was actually requested by the property owner.
Okay.
And also desired by the agency, given that it mitigated potential loss of parking.
Okay, great. So that's the only other one that involves private residences, private property, that really is impactful. So the main impact then is to 110 Olive Mill. Okay, that's great. Okay, good. And then you showed a striping plan. It doesn't really have to go up, but I understand the striping will stop and the bicycle will enter the 1-lane roundabout. But I wanted to know, are there storm drains in the bicycle lanes as proposed?
Commissioner Wiscombe, I'm not I wouldn't say not in the striped bike lanes.
Okay, I want to make sure, because that is such an issue for those of us that cycle to try to cross those. And there's one, if you go through the Hot Springs roundabout, if I'm coming down Coast Village Road and I go through the Hot Springs roundabout, which I have no problem with getting in the vehicular lane and going around to Cabrillo. But then you get down there, there's a skinny little bike lane and there's this honking big storm drain that you have to go around it. You can't maneuver it on a road bike. So I just wanted to make sure, and I couldn't overlay any of these plans, so it was hard to tell.
Yeah,
Okay.
And I'll clarify, Commissioner Wiscombe, if there was a proposed inlet or needed access to the storm drain, it would be through an inlet versus a grate.
Great, okay. No pun intended, great. Okay, and then I was just going on to our local coastal plan policies. 6.2.15, which is, I think, on page 88 of 130 in our package. And minimized lighting. And I'm minimized lighting. And so I would like you to explain the process you went through. You had some discussions with neighbors. You reduced the height of the lighting poles, etc. I'd like you to just kind of go over that discussion again. And also, Commissioner Bishop, I think, made a comment about voltage controllers that gave the minimum foot candle required by law. And if you could comment on that, I thought that was pretty intriguing. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. I'll speak as to the process we went through to get to this point, and then I'll call on our lighting expert, John Maloney, to speak as to the dimming of the light that was mentioned by Commissioner Bishop. And so the process that we went through, we developed a lighting plan through the working group meetings. At those meetings, it was stressed that minimal lighting that didn't contain hotspots, as they were referred to, that it was balanced throughout the project. And so over the course of those meetings, we developed a lighting plan. And then subsequent to those meetings, there were additional meetings with the property owners adjacent to the project. And through conversation and in visiting their site and realizing where the proposed fixtures would go in relation to residences, we identified the potential conflict with pole heights. And so we took those concerns to our lighting expert, Mr. Maloney, and mentioned, we'd like to reduce pole heights to avoid potential light pollution. And so we asked whether, pedestrian style fixtures would be appropriate. And so Mr. Maloney looked into that, and effectively they were. Additional lights were added around the roundabout or in certain locations, depending on where there was then deficiencies created by the lower light standards. And so then he can speak as to what those minimum requirements are and how they're addressed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I believe Commissioner Kupiak is the first one that raised the question. When we do a lighting design, we're required to design to what's called maintained light levels, which would be the light levels after the fixtures have been installed for quite a while. In order to do that, the initial light level is actually higher. And when Commissioner Kupiec brought up that concern, it raises the concern that these two intersections are currently illuminated, but nowhere near illuminated to the level that's required by Illumination Engineering Society and Caltrans standards. So when these projects are complete and the lights are turned on, they're going to appear to be very bright compared to what's there now. And the brightness is actually going to be above where they're required to be once they've been operating for a while. So there's dust depreciation, there's depreciation of the LEDs over time, several factors that go into determining what the light levels will be. So to help offset that, one of the items that we proposed for the working drawings would be that inside the handhold to each light fixture would be a dimmer available that could lower the light level so that it's at the required level, but not the initial level that's required to attain the required level, say 5 years from now. So that's voltage regulation or
So you
discussion
can
came from.
you can install these dimmers that will lower the initial light level but keep the light at the safety standard level. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay. And are they called dimmers, Mr. Maloney, or are they called voltage controllers? Or
There's a lot of names for them, but the specific name would be a 0 to 10 volt control dimmer.
0 to 10
Volt
control dimmer?
dimmer, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for that. I appreciate your answer. Okay, great. Okay, and then Madam Chair, I have one last question. That's it for you, Mr. Maloney. Thank you. I have one last question, and I want to go back to the bus stop, the infamous bus stop. And I think this is for Ms. Yanez. If we could put that drawing back up there with the bus stop in it. And so I want to understand this. I want to understand what this bus does. And I think, Ms. Yanez, you said it goes down Olive Mill and then turns right on Coast Village Road. Okay. And then, so it turns right on Coast Village Road, and then where it heads west. Okay.
Commissioner
So
Wiscombe, yes. It's west
Yeah.
towards Santa Barbara.
Okay, it heads west towards Santa Barbara. So, and then the one on Montecito, by the Montecito Inn, then heads southbound towards Ventura and Carpinteria, right?
Correct.
Okay, so is there any way, utilizing this roundabout, that both of those could be located? I mean, why can't all the buses stop at the Montecito Inn and then utilize the roundabout to head either west or head south and eliminate the bus stop entirely? And that's question number one. And question number two is, I understand this is a jurisdictional thing and we're involving, MTD, but don't we have some control over the land that we own? And it seems to me this is a public safety issue that goes against our land use plan, coastal land use plan. And I just like to understand, I'm feeling that, well, there's a possibility, but I don't understand why the roundabout can't be used to handle all the buses that go in any direction, and that we can't use the bus stop at Montecito to accomplish that, the Montecito Inn.
Yeah, so if Commissioner Wiscombe, if we eliminated this bus stop, since the bus does come down Olive Mill, it'd have to go down Coast Village Road and then turn around at Hot Springs to come back around to use that Montecito Inn bus stop. Or, I mean, there are additional bus stops along Coast Village Road. So if it effectively turns right, the issue identified is that if we remove this and defer pedestrians to the other bus stop, they would likely take the shortest route to where they need to go, which can potentially be backtracking to the Montecito Inn. And there isn't an existing crosswalk that would accommodate that walking path. And again, I'd have to get the numbers from MTD and understand what the usage is. And I mean, we can challenge that and what the route is, but without really knowing full details as to how their route works, it'd be hard for me to change that route or make that determination at this moment. We'd have to look at it further.
Okay, so how does one, because I have a feeling that this is a contentious issue and no one wants that bus stop blocking, not for 30 seconds, and I can tell you, when I bike down Coast Village Road, there's the bus stop in front of Vaughn's, and before you change to one lane to go to the Hot Springs roundabout, and that bus is there for a lot longer than 30 seconds. So I don't think that solves the problem. So how does one condition a coastal development permit to, and maybe this is a question for Mr. Busk, to somehow mitigate, or not mitigate, but get rid of make the bus stop either go away or provide ingress and egress 24/7 to 1298 Coast Village Road. So maybe that's for Mr. Busk. How do we condition a project to do that? And then you can work out the details of how that happens.
Commissioner Wiscombe, you could just add a condition that states that, and then the applicant would need to decide if that's a condition that they're able to accept. They could accept it at this time, and then if they discover that it is absolutely not possible, they would need to come back to the Planning Commission for a condition amendment.
Okay.
Thank you, Allison.
Which they likely wouldn't get, but that's okay. Okay, fine. Thank you, Mr. Busk. I appreciate that answer. And Ms. Younes, thank you very much. And thank you to all of you. You've done a remarkable job on this. It's such a major coordination effort. So thank you, Madam Chair. I'm done with my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Okay, I just have a few questions myself, since most of my questions were asked and answered by other commissioners. I want to pick up where Commissioner Wiscombe left off and ask Mr. Busk if you would please assist us in beginning to draft, as this hearing goes on, some recommended language, maybe between you and Ms. Ostringer. I think, I'm guessing there is fairly strong support by our commission to add a condition that accomplishes what Commissioner Wiscombe mentioned, which is either to move the bus stop, or it's not sounding very likely that would happen, but to ensure otherwise that there is 24/7 unfettered ingress egress access to the property. And I just want to remind everyone who's not familiar with the long and winding road that this project took. I believe it was upwards of 15 years. That included, on the city side, numerous planning commission hearings, city council hearings, coastal commission review, etc. So after all of that and many millions of dollars with very specific conditions, we need to honor the conditions I believe we have placed upon that applicant, this property owner. And in honoring that, we will maintain the full ingress egress 24/7. So I'm going to ask staff to help with that. Now, at some point, I'm also going to try to align a couple of other comments from Mr. Fell in our conditions of approval. So I'm going to ask for staff's assistance if I don't align this properly. I'm gonna ask you about the construction staging zone and also the function of the staging zone. Mr. Fell mentioned page 29 of the plan, so we'll get to that as I move through the conditions of approval. I want to ask staff, I don't know which staff member is most appropriate to come on as I move through the conditions of approval, and want to follow up on some of my fellow commissioners' questions. To follow up on Commissioner Reed's question about the stormwater treatment plan, Ms. Yanez, let me ask you on page 2 of 26 of the conditions, item G. This is the discussion of before the public works permit is finalized, project civil engineer. Then it goes down to a reference of the city's tier 3 stormwater requirements. Now, this last sentence is what I want to bring up with you. Alternatively, comma, you may choose to have the Public Works Department certify compliance on behalf of the city. Can you explain that more to me? Because my thought is, I would ask my fellow commissioners what they think about this, to take out the alternatively sentence. But do you have any thoughts for me on that before I kind of propose that to my colleagues to consider?
Yes, and Jessica, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I believe this is kind of a hybrid of a land development condition and a public works condition. So when you're getting a building permit, if the applicant doesn't have someone to certify their stormwater BMPs, they can choose to have the building department certify it for them through the Creeks Department, Creeks Division staff. And so similarly, if the agency constructing the project does not at the moment have the engineer of record retained and would like the city's either Public Works Department or through building have certified the BMPs were properly installed, that can potentially also happen. And Jessica, feel free to chime in.
Yes, yeah, good job, Laura. And then I would just add that the typical conditions, because most of these, a lot of our template planning conditions relate to private property. So in that case, it's the building division that certifies the stormwater management, but because we're in the right of way, it's the Public Works Department that certifies it.
So this sentence, thank you both. This sentence, Ms. Grant, alternatively, you may choose. You, the decision makers, the Planning Commission? Who's the you? I'm sorry if I'm not following this sentence in understanding to whom
Chair
this
Schwartz,
references.
the you refers to the applicant or property owner in this case.
So, okay, do you have a comment about leaving this sentence in? To giving them the option, alternatively, basically saying you can do A or you can do B. You can choose
Chair
to have
Schwartz,
public works.
this is typical of how private projects function. It's a little bit different because it's a public works project. So if the commission feels that we should approach it in a different way, then that's at your discretion.
Okay, I'll leave this to my colleagues to see if they want to come back to this at all. Then on page 3 of 26, the topic of lighting has come up a number of times already. This is under mitigation measures and aesthetics. Item D is all new lighting shall minimize excess light, etc. The conversation we had in the working group and subsequently, I know at the joint ABR, BAR meetings, hearings, referenced back to what our key learnings have been with the Coast Village Road Olive Mill, Coast Village Hot Springs roundabout, and the lighting that went in, and quite frankly, the light pollution that was readily apparent, and there were many complaints. And so as we approach design of an implementation of new lighting for this roundabout, Coast Village Olive Mill, what type of kind of iterative evaluation or ongoing evaluation are you going to do, or can we write into the conditions so that if the lighting is too bright, if it's, if there is light pollution as identified by especially those property owners, both residential and commercial immediately adjacent, that there is a trigger in here for timely, effective action. Because we can't wait months or years to correct a lighting problem at this new roundabout. What are your thoughts for me on that, Ms. Yanez, please?
Chair Schwartz, definitely we can have a condition of approval be included. I'll just explain some of the typical process at the city is that we install lighting with a project. As you say, you know, the residents and neighborhood sees the impacts, and then typically they reach out to the city. The city has shields or lens shields that are readily available and promptly installed by our facilities group as requested. And typically we meet with the owner to identify where exactly that area of conflict is. But in terms of timeliness, it can definitely be included as a condition.
Okay, as I move through my other questions, can you give that some thought as to what type of language you might recommend to us so that we're not trying ourselves to wordsmith this in the moment as we come to our deliberations and perhaps a vote on the coastal development permit? Could you do that? Help me with that?
Sure, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to go to page 12 of the conditions of approval. Transportation, number 9, transportation. This starts out in paragraph A saying traffic management plan will be developed before building the project. And then it goes on from there. As I move down beyond this paragraph to B, the traffic management plan for this project may include the following. And I just want to bring to my colleagues' attention whether or not we're in support of 1 through 7 as itemized, because it says may, and if we have any strong opinions about this list. And so I want to go to number 4, which Commissioner Wiscombe identified. And there we go. I'm concerned about this not being tighter or clearer or a collaborative understanding, some type of a documented understanding with the property owners immediately adjacent. So where would we incorporate more details regarding temporary access? Access shall be provided to residences and businesses as necessary. And this term, as necessary, is really sticking with me, and I just can't support it. So I need something more concrete and something that's demonstrably respectful of the impacted neighbors, immediate neighboring property owners. Can you give some thought to that, Ms. Yanez, today as well, or Ms. DeBus?
Chair Schwartz, my initial thought would be to include some language such as to the maximum extent feasible, understanding that there will be times during construction where access may need to be blocked for a very temporary period, and that would be worked out with property owners and businesses in advance.
Well, then I would like you to work on, I'm sorry, I'm giving you some drafting tasks, but I think it'll help us in the long run today. When you say in advance, you see, that's a key phrase to me, so that whether it's a residential or property owner doesn't come outside their property to see that they don't have access that day or for a number of days. That just won't be acceptable. So there needs to be a fleshed out process here that both clearly expresses and obligates the applicant and the various jurisdictions to be proactive and to be proactively respectful and cooperative. So if you could help me with that as we move forward. Now, then on page 14, the next page, I'm going to continue on. Commissioner Reed had questions about temporary construction easements, obtaining these temporary construction easements from property owners. This actually ties in with a cluster of questions I have that are on the next page, page 15. And whether it's temporary easements or it's a closure plan or it's a construction traffic management plan. I'm curious about how all of this gets coordinated, both among the applicant, I'll call them representatives, as well as, again, communicating with proactively and respectfully with these immediately adjacent property owners. And I think my questions of this cluster touches back to Mr. Fell's concerns. The during construction, well, we discussed the garage. I'm going to take that off the table. Construction staging, the staging zone. How do we, instead of piecemealing all of this, how do we pull this together so that there's a coordinated, communicated, and clear plan, not just internally to the applicant, but for the community and, again, these neighboring property owners?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Just to clarify again a little bit about the right-of-way process, which is where we would go into these temporary construction easements. Extensive outreach and actually is required as part of the process. The property owner is required to sign these construction easements in order to get our right-of-way certification. And so all of these different agreements can be included. That would be the appropriate place to include agreements with the property owners, and often are. In terms of accommodation, that would be the appropriate place, because that is the binding document that again gets certified by Caltrans.
Okay, and then on the temporary construction easements, and from what I just heard you say, Ms. Yanez, what is the timing of asking the property owners to sign these agreements? When does that happen prior to the impact to their properties?
Yeah, so we actually wouldn't be able to even request authorization for construction without having these documents signed. So before we get to final documents, or plans and specs, we'd have to have these construction easements be finalized.
Okay, very good. On page 15 of 26 in the conditions of approval, under closure plan, this is paragraph B. The first sentence reads, prior to permit issuance, Caltrans shall provide the city with a closure plan, and it goes on from there. This sounds very like a one-way communication to me. Caltrans will provide the city with a plan. It sounds like they've created a plan, not collaboratively, but they've created a plan and they're going to hand it over to the city. And I would like to understand city-county involvement with city, specifically on our end, communications in advance with Caltrans, such that we are in agreement with them on a closure plan before a closure plan is finalized. Again, we have significant investment in this and significant responsibility on Coast Village Road. So do you see how I'm having difficulty and have concerns with this language?
Chair Schwartz, I would speak as to the coordination that's happened to date. Caltrans, the county, and the city have been closely working together and made all decisions to date in a collaborative effort. And so we ensure concurrence from all agencies prior to finalizing certain plans And so the city and the county, and Walter can speak to that, are very much, like you said, interested in continuing that and making sure that we're a part of the process. In terms of this permit issuance, Ms. DeBus can speak as to the timing, but like I said, ahead of that, and I'm sure planning would reach out to us as to the level of coordination that happens to get to this point.
Oh, I just wanted to have you affirm that coordination is required, guaranteed, that we're not simply on the receiving end of Caltrans creating a closure plan that may not be acceptable to the city. No, I, again, can't speak for the county, but I'll just say that on behalf of the city. So you're affirming that in fact is that's our participation, and we will ensure that we are at the table, so to speak, in creating this closure plan. Yes,
that's correct.
And Commissioner, this is Walter with the County of Santa Barbara. I just want to support what Laura is saying. Those conversations are already happening on the 101 HOV. We just see that those conversations would transition into the roundabouts as needed. But Caltrans, SBCAG are already calling regular meetings to talk about circulation impacts with the 101 HOV. Again, it would just be a continued conversation.
Okay, I have to zero in on this, Mr. Rubalcaba. It's very important to the city and to the neighboring property owners. Conversation is one thing. Cooperative, coordinated agreement about a closure plan is another. And I just want Ms. Yanez's assurance on behalf of County Public Works, City Public Works, that we are going to sign off as like a co-signer, co-signatory on this closure plan, that there will be no surprises for the city applicants and city staff. And the reason I'm bearing down on this is I am so concerned about the disruption impacts to the residents, to the business owners, ever since the Thomas fire and then the debris flow and now COVID-19. Our community is struggling. And I think as planning commissioners and as city decision makers, we need to do everything necessary to try to anticipate and mitigate disruption and economic hardship, and also quality of life hardship. Again, mostly where you have the residential property owner, but also the guests who come to the Montecito Inn, those who are living in the upper floor condominiums at 1298 Coast Village. So thank you for bearing with me. This is why I'm pressing on this issue in such great detail. Okay, so more than a conversation, right, Mr. Rubalcaba and Ms. Yanez? It's actually, we're going to be at the table with co-agreement on a closure plan.
Yes, agreed. And it really goes beyond that. Even once construction starts, we can't walk away, and we understand that. There are sometimes we make decisions that we think are the gold standard. It gets implemented. We realize it's more of an impact than we anticipated because of some circulation issue that wasn't expected. So we dynamically, even once construction starts, continue to modify with our traffic engineers to adjust anything to minimize those impacts. We absolutely know, if we were to come up here and say there's gonna be no impacts, that would be a false statement. There will be impacts. Our job is to closely monitor it, to minimize those as much as possible, even once construction starts. So that commitment is there.
Speaking of construction, and this is not in our conditions of approval, but there are certain public works projects that have certain financial penalties attached to them if they do not complete the project within a certain timeline. And as I'm sure many others here today, and perhaps members of the public watching, traverse 101 south beyond Carpinteria back north. I don't know how long that Carpinteria phase has been going on for the 101 HOV project improvements, but it seems like it's very extensive. And I don't know the details of what's causing that, but coming back now to this roundabout and the HO, the mainline project that will also have disruption impacts. I'm very concerned about, as I've already said, but I want to bring this together, both the economic impacts and quality of life impacts. So I want to hear from someone on the applicant side, whether you have considered, or I would ask you to consider, if you have not, some type of financial penalty if this project is extended beyond some reasonable period of time. I don't know what that is, but I shudder to think, I'll just say this very bluntly, Ms. Yanez, and the other applicant members can hear me say this. I shudder to think that this roundabout project would be extended in length of time like that Carpinteria stretch of 101. I know you're going to say it's apples and oranges, but I'm just saying we can't have a protracted roundabout project having those types of adverse impacts on the city and Montecito community. So I'd like to see a financial penalty clause. And I lived in the Bay Area for 21 years, and I saw financial penalty clauses in some of the major public works projects. And boy, was that a motivator for those big contracting companies. So I don't, do you have a comment for me?
Yeah.
With that lead up?
Yes, thank you, Chair Schwartz. All of our city projects, well, any project usually has a liquidated damages clause, which addresses those financial impacts if the project is not completed in time. So those are penalties assessed to the contractor for delays. That exact amount is related to the engineer's estimate, and there's an equation that helps you determine the appropriate amount. And so that will be included in the final construction specifications.
So it's not in the conditions of approval that the Planning Commission could look at as part of our CDP?
No, it's a requirement of the construction specs.
Okay, well, that's too bad. I would like it to come from our commission. I don't know if it's going to happen otherwise, but all right. I'll just give you a forewarning. The community is going to be up in arms if this is a protracted construction project, and better get a handle on it now than when you have hundreds or more business owners and residents up in arms if we don't move this thing forward very efficiently and responsibly. Ms. Grant, before I move to my next question, would you like to comment?
Yes, just more on the liquidated damage. We could add some language for that, but yes, really the specifics are detailed in the engineering specifications that go along with the plans, the 100% construction drawings. It's basically the city county's conditions of approval to be consistent with, as Laura was mentioning, all the contractor rules and regulations.
Where would our statement go for liquidated damages? Or do you want to look at that offline and tell me?
Yeah, I would like to later. Look at offline.
Okay. And then very good. I would appreciate that. And that's, of course, if my colleagues agree with me. I don't know. And so when we go to deliberations, maybe you could help me with that. And then I think I may just have on page 19 of 26 in the conditions of approval, number 3. This is the bottom paragraph, construction contact sign. It references that there will be a telephone number. I would like to hear from the applicant team. How will this be staffed? First of all, will the questions or complaints that are recorded, will they be documented? And then what kind of staffing and responsiveness will be committed to there, so that the public has an assurance of quick access to resolve questions and concerns?
Chair Schwartz, yes, it's typical that our construction notices and any publications that go out regarding construction or upcoming construction, whether it be changes or impacts or just forewarning the public of what's to come, it is standard that the city or that the agency include whether it's the project manager's contact information or if they have a person dedicated to public outreach and responding to those. But it's very customary that, like I said, it's a project manager, and in the best interest of everyone, the issues get promptly resolved, and it is typical that we very promptly respond to those requests from the public.
Okay. I want to share with you, Ms. Yanez, what I consider to be best practice. Our planning commission year over year has reviewed Cottage Hospital build out progress, and they have a hotline, as you may or may not know, and we've tested it now and then along with the community. They have responded personally within 24 hours to anyone who calls that hotline with a question or concern. So to me, that's best practice, and let's see if we can incorporate that 24-hour turnaround into this project. I think the community would be very thankful. And then let's see. I want to go to maintenance. And I think one of the Montecito commissioners brought this up early on. This is page 24, 26. I think this is my last question. I don't know if all of maintenance, should be handled under this general conditions number 3. You can tell me if it's also referenced elsewhere that maybe I overlooked. From my experience with other public works projects that involve Caltrans, and maybe I discussed this with you prior to today, Ms. Yanez, the 3-year commitment by Caltrans, as we know, needs to really be the starting point to a long-term sustainable maintenance plan. Now, I don't know if I heard you correctly answer the other commissioner. Are you in the process now of formulating a memorandum of understanding among which agencies that would take us beyond 3 years? And if so, how many years beyond that, or is it in perpetuity?
Chair Schwartz, yes, the city, the county, Caltrans and SBCAG, well, not SBCAG, but city, county, and Caltrans will enter into a freeway maintenance agreement, clearly identifying the maintenance responsibilities of not only landscaping, but also the hardscape that goes in. And that will be in perpetuity, typically. After the plant establishment period, that is a standard condition of the construction project.
And when does that get signed? That will also include financing of the maintenance and landscaping in perpetuity, so that there's a clear understanding before construction even starts as to this agreement, including how it's going to get funded.
Prior to the completion of the design, all agencies must be in agreement and have that agreement be executed. And those coordination efforts have already began, and discussions are underway.
Okay, so will my second part to this question, will the funding for joint maintenance and landscaping maintenance come from the overall funding that SBCAG is working on? I'm looking at an email with Megan Arciniega, our staff member that she and I had, about funding for this project. How will we ensure that the funding is assured and we're not caught short, which would then sacrifice proper maintenance, proper landscaping maintenance, and who gets left holding the bag if the maintenance isn't handled properly, hardscape or greenscape?
The funding agency, Chair Schwartz, the funding agency would be required to fund the 3-year maintenance period. That's a part of the construction project. And then the agency identified through the freeway maintenance agreement would be, again, responsible for the maintenance responsibilities. Beyond that, I don't know if, and so maybe someone else can chime in, I don't know if the agency can commit, in perpetuity, this amount of money will be in place. As you know, with the city and the drought, there was certain restrictions in water use, and so that led to remove or stopping of irrigation of some landscaped areas, but it'll be up to the agency who is ultimately responsible and identified in that freeway maintenance agreement.
Well, I don't know how to close out on this, but to press this issue, and I'm going to ask our staff to ponder this while we move on. Here's what I'm looking to avoid, what we have to avoid. The landscaping at the Coast Village Hot Springs roundabout really fell into a very sorry state. Now, yes, we had an extended drought that didn't help, but nonetheless, and I'm not going to ask you for any details. We don't need to be revisionist about what did or didn't work well there. But what we can't have is landscaping die or slowly just die and not have an agreement, a commitment, a funding commitment in place to ensure that that doesn't happen. So I'm looking to prevent what happened at Hot Springs and Coast Village, now at Coast Village and Olive Mill. I'm going to leave that to staff and the applicant to figure that out. Again, you don't want all those calls. You don't want the hotline filling up with complaints from the community where we could have been heading this off at the pass. We can anticipate and put the right commitments in place. And I think that everybody would be well served to do that. Lessons learned from the nearby roundabout, the other roundabout. So with that, those are my questions. And I want to ask Chair Senauer, we were going to roughly take a 5 to 10 minute break at 2:50 p.m. Do we want to do that now and then come back to Montecito?
No, I'd like to continue. We only have, we have two commissioners. You've completed all your questions / comments / deliberations. It was sort of all jumbled in the end there.
No, we're going to come back to deliberations.
No,
we're going to deliberate for a vote.
But,
yeah.
No, I understand, but there were we're trying to stay focused on questions right now. Okay. So
well, I'm just trying to ask for as a kind of a timekeeping point of reference, because we will need to take another break. And the question is when it's best to do that. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts, as I referenced, is to let our two remaining commissioners ask their questions.
Okay, then we'll go to break after that.
And then we'll go to break after that, yes.
Okay,
thank you.
Okay, very good.
Okay, Commissioner Police, you're on. We're with the Montecito Planning Commission, continuing with our questioning. We have two remaining commissioners, Commissioner Police and Chair Senauer. Please, Commissioner Police.
Am I unmuted?
I can hear you.
Yes,
Okay.
you are. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Boy, there's been a lot of pointed and important comments along the way. The first thing I wanted to go back to was the public comments that were made that were not, there were questions there that were not answered. And I wanted to make sure, since one of the questions was asked by a prominent writer in the Montecito Journal, Mr. Hazard, he was asking the question of the right turn lane on Olive Mill going towards the beach, why we were sacrificing that right turn lane due to the enhanced landscape. And it was a good question, and I think that we should try to give that some answers, because unless it's a safety factor, which is probably the case, that or the predominance of our need to have more landscape in the area, the right turn lane has been a very functioning and very important aspect of that intersection for the few decades, 2 or 3 that I've been here. So I'm just surprised that it's gone, but I'm sure he would like to have an answer by us at some point. And then the two commissioners, Commissioner Reed and Commissioner Kubiak, both commented on 1298 and the Coast Village Highway and 1110 Olive Mill and the unresolved issues there. And, you know, I've been building freeways, and most of you know, on the Montecito side for 45 years, and I've been on both sides of this fence. And I think I'm surprised that we do not have resolutions regarding these two monumental issues. I think the small landowner on one side and the commercial, Mr. Price, and on one other side, there are answers to those questions, and I could see them myself, but I don't want to get into the resolutions. But I was wondering why we are trying to make a decision today when these outstanding issues could actually, especially in the case of 1298, affect the design and the landscape plan for the roundabout measurably. And I would think that this should have been worked out, and we should not have that issue, because it is, as Commissioner Reed said, that's going to be something that's going to come back, and it will need to be resolved. And we should have, as part of our fiduciary responsibility to our landowners near the properties, we should have this resolved before we vote, I would think.
Commissioner, excuse me, Commissioner Police, I see Ms. Liu, our planner, county planner, is up. Are you, perhaps you'd like to address the right hand onto Olive Mill South, is that right? And your next question, Commissioner Police, was what to Planner Liu?
Well, I don't know what's the question. I've got 3 or 4 here, but if you want to stop now and answer.
Go ahead. I can answer at the end.
Okay.
She'll answer at the end. Thank you.
Okay, so we have the 2 corners. In the case of Mr. Ritter's property on Olive Mill, I heard that this kind of financial considerations was an important factor as far as satisfying his potential issues. And I don't believe, it's hard for me to understand the minor landscape modification, which might really help his property, considering the massive amount of the landscape we're adding, large mature trees, why that has not also been resolved. And there must be some resistance that I'm not hearing why that hasn't been resolved. So those both properties, and I guess, Walter, if you got an answer to some of these questions, or Mrs. Liu, I would gladly like to know the answers to them. In fact, I have a couple more questions, but I will stop there and give you guys a chance to help me with those 3 issues: the right turn lane, the unresolved bus lane, and then as well as the added landscape needed at 1100 Olive Mill. Is there reasons why we have not resolved those to date?
So, Chair Senauer and Commissioner Police, I will start with kind of the planning perspective, and then I'll hand it off to Walter to discuss the public works perspective. So from the planning perspective, I would say that it's not uncommon for certain components of actually it is common for certain components of a landscape plan to be refined even after it goes to the Montecito Planning Commission. So I think that if you were poised to at some point, you could take action today with direction to the applicant or conditioning to require that there be a certain type of robust landscaping within 110 Olive Mill. And as was discussed by some of the city commissioners, that all efforts be made to avoid the access at, I think, 1295 Coast Village Road and the conflict with the bus. So I think there would be the ability for you to apply conditions that would be enforced on the project and still take action today. But in terms of the turn lane and the process up to this point, I'll let Walter speak to that.
Yes, Commissioner, to the chair. I think part of the reason that hasn't been resolved yet is we haven't gone into great detail on landscaping discussions. There has been plenty of discussions about tree loss. And I said, we are working with him. We've had discussions already about potentially having some plantings done as early as this spring prior to even starting to get into construction to try to help give some of those things a jump start. So we're certainly willing and want to talk to the owner about some ideas he might have as far as landscaping in front of his fence. And if he did bring that up to date, I don't recall that happening out. And I want to be respectful to Mr. Rittner as well. He may have brought it up, I just don't remember, but we talk every 2 weeks. He's listening to the meeting right now. He is hearing that the input that you guys are providing. We will have conversations after this meeting regarding potential desires he might have to have additional landscaping, not only in his, see, we need to clarify there is within his property, right? And then there's in the city limits, which is in the frontage of his yard. We could talk to him about both. And we're committed to do that. Whether we were going through this process or not, being heard by commissioners, we would still be going through those efforts. It's just part of our agencies, both the city and the county, to do the public outreach effort for the public relations standpoint, regardless of whether we're conditioned to do it or not. So we're committed to do that, Commissioner.
Okay, can I then ask the question? I mean, I can understand what you're saying, but I get nervous when I hear the sort of out clause. Well, because of financial considerations, we can't promise anybody anything. But I see that, you know, the incredible amount of landscape being spent, and I just don't see what his needs are that substantial. But I'll leave that for you guys to discuss later.
Can I address that really quick, just to make sure we're clear? The financial aspects that we're referring to is if it's within the city right away, that's much clearer for us from an appropriate standpoint. Once we start talking about improvements within the private property, then that's where we have to bridge the outreach effort with the appropriate use of public funds. That's what we were talking about. As far as the improvements within the city right away, that's a much easier thing to accommodate.
I understand, but in mediation, you can jump on both sides of that fence, private and public, if you're trying to mediate an issue and settle it. But we'll drop that because time is of essence here. On the right turn lane, it is no longer there, going south on Olive Mill in front of the hotel, that large amount of landscape that takes in as well the crosswalk. Was that done to satisfy the pure landscape component, safety component? I mean, we are sacrificing a lot of traffic flow by eliminating 1/2 of the amount of quantity of cars that can reach this intersection. So you tell me why, because as Mr. Hazard put forth earlier this morning, when you put that to one lane, like we have in some of the construction maintenance we've had in front of Lucky's and as well as the hotel, it really backs traffic up back past the stop sign. And it's quite an issue. But obviously, when we have the roundabout, there won't be this heavy traffic congestion. But it just seems like a convenience that we're giving up. And I just imagine you're doing it for, hopefully it's a combination of safety and landscape.
Yeah, Chair Police. Yeah, this is Ron Boyle. It was actually done for a variety of reasons. One, as you alluded to, is the roundabout is much more efficient than the stop sign. So the extra right turn is not warranted from a roundabout perspective. Secondly, we need to provide deflection through the roundabout, and with a 5-leg roundabout, particularly with the southbound on-ramp, that's very difficult because you end up, if you were to add that right turn, you could see how you could just drive straight through the roundabout and onto that southbound on-ramp. So that bulb out is providing that deflection into the roundabout. Another aspect of that is right turns, multi-lanes at the entrance just complicate the pedestrian crossing. So by keeping it at a single lane, it's safer for pedestrians. And then we have the addition of the upstream bus stop and driveway that if you were to take out that bulb there and make that pavement, you can see where you would have conflicts with the bus. Potentially you'd have where the bus maybe wants to get over and make a left, not go south. It just gets very complicated very quickly.
I got it. I wanted you to say it because if you didn't say it, you might hear a comment in the Montecito Journal saying, why didn't you say this? So thank you for mentioning that. I appreciate it. And then just to go back to our chair from Santa Barbara, Mr. Schwartz, you were very strong in your opinion regarding traffic management. And I really want to impress upon you that the traffic management of this roundabout is really significant, but not as significant as the effect of when this is built. This really needs to be built prior to any construction on the 101 freeway. If it is not, you can have all the traffic management you want at that roundabout and it will be unsuccessful. So the important thing is that we should demand that this gets completed before the phasing of the 101 freeway that's adjacent to it starts. It's just, you can't have both going on at the same time. You don't want the 101 freeway under construction near the hotels without this being completed. So I would say that liquidated damages are really insignificant in a lot of projects. I've bid a lot of freeway jobs where we just go, what's the liquidated damages? Let's just put it in our bid, don't worry about it. We'll take as long as we want to build it based on however we feel like we want to build it, instead of having the urgency that the community wants. And you made reference to the fact that this is the sort of the graveyard of the mudslide. And I think the people in that area are the most traumatized of all of Montecito. And I really think if we could do one thing for that community, is that we would build this roundabout before we built the freeway adjacent to it. And I don't know if you're thinking that way, but I would like to just offer that as a thought for the conditions that you may want to add. Let's see if there's anything else here. And I hope that Mr. Bishop would be involved in that 1100 Olive Mill project, because we do need the landscape architect to look at that. It'd be kind of important. I think I pretty much covered what I want to say, want to ask, but, and I just can't, we really need stiff liquidated damages. And I have been on projects of my own where there was layer of liquidated damages, not just the authority of Sacramento, but it's also the authority of the local agency. So I wouldn't be afraid of the city of Santa Barbara saying, we want have an added burden put on the contractor, because I think this is going to be a design build project anyway, or a contract that is chosen, contractor chosen by the Caltrans. And so we need to put the conditions that satisfy our neighborhood community. And then the last thing was that unless you do put what you want in these conditions, Caltrans can meet all they want, and no disrespect to Caltrans, they could say all they want before they have to live up to their promises. So I don't care what's been said and all the glad handing up to now. When this project starts, unless you have the rules, the regulations, and everything you want to protect yourself, we could get, we could not be satisfied. Anyway, that covers my area. Hope it didn't take too long. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Police. So I'm on deck here, and I have some questions. I think I can just start with this slide that's up on landscaping. Just a few more questions. Could someone point out the existing bioretentions basins that are existing for private properties vis-a-vis the proposed bioretention for the project? Are they separate, or are they one and the same?
Chair Senauer, they are separate. They're probably more clearly outlined on sheet 6 of the plans. Which shows the hatched gray areas is their existing bioretention, and then the blue areas would be additional new bioretention.
Okay, how do they, this is, okay. So So the new is project driven, is that correct?
The new is our project driven, yes.
Correct. And how does it overlay or collaborate with existing, say, 1298? How does that, because I think visually when you're walking the property, you see all the landscaping and you don't associate with bioretention. You just say, oh, it's all this landscaping, why do we have it? And it's a functional best management practice. And where is that going to have to be removed, and or is it going to be shared with the project bioretention? Just sort of walk me through that.
Yeah, so Chair Senauer, likely, or our intent is to also post-construction have this area look landscaping to anyone else, but it will indeed be bioretention. And it will be a seamless plant palette that will go from the existing to the proposed. But down below, there will be two systems for bioretention. The existing, which is actually contained within a pretty large wall that goes deep into down below the surface. And then we would have our chambers, what we'd call them, along the side on the outside of the existing.
Okay, so the functionality is different or the same?
Same.
Okay, but
and I'll just clarify that the final engineering design of how they work in tandem hasn't been entirely fleshed out, but our goal is that their system functions as it does now, and if not, even better, because now we have additional area which will allow for infiltration versus a reduced area that's there now.
okay, so visually what we see now, someone walking at that intersection looking on the northwest, how will it differ in appearance?
It will, like I said, it'll be seamless landscaping.
Okay,
With
that's my point.
the addition of the ramp. I guess that's the only difference, that there will now be a crossing over to Olive Mill.
Yes, I understand. So all the work that went into 1298 will be will have to be it will have to be tandemized. So it'll be taken out, all the landscaping, and then everything will be in tandem, and then landscaping will be put over that. Is that correct? So any landscaping that exists now is going to be taken away and replaced.
Yes. There may be some plants that will be temporarily relocated and replaced, but we will make sure there's a cohesive plant layout and palette through the entire parkway.
Thank you. Can we go down to the to the southwest corner in front of the Montecito Inn, please? For the bioretention, correct? They're having that is both a private and a project determinant of bioretention, is that correct?
This is our current preliminary design for a potential bioretention area. You can see in the dotted line, kind of the oval there, that has been identified as a potential area for bioretention. Again, it'll have to be looked further with infiltration tests to determine whether this is the appropriate BMP. There is nothing existing at the moment there in terms of bioretention.
There's some landscaping, they have some minimal landscaping, and especially on the south side, on the southwest side, they have roses, I think, and that sort of thing. Is that going to be left, or is that going to have to be removed and replaced?
Removed and replaced.
It will, okay. And it's determined, the appropriate bioretention qualities are dictated with certain metrics and data. And basically the owners may have something to contribute as far as what they'd like to see, but but the metrics and data are standard and have to be followed. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair Senauer.
Okay, and while we have it up, the bus, is that the bus stop?
Correct.
The proposed bus stop or the existing bus stop?
The existing bus stop is along the existing curb line, and so the proposed is just pushed out to the new proposed curb line.
Okay, that's not going to interfere with that lane of traffic going south, correct?
Correct.
Okay, it will not. Okay, good. And if you get to the actual roundabout, what is the best management for bioretention there, stormwater, et cetera, the actual roundabout, it was touched in the addendum, but it is deflective when they did if in fact it's called a causeway for flood, et cetera, debris. So it deflects it, but it doesn't obstruct it. Is that correct? It allows the flow, it's just deflected in different areas. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair Senauer.
And you will have a bioretention in that island, in that roundabout, or not?
There's not one currently proposed.
And that wouldn't be helpful, or the engineers have looked at it?
So typically stormwater bioretention areas are in areas that receive flow at the moment. And so since the center of the roundabout, the flow will go out away from it, it wouldn't be considered a retention area. So the water it receives is what falls directly on it. And so that water will either infiltrate directly into the soil or be part of the runoff.
All right, question about the parking spaces on the northwest corner. Maybe are they on this slide, are they manifest? Are they going to remain? There was one finger that was going to be removed. Is that correct? That was proposed, but now is removed along with a tree removal. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair Senauer. And if Timmy can shift the slide over to the northwest corner so you can see the finger that's been proposed for removal and the added spot. So the other direction, sorry. Northwest corner. There you go.
Okay, so that finger is going to be removed?
The existing finger is actually wider and accommodates the tree. So now there's a proposed slimmer finger, and then you can see the X where the proposed tree removal is.
Okay, and the finger is not taking up a parking space?
It currently, not the proposed. So the existing one is actually right where that tree is at. So then that is now for removal, and as you can see, it's pavement to be an added parking spot.
Okay, so from there to along the way to say CVS, how many parking spots are there then? Do you know? There's a slide with that. I just
I actually don't know that off the top of my head,
right.
But the reason we're able to accommodate that finger now is because there is some extra space between these parking spots, so we will be restriping in order to accommodate that third spot.
Okay, and the finger, I'm sorry, the functionality of the finger is what? Aesthetic or geometric or what? Engineering wise, you have to have it?
Aesthetics, so to provide a little bit of a fair, added, breaking up the pavement.
And is there handicapped along there?
Not proposed.
It is not proposed.
Chair, confirming that there were 15 parking spaces.
Thank you. And is there's no requirement to have handicap parking there?
Not currently imposed, no.
Okay, thanks. So onward on landscaping. At the northeast corner, where the concrete is proposed to basically intersect with the DG. What sort of transition do you have that is pedestrian safe? DG is such a different material than concrete. Do you have a threshold? If it rains on concrete, it's different than if it rains on DG, obviously. So what is a threshold area or composed of that will ensure a safe transition between DG and a sidewalk concrete?
Chair Senauer, Will Bishop might have a better idea, but I would imagine potentially a header that would allow for that to stay in place and a more firm transition, and then going into DG. So I've seen redwood headers previously before, but Mr. Bishop can speak to that.
I can try.
Thank you.
Chair Senauer, can you clarify, do you mean the transition between, not on the sides, right? You're talking about the transition between the DG and then the sidewalk.
Correct. On the northeast. Correct.
Yeah, I can see what your concern would be. In other projects, and I'm not sure we're to that level yet, but I think typically underneath the DG, it's a slight ramp of concrete before the concrete actually terminates. So it's not like a butt-to-butt joint. The DG comes up over the concrete a little bit. So there's a bit of a lip underneath it. So you're not going to have change it, that might cause it. But
so it's not going to be like transected angle straight down. It's going to be.
I don't think so.
Oh,
I don't think so.
Okay.
But usually those details are handled further down. But I know there are solutions because it's not an.
Yeah. It's just that DG path is new, and it predates the concrete area that is proposed. So it is, to me, it's something that is a safety issue, and should be considered. While we're up there at the 110 residence of Mr. Rittner, the proposed trees. There was one slide that had 5 of them, 8 of them. That would be count. Is that correct? It would not be on the private parcel. Is that correct?
Laura, you might have to answer that. I think if I can attempt to answer it, but I think it is in the right of way where those.
Correct.
Where those have been shown. And I think it's just an illustration, but I think it was sort of showing, because he has a hedge there, or had a hedge there. So I think it's just to sort of soften the fence in a similar fashion to what he has now. It doesn't look like on there we're showing a replacement for that big oak. So I'm not sure if that's on his property or not. But I think those are made to represent, or intended to represent, maybe a hedge along that fence.
I have a question about basically water supply. I understand MWD is supplying this area, the city and the county actually. But as far as who will be billed, when you get into 110 Olive Mill, those are in the right of way, so the resident of that property will not be billed for water usage, right? That's separately metered. Okay, and you're working with the owner to perhaps work with some landscaping in that area we have discussed. And, that's correct. Okay, and depending on quote budget, the county will be able to, or the project will be able to supply a certain amount, but not an infinite amount of landscaping.
That is correct.
Correct. So my thought is that will have to be, as far as billing goes, that is a private property billing, and it will be metered to. My concern is that depending on the landscaping, it could be a very expensive bill, for the owner. In other words, if you worked one part of the equation, i.e. you've worked mitigation with them, we can do this and that, but that doesn't take into account the cost of water supply, correct?
Correct.
All right, and there's no way to sort of work with that, or is there?
Typically, okay. I would say, and Walter can correct me if I'm wrong, agencies will not, typically do not pay for water bills within private property.
Well, this is a very special property, okay? This is heavily impacted by this project. So I would hope there could be some consideration for estimated HCFs and its cost and discussions regarding that. I think it would be very appropriate. Any other comments on that? No. Thoughts? Is someone talking? No?
Yeah,
Okay.
Commissioner, I'll just jump in on that. I just want to
Thank
make
you.
sure that we're clear and honest about this. The
Yes.
landscaping within the city right away will have to
Yes.
be viewed significantly different than the landscaping within private property. Again, it is more than likely, I'm relatively confident about this, that the watering needed for any landscaping that's proposed in the city right away would be covered by the water bill that comes from Montecito Water to the agency. We would not be covering water bills within private property because of requirements of using public funds for private improvements. So
I understand your constraints. My thought was just it is an impactful. It's of import to someone to have landscaping, the discussion, but then the other side is paying for it, right? The water supply. So that's, you know, I'm just
correct.
bringing that to your attention.
And we just want to make sure that we don't condition landscaping within his private property that he doesn't want to maintain or pay for water. So we just have to be careful about that as well.
Absolutely, totally understand. So let's get back to the roundabout on safety with pedestrian crossings and can we bring that up, please? It can be whatever slide you decide to bring up, the crosswalks. And is there, and we discussed it at San Ysidro, is it going to be wired for electric flashers, et cetera, that is done in advance, but not actually, shall we say, in place, but it can be retroactive? Could you please address that, please? And where would these flashers be?
Yes, Chair Sonauer. Yes, we've agreed to plumb for electrical conduit across both, parallel to both crosswalks in order to allow for future flashers if the traffic engineers deem them necessary. So that would be both across Coast Village Road as well as Olive Mill Road.
Okay, and the flashers, do they have an audio component, the beeping? I'm just thinking of the resident at 110, or is it silent? Or is it gonna be plumbed for both?
Plumbing is for both. There's no distinction between what type of flashers and the amenities that it comes with, or the options it comes with. So it'll be the same.
So that will be determined if they are added by an assessment, say how, like 6 months, is that basically conditioned anywhere that it will be reviewed with if pedestrians have issues, or it's been noted that in fact there'll be if there is a concern, they can be added? I see Ms. Grant.
Yes, hi, Chair Sonauer. Yes, as far as for flashes, as Ms. Yin has mentioned, the intersection will be plumbed. But we want to reiterate in the GHD memo that was attached, that is the traffic operations analysis report.
Yes.
And it basically, on page 2 of that report, it says flashers are generally not needed or used at a single lane roundabouts due to the short crossing distances and reduced vehicle speeds at the roundabout entry and exit points. At this location, it is not expected the flashers will be needed and is not desirable to have unnecessary traffic control devices. However, to be responsive to public comment, the roundabout will include underground conduit and connections to electrical source so that flashers can easily be added in the future with minimal disturbance based on the evaluation of a licensed engineer.
Great. Thank you very much. I think that's very important to have an evaluation and to basically underground it, have it all ready to go. Thank you. Basically, can we go to signage, please?
And Laura, just to let you know that you're muted right now. If you could help to mute. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sheet 20, please, Timmy.
Great. Okay. Can we do you have a count? I counted, but do you have a count of all the signs, including the road signs and the Caltrans, excuse me, required?
Chair Sinauer, I do not have a count, but I can have our team work on that as we maybe go on to the next question.
Yeah, of course. And since I was on the working group for both San Ysidro and this, there was a discussion of the Biltmore sign, and I think that's of import. And I think it was asked but never answered. One, is it, who owns it? Do you know who owns it?
Chair Sinauer, I reached out to the Biltmore and they have confirmed it is their sign. There also wasn't an exact clarification as to the details of who pays for the meter, but
who pays for the meter?
The light, there's a meter attached to the sign that lights up the sign.
I thought, is it a water feature that I'm missing?
No, it has its own meter that allows for the sign to get lit up. And so where we landed is that they understand it's a very fragile sign. They agree that they don't know if it would be guaranteed that it'll function after relocation. And we are working on discussing where exactly it could potentially go if it does. And so that area was identified between the freeway on-ramp and South Olive Mill Road.
Because where originally was going to cause great confusion.
Correct.
So it has been removed, at least that positioning has been removed, and tentatively, if in fact it is cited, it will be at the, please, do you have a cursor? Is there?
I do not have a cursor. It's by the yield sign, sorry.
Excuse me?
By the yield sign between South Olive Mill Road and the freeway, yeah, right there. Or I would say in front of that or in the vicinity of the sign there.
Okay, so the Biltmore owns it, okay? It's not a requirement to be there. Is there prescriptive sort of history that since it's been there for 60 years, it is required to continue to be there? There is no condition that it has to remain. Is that correct?
Correct. Chair Sinauer, in the cultural reports or historic reports, since it's been modified various times over the course of the past 60 years, it was not found to have historic significance.
Okay.
But we understand that it's been there for a long time. And so we will attempt to preserve it.
Okay, so basically the proposal is to keep it.
Correct.
Okay, and yet you don't have any other, the only reason it's a consideration is because contextually, historically, even though it's not so deemed historic, it would remain versus the Miramar and the Montecito Inn and signs that don't exist for those. So it's an exception, right, to commercial signage to a particular hotel or something. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, just
Okay.
given that it's been there for a very long time.
Okay, but if the light doesn't work,
We haven't discussed those details, and so
okay.
I'll work further with the owners and determine whether it would still be appropriate to have it, even if it doesn't light up.
Okay, with the signage, back to the signage, in the Montecito plan, of course, it gives the, it needs to be white on brown background. And those are all for the street designations, is that correct?
That is correct.
And go ahead.
Sorry, Chair Senauer, I wanted to clarify that the teams determined there's 19 proposed signs. Altogether.
Thank you. So a little less than San Ysidro. That's interesting. Okay.
One more thing, Chair Senauer.
Please.
I will clarify that there's the potential that there's a missing sign. The yellow roundabout sign seems to be missing on North Jameson Lane as you approach the roundabout.
Oh, there's a cursor. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
So just to the right of that, or just a little adjacent to the one with the arrow going around the median. So
okay, so to the roundabout itself, there are there is the chevron, and it appears there's only one, but on other roundabouts there are directionally 4 of them. Is that also going to be 4 chevrons?
Chair Senauer, as you can see, there's the chevron is shown as an example, but you can see as you zoom in closer, there are 4 proposed here as well.
And so visually, that's quite significant. What is the size of them? I mean, what is the code? It can't be any less than. Let's have it that way. It can't be any smaller than XXX, but can we require it can't be larger than the code?
We specify the smallest possible. They usually, our traffic engineers confirmed it's the smallest available sign for the chevron. And the reason they've gotten larger in other location is due to multiple vehicles crashing into the roundabout, specifically at Milpas. But it is standard that we propose the smallest sign possible.
Do we know what those dimensions are by any chance? The smallest possible?
I do not have that at hand, but I could also find that out.
Okay, thank you. While we have this, the exit to the northbound off-ramp, the vehicles that go that wish to turn directly to go to east North Jameson have to, or with one of those signs, say they have to complete the roundabout and go around. Is that correct? Is there?
Sorry, can you clarify that one more time?
No, so when you come off the northbound off-ramp, if you want to go to east, do that sharp turn. Yeah, there will be a sign that says you cannot do that, or encourage that you go around. Is it a mandate that, like, no entry, whatever? If somebody could, Mr. Boyle, thank you. I see you.
Chair Senauer, we evaluated this with a couple options during design. A small vehicle or a passenger vehicle can make this turn. It is a little tight. We were looking at, what's the largest vehicle that could make the turn. The challenge comes in to signing it appropriately, and how do you distinguish that for the person approaching the roundabout to know whether they are in the right size vehicle. So it was determined to go ahead and tighten it up a little bit and just send everybody around the circle. The peak hour volume was 15 vehicles, so it was not a significant movement. Most people, this is kind of an out of direction movement. So it's not a significant volume of traffic, and it's a much cleaner signage package to just say, go around the circle.
And where is that going to be? Where is that sign going to be?
Well, that was the challenge, is where would the sign sit in relationship to the other directional signage, and how would that sign read? It'd have to be a custom sign. It would probably be more confusing than it would be helpful. As far as the sign
Okay.
says, where do you go around? I don't see it on here.
Correct.
It's going to sit approximately at the end of the curb, maybe a little bit up from that. Yeah, right there. Maybe
Okay.
just a little bit to the west.
Oh, it'll be there.
Yes.
Okay. 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 Gotcha. Let me think. I was just thinking, oh, while we're on traffic density and per hour, would you be the best one to bring in the VMT vis-a-vis, as has been brought up before, the differential between LOS, level of service, and the VMT, and that in fact the VMT is not going to be increased with the addition of the roundabout?
I'm probably not the best one to answer that, so I think I'll turn it over to Nicole or someone else.
Chair Senauer, I could speak to that, and then
Thank you.
if Jessica wants to add the more technical
Thank you.
component. So, and actually the part I'll let Jessica respond to is the comparison between level of service and VMT. But basically, level of service has to do with delays at an intersection and the amount of delay, and vehicle miles traveled has to do with vehicle miles traveled. And with regard to roundabouts, roundabouts have been determined to not measurably increase vehicle miles traveled. So there's guidance that's been put out by the Planning Office of Research with regard to how to analyze that under environmental review. And it indicates that roundabouts do not measurably induce additional traffic. So they don't measurably induce additional traffic and therefore don't induce new VMTs.
Great, thank you.
And I'll let Jessica speak.
Chair Senauer and Ms. Liu, you answered that perfectly. As far as for the CEQA guidelines for VMT, the section of determining significance of traffic impacts are found under section 15064.3 of the CEQA guidelines, and it says transportation projects that reduce or have no impact on vehicle miles traveled should be presumed to have a less than significant transportation impact. And then, as Ms. Liu was referencing, when you reference the Office of Planning Research technical guidelines, it shows that a list of projects that are presumed to not have increased a substantial or measurable increase in vehicle demand, and therefore generally should not require an induced travel analysis, and the installation of roundabouts is under that list.
Thank you. Question about the lighting. If we could have that slide, please, that plan sheet on the lighting. Thank you. Okay. How about at the roundabout? Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay, there are 11, is that correct? Total? What exists now, do you know?
Existing, there are 3 Caltrans standard lights, 2 Caltrans standard lights and a retired city standard that was installed at 1298 Coast Village Road.
Okay, so this is certainly an increase.
Correct.
There's a bit of a discrepancy, and I just want it clarified. In one section, it says the 10 the pedestrian lights are 10 feet. Are they 10 or 14 tall? Do you see that?
Yeah, the correction is 14 feet.
So they're 14. Okay. And so there's how many of those?
I believe there's 5.
And those are where? I assume pedestrian crossings?
Correct, and the bus stops.
And the bus stops. And they were increased from 10 to 14 because of requirements or metrics, et cetera?
It was actually, given that they're decorative light poles, those are actually 14 versus our non-decorative standard, which is shorter.
Oh, so that was the driver. The consistency with decorative standards vis-a-vis, so if they weren't decorative, they could be 10 feet, is that correct?
Our city standard for the non-decorative poles, I believe, is 10 feet, yes. So that was a mistake on my part for probably initially looking at the wrong one.
So do you get better coverage for a pedestrian if it's lower at 10 feet versus 14?
I would probably have Mr. Maloney speak as to the difference between, but I believe it's better coverage the higher the light pole.
Okay.
That is correct.
All right. And the other standards are, the remaining standards are 23 foot?
The pole is 20 foot plus the luminaire.
Okay, okay. Okay, thank you. Let me see while I'm on there. With regard to the landscaping and the removal of trees, I have 29 live oaks and specimen trees. What specimen trees are going to be removed? It doesn't indicate, it just says, I think it just references specimen trees, which are large trees.
If I can have Eric clarify the difference between the different trees. Take them a second to get on.
Thank you.
Chair Sunhour, Ellen Kokinda, part of my interruption.
Yes.
I would just like to ask Mr. Von Berg if you could, I've sent you a webcam request. If you could please turn on your webcam or accept the request. And then it looks like your audio is live. Thank you.
Okay. So there's 5 sycamores might be included in those specimen trees. I would have to go through the list to see which ones, the size of those, you know, to identify all the specimen trees.
Oh, okay. So specimen require basically the descriptive of a specimen is its large size, or is it?
That's
what?
my understanding. Yes.
Okay, so those are going to have to come out. The specimen trees.
There's some, that will have to come out. Then that's part of that count of the 49 trees.
Okay.
And then,
yes, I see. Okay, I see the 5 sycamores. Indeed, I do. As far as once we're in biological resources now, the nesting birds, et cetera, and the monitoring that is going to go on, I believe nesting is from September 1st to February. I'm not sure. Is anybody there who could answer those sort of things?
yes, what was the question you had on that? Was that just to confirm that, or?
Basically, yeah, what the monitoring is.
So what they do is if a nest is found, then the biologist will go out there they would first do a pre-construction survey, we call it, to see if there are any nests in the area. And if there are any nests, to see if there's any, if it's an active nest and whether there's any fledglings in the nest. So any, baby birds in there that are needing to be protected. And then usually if there is, then that construction has to stop within a certain radius of that tree, depending on the species.
Thank you. I have a question. I'll wrap up. Time goes fast here. About there was in MBAR, in the joint MBAR meetings at the city, there was a comment, and it was in the summary, Ms. Liu, you said, reference to lighting in the roundabout and also artwork. Can you address that, please?
Chair Senauer, I think that I might actually ask Laura, she's been answering a lot of questions today, but might ask Laura to comment on the artwork. But what I can say is that there was discussions about artwork and the possibility of it being there, but it's not a part of the current proposal. What it would be is something that would come in separately as a proposal, but it's not something that Public Works is opposed to. So they would be supportive of the process, but it's not a part of the current proposal, essentially.
And we have, that would come after, when would that enter into a discussion about adding art and adding lights?
Nicole, I can chime in. Chair Senauer, thank you, Nicole. What she responded was correct. It would have to be a separate parallel effort that can be brought about by either the Arts Commission and would also have to be reviewed by both MBAR, ABR, as part of the process. We did discuss also plumbing to the center of the roundabout for potential future lighting needs there as well. So it would be plumbed for that if a parallel artwork or signage project were to move forward.
All right, thank you. That's the end of my questions. I appreciate it. I guess I went over, I apologize, I think. So if we can now take a break. Yes?
Yes, let's do that. So it's almost 2:40. I'm gonna say 10 minutes. So
right.
Come back at 10 of. So we do that? Does that sound good?
Yes, 10-minute break.
Yeah, let's do that. So we're going to come back at 3:50 and we'll take things up from there. I want to remind the city planning commissioners before we go to an official break to be prepared. We are all going together. This is what our agenda has laid out. So it's going to be Wiscombe, Reed, Lodge, Escobedo, Bonderson, and myself. So we're going to go one right after another in terms of our deliberations, not breaking us apart. And that's it. We're on break. Have a good health break, everybody, and we'll be back shortly. Thank you.
Thank you.
20th, 2020 to order. We are at the juncture in our hearing where we're going to move into our city commissioner deliberations. And before we begin, I wanted to make an announcement. As we were preparing for today, our commission was under the understanding that we were looking to conclude at 6 o'clock, and we're going to lose our quorum after 6 p.m. So I'm going to ask our commissioners in the following order: Wiscombe, Reed, Lodge, Escobedo, Bonderson, and then myself, to move through as efficiently as possible our deliberations. And then if there is any feedback from the applicant, whether that's Ms. Yanez or someone else from the applicant team, to respond to recommended modifications to the conditions of approval, because we want to respect the applicant's response. We're then probably going to move into a necessary vote so that we don't lose our voting quorum after 6 p.m. I can't hear you, Chair Senauer.
Thank you. Also, I'm resuming on behalf of the Montecito Planning Commission. The city is going with deliberations first, and I would just like to, we are going to be on our side as efficient as possible, but we are not going to be driven by the 6 o'clock timeline. That is not going to drive our action and our deliberations. We have to give it up at 6, we have to give it up 6, but this is an extraordinarily important project for all of our community, and we need to be very diligent and efficient. I totally agree. So please go forward with the city. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so to our commission, and you don't need to turn your webcams on yet if you don't want to, but of course you may. We'll start with Commissioner Wiscombe on deliberations, and I know we have our staff ready to also assist us. Please, Commissioner Wiscombe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be as efficient and as possible. I want to start with staff report page 7, policy 6.2-2 suggests that the city should consider sponsoring competition for local artists to design art elements. This action would be achieved by recommendation to City Council for budget approval for such a program, and I would be in support of bringing that to City Council for such action. I think this project is has gone on for many years. It's been an incredible work effort by many jurisdictions, and I think everyone has done a fantastic job on addressing concerns. The public outreach so far has been excellent, and I realize that's going to have to continue in some places. Ms. Grant said that this is a community gateway. I think it will become a community gateway. And with all the years of work that have gone into this. I think it's an excellent project, and I would be in support of making the findings and issuing a coastal development permit for the project. I do have a couple added items that I think should be in the conditions of approval. In addition to the art competition, which doesn't belong in the conditions of approval. Bear with me because my notes are all over the place. First of all, a resolution of the bus stop, which should not interfere with the ingress and egress to 1298 Coast Village Road. I think that's an essential element that we must include. And my fellow commissioners seem to be supportive of.
Let's pause a moment. I think we may have lost Commissioner Wiscombe and her internet access.
Yes, thank you, Chair Schwartz, Ellen Kokinda. So it looks like, I was just trying to confirm if it was just for me, but we have, it looks like she is disconnected from audio, so it might take her a moment to come back in. I think it might have been an internet connectivity issue. So.
Okay, I'm just gonna.
It looks like she's just back. Chair, or Commissioner Wiscombe, can you confirm that you're back? You paused for, or we lost you for a moment.
Oh, where was I?
Why don't you pick up after Art? Just start after Art, and then we'll, because you froze for a period of time, we could hear you from audio, but your screen froze. Why don't we pick up from there?
So after the Art on sending that to City Council. Okay. I think that the project, Ms. Grant said it's a community gateway. I think that that's very true. I think it's very sensitively designed and a lot of work has gone into it. It's been a long planning process over many years with many jurisdictions involved. And I think the product that we're seeing here today is excellent in many ways. The public outreach has been great. I realize it's going to have to continue in some areas, but I think that I think we can resolve some of the things in with respect to public outreach to the satisfaction of some of the private property owners. I would like to add some conditions. I would be able to support the project, support the findings and the issuance of a coastal development permit, but I would like some additional conditions added. First of all, the bus stop, we must maintain the ingress and egress to 1298 Coast Village Road. And how that happens, I think is up to staff and jurisdictions working with MTD. But I think that that needs to be a condition, that the bus stop does not impede ingress and egress to 1298 Coast Village Road. I also think that, I'm not sure where this belongs, but I very much liked the idea of the 0 to 10 volt control dimmer, which will help with the lighting when the lights first come on, and for the first period of time will really help with the dimming the lights to the neighbors in the surrounding area. So I would like the addition of that 0 to 10 volt control dimmer or similar. That's what the electrical engineer had suggested. And bear with me a minute. Okay, so the next thing is that from what I heard, the tree removal impacts are going to occur at 110 Olive Mill, and that's pretty much where most of them occur. Since the tree, the lemon gum tree that 1298, the owner has requested it be removed anyway. So I would like to see a condition put in in our conditions of approval that if the resident so desires, that 24-inch box trees be used adjacent to the property at 110 Olive Mill Road. And moving on, there was a lot of talk in the conditions of approval. I'm on page, not the red line version, the old version, page 13 of 26. Under number 4, where it talks about temporary access, access would be provided to residents and businesses as necessary. I think that that clause as necessary needs to be removed. I realize there might be short-term impacts to ingress and egress, but they will figure out a way to get around that with temporary access points. So I'd like the as necessary to be removed from there. And let's see, there was one more comment. Oh, on page 2 of 26 in the conditions of approval. And we're in section G, excuse me, G as in George. Before the public works permit is finalized, the project civil engineer that designed the post-construction BMPs must submit a stamped letter verifying that all post-construction BMPs were installed as approved and that they comply with the city's Tier 3 stormwater requirements. Alternatively, you may choose to have the Public Works Department certify compliance on behalf of the city. I would appreciate that sentence being removed and leave that in the auspices of the civil engineer on the project. And I think that is all I have to say right now. I'd just like to commend staff for their work. It's really pretty amazing how many people have worked on this and how far it's come. So I thank you all. And that's the end of my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. And as we move on to the next commissioner, let me just recap, that's Commissioner Reed. I just want to ask Ms. DeBusk, I hope this isn't forcing you to write too quickly. Are you able to capture the suggested modifications or revisions, Ms. DeBusk, that we're going to be articulating?
Yes, Chair Schwartz, I am working on that, and we should be able to put a document up on the screen so that you can see those visually.
Thank you. And we're going to go slowly just so it's not too difficult for you to do your editing. And we greatly appreciate staff's collaboration with us. Commissioner Reed, it's over to you.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. So yeah, beautiful project. I think the roundabout is gorgeous. Right off the bat, like I thought it was really impressive that the project calls for specimen olive trees. So I don't know if I would go as far as to say it's well, maybe I would suggest it is. I'd like to ensure that there is room in the budget to accommodate that. Because I think that, you know, in our children and our grandchildren's lifetime will be a spectacular feature. I'm going to address Commissioner Wiscombe's comments, which I'm generally in support of. Yes to the arts competition directed by City Council, the text on page 7, I support that. I support the general idea of maintaining the ingress and egress to 1298 Coast Village Road. Whatever the most protective language is, whatever the most strong language we can utilize, I'm in support of. So absolutely no encroachment by any and all MTD services into that driveway, which provides the only ingress and egress for customers, owners, tenants of 1298 Coast Village. Commissioner Wiscombe supports the 0 to 10 volt control dimmer. I do as well. She added this pretty creative provision if the resident at, I believe, what is it, 110 Olive Mill desires the larger box trees for shielding their property, then that's something the county needs to comply with. I'm in support of that. But I think that there needs to be specific parameters on that so that doesn't get out of control. In terms of changing the language as
Commissioner Reed, when you say that certain parameters, do you have any thoughts to offer? Then you say so it doesn't get out of control. I'm just pressing you for any specifics you might have in mind.
Let me ask the staff or the applicant for feedback on that, just so it can be contained for the specific mitigating solution the resident was requesting in public comment. Commissioner Wiscombe?
We can't hear you,
Commissioner Wiscombe, you need to unmute yourself. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Reed. I'm referring to the strip that is on Olive Mill Road in between the driveway and it's that it's that strip on Olive Mill that's in between the driveway. It's in that blue diagram, Mr. Bolton, the one that shows the new driveway configuration, and it shows it's sheet 7. I remember what sheet it is. If we can just go there, so this was where I was clarifying it. Okay, where you see, Commissioner Reed, where you see the new green trees there. And then there's a little section, and Mr. Bolton's running his cursor over it now. There's a little section too that's still blank. That's the section that I was referring to.
Okay, I support that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so going back to the proposed change in language on page 13 of 26. Of the conditions of approval to change I believe this was it was the language as necessary. I think that was B under the traffic management plan, number 4. Under temporary access shall be provided to residents and businesses. 2, I think I would propose using language to the maximum extent feasible or practicable, whichever is stronger. Additionally, I think I would also add that same language to number 6. Maintenance schedule, the maintenance of traffic and sequencing of construction shall be planned and scheduled to minimize traffic delays to the maximum extent feasible or practicable. Commissioner Wiscombe then went on to page 2 of 26 under item G. I would be in favor of modifying that last sentence, which currently reads, alternatively, you may choose to have the Public Works Department certify compliance on behalf of the city. This may cause problems, so please correct me if it would. But I would be in favor of changing that language to read, additionally, the Public Works Department will certify compliance on behalf of the city. Okay, and
Commissioner Reed, do you want any feedback on that? The additionally, either from, okay.
Yes,
Ms.
that'd be great.
Yanez?
I think that would be appropriate, as previously mentioned, Commissioner Reed and Chair Schwartz. The city will be involved and ensure that Tier 3 requirements are met, given that we are the agency requiring those.
Okay, great.
So Commissioner Reed, would you just then please read that revised sentence one more time so Ms. DeBusk can also incorporate that? And of course, if the rest of the commissioners are in agreement.
Yeah, so changing the last sentence to read, additionally, Public Works Department will certify compliance on behalf of the city.
And I know that Commissioner, I want to acknowledge Commissioner Wiscombe was suggesting to strike that whole sentence. So we'll come back if she has any thoughts to see if there's agreement. I don't want to, you know, press ahead and assume otherwise. Want to be respectful of everybody. Okay.
But I appreciate the applicant's feedback, and so I would propose that change. Let's see. Let me read my notes real quick here. Okay, I think I'm going to lastly go to page 15 of 26 in the conditions of approval. This is a little bit more convoluted, so I need I'd appreciate some direction from the staff on this. But I in general, have concerns about temporary construction easements, the closure plan, and the construction traffic management plan. I'm concerned in the context, I suppose, of all three of these. I'm concerned with the immediate businesses affected by this project and any loss of business or loss of rent for property owners due to a mismanaged project. And so my question for whoever is appropriate is how we could introduce provisions such as that or an alternative in the context of obtaining temporary construction easements from property owners. I know that that gets negotiated, and so maybe I'm overstepping there. But especially in the context of this construction traffic management plan, what recourse could be added to protect property owners and business owners?
Commissioner Reed, Chair Schwartz, specifically addressing the temporary construction easements. Again, we can't proceed to construction without getting buy-off and signatures from all parties involved on the temporary construction easements. So that would have to be finalized prior to moving forward with construction.
Okay.
And I see Tava's on, so I'll let her respond as well.
Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Reed, I just want to let you know that there is a lot of regulation regarding easements. And so it's intended to protect property owners. And when we're negotiating them, we're led by those regulations and how we can proceed forward. So they do have a lot of protection, and we do them.
Okay.
Commissioner Reed, I want to make sure I'm also tracking with the deliberations and follow-on questions. Were you interested in some language that goes beyond the easement? You mentioned item C, construction traffic management plan, and the way it currently reads, a final construction / traffic management plan shall be provided to, not negotiated with, or any other language, to the city, identifying construction phasing, staging, detours, and road ramp closures. And if we could blow that up a little bit, Mr. Bolton, so that we're all looking at this very important language. And back to you, Commissioner Reed, for what you had in mind.
Yeah. So my question to Ms. Inez, Ms. Ostranger, and whoever else can provide feedback is both for the closure plan, item B, and the construction traffic management plan, item C. What language we could add now to provide as much protection and certainty to the business owners and property owners in the immediate vicinity.
Commissioner, I see Ms. Ostringer is on the call, so I'll let her take it and then I'll add in addition to that.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Reed, Ms. Janez. Ms. DeBusk, is that some language that we've been working on that you might be able to help us with?
Yes, through the chair, we did draft some language. Sounds like we might need to tweak it a little bit further. So I would ask if Mr. Bolton can put up that latest version that I just sent as a starting point. Thank you. So just for the public's benefit, we added language that says city and county staff shall work with Caltrans in developing the closure plan such that there is minimal disturbance to and protection of, to the maximum extent feasible, the residences and businesses, should be businesses in the area. And similar language for the following for the construction traffic management plan.
I think that's good. Ms. Ostringer, would you suggest anything in addition to that?
Oh, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed, I was just going to jump in just to let the commissioners know that this language is not set in stone. It's just a suggestion for your consideration. Obviously, you'd all still need to agree on it. So if, and of course you can continue to pick at it as you feel is necessary, and we can make those changes.
Okay, well, let's just leave it at this for now. I think this is a good addition, which I support. I'll let everybody else weigh in. And I believe that's all my comments for the time being.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Okay, next up is Commissioner Lodge. And then Commissioner Escobedo, please be ready to follow Commissioner Lodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This all reminds me of the old saying, you can't make an omelet without breaking eggs. You just can't do a project like this without causing disruption. But I have faith in the staff and their commitment to doing it as efficiently and with as much consideration as possible of the businesses and the other properties that are affected. Chair Schwartz, I think you were on the Planning Commission when the Planning Commission dealt with this issue many years ago, and we had to fight and struggle to get Caltrans to recognize that without about at this location in place, fully completed by the freeways put through, traffic will be back up onto the freeway. Well, they finally did, and so good, we're here, and I'm glad to see it. I think it's a lovely project. The landscaping is sensitive and lovely, and from experience with roundabouts in the city, being dubious in the beginning and finding out how well they work, this is going to handle the traffic so much better than it is handled now, where everybody has to stop. I agree with the comments that Vice Chair Wiscombe made, and I'm the one supported by Commissioner Reed. I do not agree on the bus stop. You know, the bus driver isn't going to leave the bus. He or she's going to stay there. And whether it's 30 seconds or even 3 minutes, if necessary, the driver can move the bus. I really don't understand the concern about this issue. There will be a way to move the bus if it has to be moved, if there is an emergency. So otherwise, as I said, I'm very happy with the project. Glad to see it's finally gotten to this point and can the permits needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. want to ask my colleagues to consider something and also ask Ms. DeBusk. If we find in the course of our deliberations that perhaps there's not what I'll refer to as unanimous support for a comprehensive package of revisions, recommended revisions to the conditions of approval, Ms. DeBusk, do you have any recommendations for a straw poll on, for example, we just heard from Commissioner Lodge, kind of peeling off, so to speak, separating particular recommendations so that we're not jeopardizing a vote for the overall package?
Yes, Chair Schwartz, I think straw polls would be effective in that case. However, you may hear the feedback that you need just through commissioner deliberations. So let's hear from everyone and then we can decide if we need straw polls to follow up.
Very good. Thank you so much. Commissioner Escobedo, it's over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project is excellent. I'm very excited about it. I think this is going to be a huge improvement. To Commissioner Lodge's point, there are going to be issues, but I have every confidence in staff that they're going to do their best to mitigate or address any issues that do come up. In regards to some of the suggestions to the conditions of approval, I agree with Commissioner Wisdom on the volt dimmer. I agree with the changes that have been made with Ms. DeBusk's suggestion. I am with Commissioner Lodge on the bus stop. If the majority of the commissioners want to go that way and add that as a condition of approval, I'll vote in favor of the conditions of approval. I don't want to hold it up, but if we were to take a straw poll vote, I would be a no on that. And I prefer, rather than striking change as necessary or as necessary, I like to the maximum extent feasible better. I think it's disingenuous to say we're always going to be able to provide access. I think there are going to be special situations where that's not going to be possible for short situations. I think that addresses all of the changes. I have a couple of comments that I neglected to bring up during the question period. One being considering a bike dismount area as you enter into the roundabouts for those bicyclists who would prefer to take the pedestrian route around versus riding through if they don't feel comfortable. And then the second comment that I have, not a condition, but just a comment, is, and I'm sure this is already a thought in the back of staff's mind, but during construction, that pathway is going to be impeded. And so having an evacuation route and making sure that residents are aware of what that is proactively. So if unfortunately we do have to use it, everyone's on the same page and we can get people out in orderly fashion. Those are my comments, Madam Chair. I think I hit every point, but if not, feel free to just prompt me.
And Commissioner Escobedo, you don't feel you need any particular language up on the screen at this time. I wouldn't want you to feel rushed.
No, Madam Chair. I was following pretty closely.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bonderson, deliberations, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, it makes it really easy when I come in after the other commissioners. So I have to say that I appreciate everyone who's already spoken and made it a lot easier for me. They've been so thorough in their comments, it doesn't leave much for me to add. But I do want to just make a few personal comments about how I feel about the design. As a designer myself, I really appreciate how much effort has been put in from so many different departments to really take into consideration the unique site and the constraints of the site. So I think it's a really wonderful solution. And I understand that the completion of the 101 freeway project really depends on this roundabout and the roundabouts, all of the roundabouts that have been part of it. So to see this moving forward, I'm really excited about it. And I think that we should do our best to help with that process and get this approved and get that freeway moving, get that project done. It's been far too long. I am going to comment on the bus stop. I am actually in support of relocating it. That was one of my initial questions, and it's something that also bothers me tremendously, that any single business or property owner would need to be directly affected by a city function like a bus stop. I just think it's inappropriate. I strongly believe that with a little bit more attention, an appropriate design can be proposed for this. Slightly moving it, forward or back. I believe we have the tools, and we certainly have gifted planners and designers who can work on this. And I would strongly urge that we give them the opportunity to give us another option. I also want to echo Commissioner Barrett on the importance of not impacting any of these businesses negatively during construction in any way possible. So that protective language is really important. I believe that he just did quite a bit to cover this, so we don't need to add any additional language, but I just really wanted to show my solidarity on that issue. I also want to comment on the bike designation that was commented on hours ago when I asked the question. I believe Ms. Yanez commented that there would be some sort of, if I remember correctly, a color designation or some sort of designation on the ground that will help support bikers through the roundabout. I really appreciate that. I look forward to seeing what that will look like and how it'll be used. On the other hand, I might be alone in this, but as I mentioned in my question period, I want to reemphasize that I do not support the idea of having very full or very obstructive landscape choices that are in the center island, simply because I think it's very important that we have that visual ability all the way across to see what's coming for safety purposes. I want to be clear, I have nothing against the specimen olive trees. In fact, I think that's a wonderful choice, but I want to make sure that I just make this comment that they should be properly maintained, that they should be already at a height where potentially they're trimmed underneath, and you can actually use that space to look across depending on exactly the heights and the fullness that those trees will eventually grow to. Those are usually very full trees. And for me, I really want to emphasize that no blind point should ever be, part of this when we're going around this roundabout. So this is solely for traffic safety. I'm confident Public Works and whoever else does the maintenance will do a good job of trimming and supporting visibility from all angles. But I do want to, present that point of view. Something that I think many of us deal with is the issue of seeing how that is. And I see Ms. Yanez came on. Do you have a comment to add here? Maybe we can share this right away.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Bonderson and through Chair Schwartz. Actually, roundabouts are designed to not have the ability to see through the center of the roundabout for safety reasons. And so Mr. Boyle can actually probably provide those reasons in more detail. But it is the intention that it usually is mound up to not allow for the full transparency through the roundabout.
Yeah, I'll make a brief comment. With a roundabout, the idea is that you're looking to the left. The only thing you need to pay attention to is the vehicle to your left. Obviously, any pedestrians before you get to the roundabout. And you really don't want to be confused with trying to anticipate traffic on the other side of the roundabout. Okay. So for that reason, the center is typically mounted 4 to 6 feet. Obviously, something above that is more than you need. I don't know that it necessarily causes an issue because, like I said, we're trying to kind of block that view. The second reason is at night. with the oncoming headlights, it's not such an issue at an urban roundabout like this, but at a more rural roundabout, you want to break that headlight so that somebody doesn't think the road just keeps continuing through. So, you know, as far as what the landscape plan that's been presented is in conformance with all of that.
You are absolutely right, Mr. Boyle. Thank you for sharing. You know, I didn't realize that information, and if that's what it's supposed to do, it's certainly going to do that. So thank you.
Okay.
I
You're
will
welcome.
relate my comment, and actually, if that's the case, I will even add that I support the specimen olive trees a lot. In, you know, if that's the goal you're going with, I think that's a wonderful choice. And yeah, we'll stop that there. Other than that comment, I just want to say I'm in total support of this project, of the findings, the conditions, and look forward to moving forward with issuing a coastal development permit. I just want to, again, use this opportunity as I started the day. I'd like to end the day by commending everyone involved in this project across the city, across the county, planning staff, all the additional consultants. And in particular, I think Ms. Yanez deserves to be commended for her thoroughness and her tirelessness to address hours of questions. And even here, coming back on right now to me, we have not left you alone for a moment. So thank you. You've been most pleasant and I really appreciate it. And you know, thank you to everyone here today. This has been a wonderful, very positive experience to do a joint hearing like this. Thank you so much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. As for myself, I will be in support of the findings. You can find them on page 11 of our staff report, in support of both the environmental review under the CEQA guidelines and also page 12 of our staff report, making the findings in support of a coastal development permit. Pertaining to the conditions of approval, I'd like to go through my fellow commissioners' requested changes. And I'm going to try to do this in sequence of the page numbers. First, on page 2, we had a recommendation under item G, and I just want to confirm that I understand as we move towards a package of modifications. That last sentence that currently starts with alternatively, I think I wrote down that Commissioner Reed was offering, as opposed to simply deleting that full sentence, which I know Commissioner Wiscombe offered. Additionally, the Public Works, I don't know if we have to say the Public Works Department, will certify compliance on behalf of the city, if I followed that correctly. And he can confirm that, and staff can bring that forward if necessary. Then on the next page, page 3, I'm in support, as I heard Commissioner Wiscombe offer, of the specificity of the 0 to 10 volt control dimmer pertaining to the lighting. Not in our package, and I don't know where this would appear, Commissioner Wiscombe, is pertaining to 110 Olive Mill Road, the 24-inch box trees. Do we have a page for that, or is that, where would that reside? Can someone help me with that? I don't know, Commissioner Wiscombe, if you had a particular page or section reference in mind.
Chair Schwartz, I would recommend that any condition like that go under the design review section. I would suggest condition C1.
What page would that be on, Mr. Bus?
Starting on page 2. Well,
Okay.
actually, sorry, page 3. Just, it's on the screen right now.
Okay.
So suggest adding condition 2E under design review.
Okay, 3 20-inch minimum box trees shall be installed
and
adjacent to private property. Don't we want to mention the address of the private property?
Yes, I think that would be a good addition.
My understanding it's 110 Olive Mill Road, if that's correct. And if the homeowner requests them. we'll come back to that, I suppose, but I just wanted to get that corrected. Staff can further edit that. Let's see, then we go, so that was page 2. Let me keep going. And now I want to go to page, what's the next one? It's page 13. Yes, Commissioner Lodge.
But on that last point, it says shall be installed adjacent to private property. I think what Vice Chair Wiscombe was suggesting, that it be on that sliver of the private property between the replacement shrubbery that's going to be planted in trees. Is that correct? Okay, I see. Vice Chair Wiscombe is giving me a thumbs up on that. So the wording would need to be changed on private property.
Thank you both. Let's go back to the language itself, and with you two still on the screen, could we please further revise this language, Mr. Buss?
All right, it's been done.
Commissioner Schwartz, I would actually like to confer with the applicant because I believe that orange line represents the property line, in which case these might actually be in right of way.
Okay.
That is correct. So, and it's actually more appropriate probably to condition within the right of way, which we have purview over.
Okay.
And I'll clarify also, it's 110 Olive Mill.
Yes. Okay, so we need to go back to the language. It's not, I don't know that we should say adjacent to. Shouldn't we specify in the public right of way and adjacent to, or maybe staff could help us with that, with the specificity of the language to get that right. Okay, then on page, I don't know if I skipped anything. I'm going to go to page 13 and 13 of 26 conditions of approval, the temporary access. I heard a recommendation to remove, this is number 4, temporary access. Yes, I heard a recommendation to remove the words as necessary. Ms. Ostrander?
Yes, Chair Schwartz and commissioners, I just wanted to let you know, these are our mitigation measures. So they're taken from our environmental documents. And we've addressed your commission's concerns with that language, and we've put it in a different location. So if Ms. DeBusk could point us to that, I think you could see where we moved it to.
Oh, thank you. Okay, let's do that now.
Thank you. Timmy, if you could go to page 16 of 27. Item D would add to that traffic management mitigation measure by kind of strengthening the language and being more specific.
Let's hold on a moment, Mr. Bust, and I'll get to that language. So we have it on page 15 of 26 in the non-redlined version, just so everybody knows, depending upon which version you're looking at, but here we are. Okay, back to you, Mr. Bust, please.
Thank you. So this condition would refer back to that mitigation measure, which is condition D9B4. And so it says, as provided for and in conjunction with that condition, vehicular and pedestrian access shall be provided to residences and businesses to the maximum extent feasible, with notice of any closure being provided in advance to the property owner and tenant.
Okay. Let's stay right here for a moment. I wanted to come back to this language and for my colleagues to consider the closure plan. The new language starts, city and county staff shall work with Caltrans. But Ms. DeBusk, maybe even Ms. Ostrander, and again, for my colleagues to consider, I would like stronger language. That shall work with doesn't really do it for me. I would like to see language that formalizes a joint effort with joint approval. I don't know if that's possible here. I don't know if Ms. Yanez has a comment from the applicant side, but this is just a little too weak for me, given the conversations we've already had and what I've expressed in terms of my concerns about adverse impacts to both the residents and the neighboring business owners. Ms. Ostranger?
Chair Schwartz, I'll let Ms. Yanez speak to this, but this document, this condition of approval is binding on our city property. I don't know that we can bind Caltrans with this condition of approval to work with us.
I do have a question for Mr. Buskin, whether this is a requirement of the planning department as well, or is it only reviewed by Public Works? Just wanted to clarify that.
Chair Schwartz, as written, it doesn't specify. I was envisioning that it was just Public Works.
Do we need to take a reference to county out of there from our city conditions of approval, Mr. Busk?
I would defer to Ms. Ostranger on that question.
Okay. Well, while Ms. Ostranger's coming back on, nonetheless, I want to come back to my interest, which is to strengthen this language. Maybe I could ask Ms. Ostranger to assist, since I think she understands my concerns and my intentions here. Work with is just too soft, too nebulous a language in terms of commitment and accountability. Can you help me with that, Ms. Ostranger, if I were to recommend further changes to my colleagues for consideration?
Chair Schwartz, to start, we could modify the language such that it says city staff shall work with county and Caltrans. That would be the start. Work with. If you give me a minute, I'll see if I can think of something stronger.
Okay.
But
I think you see where I'm going with this. I want stronger commitment language on the joint decision-making in creating a closure plan, and the reason is because of adverse impacts. We just have too much experience with this in the city and in our neighboring communities, and I think we owe it to the public at large to tighten this language so that there's teeth in this should we need to refer back to these conditions of approval. That's our responsibility in the long run. Ms. Yanez?
Yeah, I wanted to suggest, Chair Schwartz, city and county staff shall work with and approve or find the closure plan acceptable and consistent with city and county guidelines.
Well, I'd like to see the city have to approve it as opposed to, look at that language above. Caltrans shall provide the city with, that's like they're going to hand us a plan, not necessarily that we're in agreement with, and that's what I'm trying to rework here. So that's when I say I want some teeth to this, that the city needs to approve the plan, and it's not just a handoff, a one-way communication from Caltrans to the city without our involvement and approval.
Yes, and to clarify that further, Chair Schwartz, prior to permit issuance, so we have to approve this plan in order to issue the public works permit.
Well, maybe something along those lines can be worked into the language then. So you see where I'm going, you see what I'm interested in. I think Ms. Ostranger is going to help with some of the wordsmithing there. Okay, that's page 15. Let's see, is that it? Let me just look to see, and of course, Mr. Busk can tell me. Oh, Mr. Busk, I had asked you on page 19 regarding these telephone numbers. I'd like us to consider not just a telephone number, but I want some commitment in terms of responsiveness. So I don't know if that language is, that community callbacks will take place within X period of time, just some time frame, so that the community has an assurance that when they call this number and they leave a message, there is timely retrieval of those voicemail messages and response to them. So whatever language staff might recommend. And again, we've done this elsewhere. This is not new for our city. It's just that these very large projects don't come around that often. So we don't have to entertain this type of detail in this section of a conditions of approval. But this wouldn't be the first time our city planning commission has required such a detailed responsiveness written into it. Again, just for the protection and responsiveness to the public. Does staff have any comments for me on any kind of language I might ask my colleagues to consider to support? Do you need me to reference that page again, or are we?
Chair Schwartz, I would suggest at the end of condition F1 to add a sentence such as comments and complaints received by the project environmental coordinator or project manager shall be responded to within 24 hours.
Okay, F as in Frank 1. So this is the section entitled Community and Neighborhood Notification Program, but this says prior to construction. And I was down in number 3, which is the construction contact sign. So this is not just prior to construction. This is during construction that I'm thinking of. You're still recommending it be incorporated into paragraph number 1?
In that case, I have another suggestion that it could go under the PEC language, which is on page 17, condition 2F.
Okay, we're gonna have to find that, Mr. Buss, because again,
looks like
slightly different pagination.
This is the section.
Okay.
Project environmental coordinator, and we could add a line to the PEC responsibilities that says the PEC shall return calls to the PEC hotline within 24 hours.
Okay, so when I have that starting on page 15, the non-red line version, project environmental coordinator required, that section, is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner Wiscombe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think where you have that section is where it belongs. And my suggestion, and for Mr. Busk, if she could consider it, would be to put it under number 3, construction contact, and then the first item under that, if it's A or whatever it is, would be the sign, and then the second item would be the language that Mr. Busk just used.
Okay, and Mr. Bolden is enlarging that right now, so we can all take a close look. Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe, for coming on to collaboratively assist. It's a team effort. So, Mr. Busk, based on Commissioner Wiscombe's further recommendations, you want to follow up and see where we could insert such language?
Yeah, let me think about that, because this condition 3 is really just saying you shall post a sign. I don't know if it would be up to the commission if you want the sign to actually say that there will be a response within 24 hours, or if you just want that as a condition.
No, I was asking that you change construction contact sign to construction contact as the heading, and then deal with the sign as the language is provided, and then in the next section, deal with the response language, Mr. Busk, that you mentioned. So have a 3A and a 3B under the heading of construction contact.
I understand. That makes sense to me. How about you, Mr. Busk?
Yes, that makes sense.
A and a B. Okay, very good. Let's see. So that was pertaining to that item. And I think that may be, let me just go to, I think my last one, and I don't know if my fellow commissioners mentioned this, on page 24, of 26, again, the non-redlined version. This is under, what number is this under? Hold on, let me get my bearings here. Well, under 3. I don't know if it's under site maintenance or another section or not. This was part of my questioning. I would like to see some language here pertaining to the memorandum of understanding, Mr. Buss and Ms. Ostranger, the city county SBCAG MOU regarding specifically landscape maintenance, that if we say, I don't know if we say in perpetuity, if that's the language, or if you think that's just too far out, we could give a certain number of years beyond the 3 years. That is the customary Caltrans commitment period to maintain landscaping. But I think something needs to be in here as the MOU negotiations occur. So I would ask staff if this is the correct section, or if you would recommend my interest in having some specific language to this effect in another section. And again, for my fellow commissioners to consider if you would support me in such a modification.
Chair Schwartz, if you were to include that type of language, I suggest it go in condition E1. For example, after the encroachment permit language.
Okay, let me go to E1. Let's see where that is on our non-redlined version.
Chair Schwartz, commissioners, if I may, I have concerns about binding the city's negotiation of a contract with another agency through a condition of approval. I think I think if it should be a recommendation as opposed to actual set.
Okay. I always respect your advice, Ms. Ostranger. My only hesitation here is I'm really concerned about this falling by the wayside and there being a nebulous agreement of maintaining the landscaping in perpetuity, or having agencies argue over who's going to do it and where the source of funding after the 3 years. It would not be the first time that this occurs, and that's why I'm bringing it up and wanting some type of additional language. I guess if my colleagues don't feel strongly, I can let it go. But we just cannot have a repeat of dead landscaping or failing landscaping like we experienced at the roundabout on the other end of Coast Village. So how do we ensure that? Commissioner Wiscombe, did you want to comment, please? Or, oh, it's the thumbs up. Okay, that's the thumbs up and go to webinar, everyone. What can we do? Can you meet me part way? Is there a compromise, Ms. Ostranger, that you could help me consider and that I could offer to my colleagues? We can't hear you yet. Hold on.
Could you tell me which page is up on the screen? My eyes aren't that good.
Yeah. This is 13 of 26 in our non-redlined version. I have to keep saying that. Yes. I think that typeface is, oh, there we go. I was going to say, Mr. Bolton, just a little too big because we can't get to the right-of-way improvements.
Yes. Chair Schwartz, give me a minute if you could move on to something else. I'll come back and do some language.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your assistance and your receptivity to a compromise to help put some language in here. So that's it for me. And so with that, and because our commission, again, has a hard stop at 6 p.m., I want to bring it back to our commission to see if if we may need a straw poll in one or more areas. So I want to ask my colleagues, since I went last, are there any of my, well, I'll start with me. I'll ask you to start with me since I was last. Are there any additional recommendations I had that you are not comfortable with? So please don't be shy.
I would support what was proposed.
Okay, Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Yes, and I also appreciate Commissioner Reed's language. I thought that was great. And Chair Schwartz, I appreciate your language. I would like to see something in that site maintenance section. I totally agree. The landscapes get sorry looking if we don't have some sort of condition of approval for maintenance. So I'd like to see what Ms. Ostranger would propose, either in, well, you cited it on page 24 of 26, unredlined version in site maintenance number 3.
Yes, I think she's going to suggest that it be in another section that Mr. Bolton put up on the screen. Yeah. She'll bring it back to us.
And I guess I'm feeling that the commission is supportive of everything that's been put forward so far. I'm not sure, Chair Schwartz, if you commented on the 24-inch box or trees. Are you in support of that condition?
I am.
Okay, great.
Yes, if I overlook that, I am. And in fact, I think we wordsmithed that language right on the screen.
Right. And the only thing that I would recommend at this point is that we do a straw poll on the bus stop, because there seems to be some disagreement. And other than that, I don't have any problems with anything that's come out of this. I think this has been a great process.
Okay, could I ask Commissioner Escobedo and Vonderson to please turn your webcams on? We are coming down to the finish line here for us. So Commissioner Lodge, would you like to comment further on a package, but perhaps separate out in a straw poll the so-called bus stop issue?
Yes, that's the only issue on which I'm in disagreement.
Okay. Very good. Commissioner Escobedo, anything, any outlying issue that you feel you need to peel off for a straw poll, or is the bus stop issue sufficient?
The bus stop issue is sufficient. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Vonderson, bus stop issue or more?
I agree. It's only the bus stop.
Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you. Let's do this while Ms. Ostranger is helping us with some additional language. Let's go to the bus stop issue. And Ms. Rydell, our Planning Commission Secretary, we're going to conduct a straw poll voice vote. But I'd like to ask one of the commissioners to please articulate this so that when we're doing the straw poll, we are all clear about whether we're supporting or opposing the language. I don't know if Commissioner Reed, you went first, or Commissioner Wiscombe in discussing the bus stop issue. So I don't think that language, a general reference, I'm not sure is sufficient.
I'm happy to make an attempt to articulate it again.
Okay, thank you.
So we had, I believe what I had suggested following Commissioner Wiscombe's suggestion of maintaining ingress egress to 1298 Coast Village was that all MTD services shall not encroach on the driveway of 1298 Coast Village Road at any time.
And that driveway is on Olive Mill Road. Do we need to specify that as well?
Yeah, it's their only point of ingress and egress.
Yes. Commissioner Wiscombe, any clarification that you'd like to offer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's up on our screen now, and we could just vote on it. The proposed bus stop on Olive Mill Road shall be adjusted or relocated such that permanent vehicular access to the driveway serving 1298 Coast Village Road is maintained at all times. I think that's what we're voting on.
Excellent,
So,
excellent.
yeah.
Our superior staff is at it again. Okay. If we're all ready, Ms. Rydell, are you ready to do a voice vote for us on this straw poll?
I am. All right, if you are ready, I will begin the roll call vote for this straw poll. We'll start with Commissioner Bonderson.
I am in agreement with this language.
Commissioner Escobedo,
No.
Commissioner Lodge,
No.
Vice Chair Wiscombe,
yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
All right, that passes with 3 or 4 yeses and 2 nos. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for your assistance, Ms. Rydell. Okay, very good. Now we're going to come back to the full package of modifications that we've been working through, and I appreciate everyone's diligence and creativity. I'm going to ask if Ms. Ostrander is ready to come back, and there she is.
Chair Schwartz and Commissioners, Ms. DeBusk has added the language to address the MOU in section E1F.
Okay, let's go to that. So let's see, where is that in our unredlined version? We're looking for the blue lined revision, correct, Mr. Busk?
Chair Schwartz, this version doesn't seem to have it, so I can read it for you. It would go in this section. It would be titled Landscape Maintenance. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, let's do that. This is helpful. Then everybody, we can see exactly what the language is as we're considering a package of modifications.
So it says a memorandum of understanding between the city, county, SBCAG, and Caltrans that outlines the long-term funding agreement for landscaping within the project area shall be approved prior to issuance of a permit.
I'm satisfied with that, and I appreciate that Ms. Ostrander allowed me to press her further and to use her and Ms. DeBusk's expertise in pulling this together so quickly. So just by a nod, do my colleagues, are you in support of this new language? Yes, okay. Commissioner Lodge dropped off there for a moment. We'll see if, yes, is that you? Yes, thumbs up, Commissioner Lodge. Okay, very good. So we have a package. We did one straw poll vote. That's handled. I did not see any other requests or hear of any other requests by commissioners for any other kind of outlier issues. Commissioner Wiscombe?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to know if we want to take the staff report, page 7, the city should consider sponsoring competition for local artists to design art elements. It's not in our conditions of approval. Do we want to take it separately from our vote on the findings and C of A, or do we want to leave it in there? I didn't hear all the commissioners support it, so I don't know where it stands. Thank you.
I'm happy to do a separate recommendation vote on this, just so that we have it in the record. If everybody just nods, if that's okay with you. Ms. Rydell, could we ask you to come back? Here's the language in front of us. Do a straw poll as a recommendation outside of the conditions of approval.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will begin the roll call vote for this straw poll. Commissioner Escobedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
thank you. Vice Chair Wiscombe,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we're to the package of modifications that we have already vetted and where staff has assisted us in the conditions of approval. This is Exhibit A in our package. And Commissioner Reed, you have your hand up?
Yeah, it sounds like, I mean, just to give Montecito as much time as possible, it sounds like we have full support for all these additions. So if appropriate, I'm able to make a motion.
Okay, after you, Commissioner Reed, go ahead and kick it off.
Okay, so I move to approve the findings on page 11 of our staff report, including the letter A, environmental review, CEQA guidelines, and item B, the coastal development permit. Additionally, I move to approve the modifications to the conditions of approval as provided by staff.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Any discussion on the motion? Very good. Ms. Rydell, would you please call voice vote on the motion that has been seconded?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will begin the roll call vote for the motion. Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Escobedo,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. That is our final vote today on behalf of the city of Santa Barbara. And I'm confident that as this project makes its way through the remaining design and approval processes, that it's going to significantly improve traffic circulation and beautification in this area of where Santa Barbara and Montecito come together. I saw Chair Senauer pop in. And we don't have any further business today. Chair Senauer.
Madam Chair.
Commission, I'll let Chair Senauer proceed here with calling on Montecito commissioners.
No, was it Commissioner, somebody spoke up before I go. Who is it?
That was me, Commissioner Newman.
Oh, Commissioner Newman, I would like to go forward with saying something at this point. All right. I think it is of the late hour. It's 5:06. The city has done their diligence, taken their time, done the conditions. They've had a vote. Chair Schwartz said they have a hard stop at 6. I'm not sure what that means. You don't have a quorum. You don't need a quorum. You're all done. I think the city has said that we can go forward using the GoToWebinar platform. The city does not need to be here. And I would recommend taking a 10 to 15 minute break on the county side, and would like to wish the city adieu. And we can continue if there are no, so why don't you just, the city, say goodbye, and we'll continue with the, yes.
Madam Chair, may I be heard, please, before?
Yes, this is going to be brought up with all the commissioners if we want to go forward this way, okay?
I'm sorry, city adjournment.
Excuse me?
I would like to bring up something before the city adjourns, if I may.
Okay, please, please.
I'd like to address both chairs with first, I don't believe before the city voted, there was a call for public comment, which should have occurred. And had that occurred, I would have commented on an important point that needs to be considered by both jurisdictions. I would like to have an opportunity to do that.
Please go forward.
Excuse me, I will need to speak on behalf of the city. We have closed public comment from our perspective. We did not reopen it. Our commissioners would not be re-engaging. That's up to the county if you want to undertake that process, unless, I see Miss Ostranger on screen.
I would just ask Ms. Kokenda to refresh my recollection. Did we take public comment after staff presentation?
Yes, through the Chair Sanauer, Chair Schwartz, we did do public comment. Both commissions opened up public comment after the applicant presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so from our perspective, Chair Sanauer, we're ready to adjourn. Did you want to say anything further to us as the city, Chair Sanauer, or otherwise we believe our business has concluded today. And as you know, you can go forward on GoToWebinar as you and your commissioners so choose.
Commissioner
Well,
Keller.
if I may, without being brash, I'd like to suggest that there's a problem that affects both jurisdictions, and that is the problem of inconsistent standards in one conditions versus another that could be resolved by discussion and resolution by both bodies. So as an example, if I may, the city allows hours of work to commence at 7:30 until 4:30, and you have adopted that condition. The county hours that apply to Montecito are 7 a.m. to 4:30. There needs to be a reconciliation of that difference by example, and there are others as well. The proposed reconciliation would be that the more stringent standard specified by either jurisdiction would apply, lest we end up with a Tower of Babel between two jurisdictions with competing and different conditions.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Newman. Commissioner Keller, did you have, you wish to say something? No.
And Commissioner Keller, you're muted. If you could please unmute.
I believe I unmuted myself, correct? No?
Yes, you did. Oh, wait, I think you just muted yourself again. Hang on. Or you're not connected.
All right, here I am again. Thank you.
There we are.
I have some concern. All right, thank you. I also have concern about possible conflict that would occur as a result of the city voting and signing off when we are prepared to debate. For example, the city just adopted a condition that affects 110 Olive Mill Road, which is actually within county jurisdiction. And I had a proposal regarding the safety area for bicycle dismounting that is technically within the city jurisdiction. And I think these need to be reconciled, and it can't be done without all of us participating.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner
Yes.
Keller. If I may just ask of Chair Schwartz, you brought up at the very beginning, your commission had a hard stop at 6. And that is because why?
As I mentioned, we're going to lose our quorum, but let me further comment that we're not going to remain on the line for hours here or together and GoToWebinar trying to perfectly align differences in standards or recommendations between our two jurisdictions. We're going to leave it to both the joint staff and applicant to work through any misalignment. We just are not going to spend that kind of time, and I don't think this format allows for the type of back and forth negotiation in a public forum among all of the commissioners that are on both sides of this. So I'd like to ask Ms. Ostranger to come on, our Assistant City Attorney, to assist me in closing out our side, and if she would also like to comment on aligning county and city where we may have different standards, different approaches. Ms. Ostranger, are you still with us?
Before this, I would like to take a break of 5 minutes.
Okay, well, we're going to adjourn. We don't need to come back in 5 minutes is my point, unless unless Ms. Ostranger has guidance for us to the contrary. But we don't see a need to continue our portion. And we're certainly not, even if we were to return in 5 minutes, Chair Senauer, between, here we are, I'm looking at the clock, 5:20, from 5:20 to 6 o'clock, even if Ms. Ostranger said there are some alignment issues, I'll call them alignment issues, they will not be accomplished between 5:20 and 6 p.m.
Commissioner Schwartz, Chair Schwartz, yes, thank you. But the whole reasoning to have a joint commission meeting was to basically understand each commission's approaches to conditions, et cetera, and then do reconciliation. That was the whole point of this, rather than meeting separately and then say, staff, well, this is what the city did, this is what the county did.
Oh, comma, you should watch this, period. Deborah Schwartz is being
Hang on just 1 second. I just want to I'm going to interrupt the webinar. I don't know who's unmuted themselves, but hang on just a moment. Please, everyone, remain quiet momentarily. We have picked up someone's audio, and I would like to just put a pause momentarily. I think if we could ask the chairs to maybe recess for 5 minutes, that would be my preference if we can, just so I can figure this out.
Could I just ask that everybody read our procedures for the day? Procedure 7 specified that the city would go into discussions and deliberations. Then the Montecito Commission would go into discussions and deliberations. Then, and only after deliberations by both bodies, will we go to step 8, which says motion and action by the Santa Barbara Planning Commission and motion and action by the Montecito Planning Commission. So if these written procedures are correct, they have not yet been observed. And I just want to point that out.
Thank you, Commissioner Newman. Yes, I believe there was inconsistency with how this was approached. We will take a break and the chairs will confer for 5 minutes. Thank you.
2020 City Planning Commission meeting. Do we have Ms. Ostranger back with us, Ms. DeBus, before we proceed?
Yes, and I am, although we never adjourned the MPC, but we are back on with the August 20th, 2020 MPC portion of the joint hearing of the special hearing on the Olive Mill roundabout. I would like to basically request respectfully that the City Planning Commission reconsider their action and reopen this item and continue it to September 24th at 9 a.m. so that the hearing can proceed in accordance with the agreed upon procedures for this joint hearing.
Chair Schwartz, Chair Senauer, if I may have the floor for a moment.
Please.
I just, for Santa Barbara Planning Commission's benefit, I want to explain the motion to reconsider and a motion to rescind. A motion to reconsider is a motion that is intended to correct an erroneous motion. For some reason, new information is made, and then it opens deliberations back up. A motion to rescind is a motion that would similarly to correct something if new information were to come to light. A motion to rescind will just remove the motion as if it did not happen. And that requires a supermajority vote. So if any of the commissioners were so inclined, since this was a unanimous vote, they could make such a motion. There is, and I should have mentioned, there's no legal requirement to do so, but it is, that's legally how it would proceed.
Could I ask our commissioners to please come back on? Oh, there's Vice Chair Wiscombe. Vice Chair Wiscombe, would you like to comment in terms of Assistant City Attorney Ostringer's suggestion or offer of action?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. I believe that our process is different from the Montecito Planning Commission's process, and that we were tasked with making findings according to our local coastal plan and coastal land use plan and the CEQA, and that we have done our duty. I benefited enormously from the questions asked by the Montecito Planning Commission, and I respectfully thank them for all their questions and their thoughtfulness, as well as for my fellow commissioners' thoughtfulness and their questions. And I think we came through with a very good package. And those are my comments, and I don't support bringing it back.
Commissioner Reed? Thank you, Commissioner Wisdom.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair Schwartz. Yeah, I respectfully will not support continuation.
Any particular thoughts, or you just want to just succinctly take that position? Commissioner Reed?
Yeah, that's my position.
Okay. Commissioner Lodge? Commissioner Lodge, we can't hear you.
I agree with Vice Chair Wiscombe and would not be interested in reconvening or wiping out our previous action. It seems to me it was sound and thoughtful and should stand. Thank you.
Commissioner Escobedo?
I agree with what's been said. I would not support a continuance or a rescindance of our decision today.
Commissioner Bonderson?
Madam Chair, may I ask a question about what is being asked of us?
Yeah, let's ask it of Assistant City Attorney Tava Ostringer, please.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ostringer. Hello, good evening. I would just like a little bit more information with regard to a couple of the sporadic comments that were made before the break, having to do with our comments and decisions. Our motion has to do with something that's on the county side and how Montecito's Planning Commission has some comments and decisions to make that are on the city side, and what is needed from us, from the county and from the city in relationship to the decisions and instructions that we're, discussing here today. Do they need us, or do we need to respond to their decisions and vice versa?
These are two separate actions. The city has its own findings that it needs to make for the CDP. I think what the county was saying is our conditions of approval may have some conflicting provisions with theirs. I will ask staff to discuss how those conflicts could be addressed in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Ostringer. If there are any conflicts between conditions that the city applies and conditions that the county applies, it is up to the applicant to coordinate those, and basically the most restrictive condition is what would end up being applicable.
Thank you, both Ms. Ostringer. Thank you also, Ms. DeBusk. With that information, I feel more confident to say that I agree with my fellow commissioners, and I do not feel that we need to continue. I'm happy with the motion that we've made.
I think for those of us who've been involved with large multi-jurisdictional projects, especially public projects, we know that there often are details that need to be worked out between the applicant and the various jurisdictional staff, and that certainly is the case here. This project has miles to go in many regards. The city has its own considerations, which Ms. Ostringer and Ms. DeBusk clearly articulated. Our format and process today was laid out in such a manner with some suggested timelines, which in some cases were considered carefully and honored, and in other cases less so. So I think we're, having a long day of getting to this point. And I would not be in support of seeing a continuation to a second joint hearing. I don't see that being particularly productive. And I would just hope that regardless of our differing views, that there's respectful commentary, both on the screen and off the screen, given that we are all planning commissioners providing pro bono service to the public, to our communities. And I hope that that happens as a conclusion of today. That would be my request and my wish. So unless staff has anything else to provide, and looking at the hour again, I know that we're going to lose some commissioners shortly. I'm going to come back to Commissioner Wiscombe. I see her hand up. Hold on one second. Commissioner Wiscombe, you had another comment for us, or for me?
No, Madam Chair. I would I respect Chair Senauer's right to speak again, but I would be happy to make a motion for the City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission to conclude the hearing based on what we've just heard. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to reiterate that the procedures 7 and 8 and 9 and 10 were taken out of order. The city was to, in 7, have commissioner discussion deliberations, and then the county comments, deliberations, discussion, and then the city motion and action, and then the county, number 10, motion and action. And after 7, which was the commission discussion deliberations, you went right to action and a vote. And that therein lies the unfortunate condition we're in right now.
And Chair Schwartz, Chair Schwartz, I'd just like to say I'm going to need to exit the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Reed. I know you have a hard stop time. Thank you. You can, we're going to be adjourning. Commissioner Wiscombe, before Commissioner Reed, we lose Commissioner Reed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With all due respect to Chair Senauer, I think that there were guidelines that were offered here today that would help us run an appropriate and succinct meeting to get to some actions. And I don't want to point fingers, but I think that the guidelines were, not to use the word violated, but certainly to use the word extended beyond that. And some commissioners took up to close to an hour to ask their questions when we were asked to stay to 10 minutes. So I think that what we've done today as the City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission is very appropriate. We got a lot of information. And again, I thank the Montecito Planning Commission. I think a lot of great information came out of their questions. And, but I don't think the guidelines are applicable at this point. Thank you.
And I'll say goodnight. I want to say thank you, Chair Schwartz, for your leadership. A special thanks to the staff, both county and city. Remarkable job. This has been a difficult hearing, and thank you for your commitment and your incredible work. Good night, everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. With that, yes, I think that, you know, many of the questions and the answers to those questions from Montecito commissioners and our commissioners were certainly folded in to our considerations pertaining to our specific conditions of approval, which were referenced very early on in the hearing today as being specific to the city, as you know. So given that we do not have a supermajority vote to either rescind or take any other action to step back on our motion and our vote, nor an interest in continuing the hearing, as Ms. Ostringer said we would need to achieve, I'm going to go ahead on behalf of the city and our planning commission to adjourn our commissioners' participation. Thank you.
All right, are we on? Yes, thank you. So we are still in the Montecito Planning Commission special hearing meeting. The city has adjourned. We now will I will offer that we continue this to September 16th, which is an MPC regularly scheduled meeting. It's a time certain, it's a day certain, it's a continuance. It would not have to be renoticed, but we could then continue with where we weren't able to. So it would be a continuance of the Olive Mill Roundabout project. Do I hear comments from the commissioners and a consensus? Thank you. Commissioner Keller.
I haven't looked at the most recent schedule, but would that mean, is this something we could manage at the next hearing on September 16th, or would it require bumping another project? Mr. Wilson, maybe you could answer that question, please.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Keller, as Chair Senauer indicated, September 16th is the next regular scheduled hearing. That projection report does have a number of items already scheduled for it. However, the recommendation would be we can continue this, make it the first item on that date, and that would, of course, require a couple of projects to be moved to the next hearing in October, unless at that time, in September 16th, we decide to set a special hearing to pick up those items that are may potentially get move to another hearing date. But
Mr. Wilson, yeah, Mr. Wilson, does it seem like the 16th would be an appropriate date considering all you've said?
So Madam Chair, Commissioners, I recommend continuing it to September 16th since it's already a regularly scheduled hearing. And I can work with staff on those items that may need to be rescheduled.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other commissioners, please? No comments? Yes. It was a tie. Commissioner Newman.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that.
I have no problem continuing this matter, but I believe we have a matter that is being carried forward from July that we took a vote on, and I would not want to see that matter taken off our agenda to accommodate this one.
We can speak with staff offline on that, Commissioner Newman. Is that okay, Mr. Wilson?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Newman, I believe I understand what that project is, and we can keep, that project was the appeal, the Sienna U.S. Property Holdings. So we would keep that on the projection report or on that date as well as this continued item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Keller?
Could we please, could you request that we be sent a copy of the conditions that were just voted upon by the city, so we at least have those for reference? I have searched and searched my emails, and I understand they're on the website, but I never received a copy of either the original or the redlined version. And it would be good if we had their approved version so we could have that for reference in our discussion on the 16th. Could we make that request?
Certainly. Mr. Wilson, I'm sure that could be arranged.
Yeah,
And,
Madam Chair, Commissioner Keller will coordinate with the actions taken by the city today, and whatever's been will be released in the interim. And then we will, and I'll work with staff to ensure that that link that was mentioned earlier is circulated again, so the commissioners have that information.
Thank you very much. So we will get the redlined also, which was not up. I guess it was just yesterday. And we will get the modifications, adjustments to the conditions, and new conditions. Is that correct? That
Madam Chair, yeah, Madam Chair, commissioners will coordinate with the city to get the information.
Thank you. Any other commissioner questions?
No.
So, no more. Okay. So can we have a roll call on a continuance?
Madam Chair,
yes.
I think we need a motion first.
We need a motion first, and did we do?
So moved.
May I? Okay. Do we have a second? Do we have any discussion deliberations? Seeing none, can we have?
In deliberations, I'd like to wish Commissioner Kubiak a happy birthday, and I can't think of a better way to celebrate than hanging out with us.
Thank you, Charles.
Oh my God, was it your birthday today?
I can assure you there is a martini waiting for me somewhere.
Oh, I hope it's very cold.
I do too.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Happy birthday.
Mr. Villalobos, if you still are there, could you please call the question?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I apologize. I had to switch conferences because the table, microphone, and speakers died on me because the meeting had been so long. So I called in by phone. So, okay, so I'm sorry. Commissioner
no worries.
Kubiak.
Aye.
Commissioner Police.
Aye.
Commissioner Newman.
Aye.
Commissioner Keller.
Aye.
And Chair Senauer.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And I want to thank staff on county and on city. They are no longer with us, but the extraordinary effort that has been put into this and to the commissioners. This is of such great import to the community, this project, And we really, really want to ensure that we do our diligence and see this through appropriately on behalf of the community we represent. Thank you very much, everyone. We
And
will see you
Commissioner,
on the 16th.
This is
Yes.
Walter. Thank you very much for the commissioner's support as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the team, for the applicant team and everybody associated. Thank you.
See you guys.
Good night.